here because of me. That's the only reason. Without me, you personally, every fucking wise guy scale around will take a piece of your fucking Jew ass. Then where you gonna go? You're fucking one. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfuck you.
Motherfuck you.
Look, I'm just going to state the absolute obvious. Kiki always has that face of one bump too much, and trust me, I know. Now get me my deep dish.
One bump too much. Drunk engineer, my man.
A narcissist's worst nightmare is being surrounded by people who are objectively better than him.
Spike is a better writer.
Zen is a better comic.
Carl is a better podcaster.
Shuli. Hey, buddy.
The fuck? I get hit. On Zen's birthday of all days.
I know. Who knows?
That bag of shit talking about fighting drives me crazy. We have 12-year-olds at the gym who would hurt him badly. Yeah, it's crazy.
So real quick, Placebo's cover from 2003 of Running Up That Hill peaked at number 44 in UK. Never made the charts in the Americas. So
You picked the wrong
Bully
guy
for
to
them.
die on a hill with. It's Mike Morris. Believe me.
Bully for them was their biggest hit.
I don't think that was their
The
big.
suddenly kind of sort of clear talking, the stomach gurgling, that's all adrenaline talking. I'm telling you, this motherfucker is scared to death of Matt Mead. He threatened Mead and doubled down on it just yesterday. Cookie clued us all in on just what kind of individual Mr. Mead is. Drunkie realizes the 27th is fast approaching and is scared to death.
I agree with you, Carrie. I agree. Sean, the producer, TSN didn't bully Marshall and Lucito. In fact, TSN gave them more exposure, fans, and money that they've ever gotten from their own shows. Go fuck yourself, John. We're actually working on something pretty cool for Marshall in his area. We gotta get on that. SJ needs a nickname. How about Poo Pants or similar?
I like Poo Pants better than similar.
I agree. Similar's not as funny as Poo Pants.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a man. I'm a placebo.
He got you there.
Well, we do have a Rumble rant real quick.
Go ahead,
Captain
please.
January for $2. He says, "Say Jew. Don't be afraid. Call him Hebrew, and you'll feel better. Remember, he's gotten under your skin, and then you'll begin to make it with the J slur." Thank you.
I'm a Jude. Hey, Jude.
Yeah. Hey, Jude.
sing it, Frog, sing it. You know.
He goes, make it better, better, and he thought it was Stutter John stuttering.
It's Hey Jude, so sing it, Frog.
Yeah, go ahead.
Say Jew. Don't be afraid. Call him Hebrew, and you'll feel better. Remember, he's gotten under your skin. Then you'll begin to make with the J slur.
Beautiful.
That's great. Mars, please click that.
MJ, second time you energy drink versus me hot sauce. Let's go for it. Oh, Joseph Collins does hot sauce stuff. Yeah. Between SJ and the energy drink Hobbit, the mouth noises are off the charts. I almost forgot I hate Mike, but I didn't. Fuck Mike Morse, please, boys. Sure, those are
And play those in
archives and archives, you know.
Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck off, you useless, untalented piece of shit.
There's a fragrance that's here today.
I couldn't let Mike just get
Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck off, you useless, untalented piece of shit.
くたばれマイクモース。くたばったまえ、この無意味無才能なうんこかい。
Fick dich, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Чорт візьми тебе, Майк Моріс.
Kumala Mama Yako, Mike Morse.
For every mystery, there is someone somewhere who knows the truth. The truth is, fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse, man.
Let me tell you something, Mean Gene. Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck the Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck you, Mike Morse.
Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck you, Mike Morse. Fuck off, you useless, untalented piece of shit.
Beautiful.
Dog! Dumb fuck! Stupid motherfucker!
How is it this hammerhead starts out full of saliva? You aren't boxing anyone, you puke. Happy birthday, Zen. Oh, hey, Don.
Oh, hey, real BK.
John is a sad, tiny little man.
Yep.
Very true. Got my tickets for Allentown, getting there early so I can sit my wife and I in the splash zone. Ringer's Roost at 5 p.m. for pre-trauma group therapy, everyone. Go check it out. Link up. Did someone say Mook Face? Yes, Mook of the Dabbleverse checking in, 11 months. Hey, Earl David Reed. You want to talk about a professional comic? There's one.
That's right.
EDR. Shake my head. Thank you.
Horg?
That water bottle he is drinking is sold by the case at Dollar General.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where the best water is.
How was your party?
In all of SJ's shows since the Potato Bar, has he even sold 100 tickets total? Let me tell you something.
It was a barbecue restaurant!
Number one, it was a barbecue restaurant. Number two, he was close to hitting 100 at Carlson.
Right.
He was like at 80-something tickets sold. And he was months away. He would have made it a great payday.
But he fucked up.
Yep, in typical John fashion. He got very defensive when asked to show the amount. Oh, I think that's in the package as well. Again, we're not even halfway through. We still got the Duke of definitions, and so you lose 3% to 5% for each year taken early.
Oh, as a pension. Wow.
Yes.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. John's corpse would give maggots diarrhea. How's everybody feeling tonight? Julie, I actually invited SJ to come down to your neighborhood's yard and read a prepared statement in Arabic, just to see what will happen. Yeah, don't speak Arabic around my neighbor. That's all I can tell you. Gifted 5, Kimberly, a girl. Come on, Kim.
Sometimes that's a good thing, though. If you're, if someone's craving something different.
A top. I played Civic Theater of Allentown. It seats 470. He's playing the Hub 514,
Yes.
which is a room in the theater that seats 87.
At $20 a ticket.
Okay. Cha-ching. Nobody watches his dumb shit.
Oof.
Oh, man. Del Boca Vista Homeowners Association President. John is by far my least favorite John.
I feel that.
Mexican Jew. I'm so sick of this piece of shit talking about tough guys. Growing up in Boyle Heights, East LA, I know real tough guys. I can't wait to run into this dude in New Jersey, New York. Yeah, Boyle Heights is not for the faint of heart.
Well, it's the funny thing. I mean, Massapequa is not a urban environment.
Okay. The only people I talked to were the ones that had talked to me from previous nights.
Well, and that actress called him an asshole and stuff. It was just like, as a comic, I was just going like who hasn't been there? It ended up being like a bad corporate gig, you know what I mean? Like a
in your tent. What? Why in your tent?
Yeah.
Make jokes about ourselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, some of his jokes were really fun. It's weird if you.
He's a fucking great comic.
No,
I worked with that guy a long time ago. He's ridiculously talented. And then they
used to open for me, and
a lot of people did. And then they moved on.
No, and then I said he got some.
Your turn.
I said
your
I
turn.
Follow you. Now I could follow him easy, but then I couldn't. But he's a great comedian. He used to open for me for a year and a half. Now, what does that mean? That's not like you when you're backstage and you say to you're opening it. Can you open for me?
And
you're in your green room. And
is it true you were a body double for Al Gore?
Sounds like you kind of got to be a certain kind of person for that environment. I would feel uncomfortable there too.
Is it true?
Oh God.
That you were Jewish and then you tell everyone you're not, so because you're just puss.
Oh come on.
Bill Burowitz. Yeah, I found out.
I did a deep dive on Wikipedia.
Yeah, your nose job is great, Bill.
John, is it true that your last dog killed itself because it got so sick of the loneliness?
Is it true that your children want to change their last name to Lovitz because they want to be associated with a comedian that's actually funny?
Imagine this, a robot that sees what needs to be done and gets it done.
What? I hear a lot of comedians are hoes. Kinky driving music. That driving music to get into. Wait, maybe. Yes, sir. Hey man, since you're on the inside, you start putting these motherfuckers on a watch list. For real, though. These motherfuckers need to be on a fucking... They're probably plotting a fucking murder. These motherfuckers in that building. Start grabbing the bitches. Grab me a titty. Grab me a titty. Titty. Ooh. Is your gamer tag, can I add you from Xbox? The piss is flowing like goddamn Niagara.
Hello, my name's Jacob Elijah Moses Dell.
My name is Jacob. Just regular. Soul Sounds on YouTube. Quest for Fire. Mrs. M, Mrs. I, Mrs. SSI, Mrs. P, Mrs. I, Mrs. SS, Mississippi, SPPI. That's right, it's Mrs. M, Mrs. I, Mrs. SSI, Mrs. S, Mrs. Ed. What the? Something like that. Alright, air in it, alright, in it, go now. How's it going, holiday? That's in my head, turtles. I have a human brain. I always feel bad for animals sometimes. They always seem so stupid. My cat doesn't even finish her food half the time. Gotta fucking baby that little baby. What's up, peace? Have you heard of proof? Proof? Yeah, I've heard of proof. Profit? Profit. Dude, what is this fucking ad, bro? I am the Mashiach. I just wanted to tell you, I am the Messiah. I like Noel better. That sounds better than Neil. He should have been a Noel the whole time. He's making fun of Mr. Rogers in this video. I don't know how I feel about that.
I call upon the trees and the water, the sun, the moon and the stars, the plants and the animals, all living things. Let me share your power.
What's his best song that you like?
His ass out and kissed him on the cheek, He fucked up just for thinking I was sweet, Around the city might have thought I was some clicks, You never heard someone like this is on the beat, Duty, fruity, the booty, duty is jury duty. Moody foodies, jacuzzis is filled with bougie booties.
I like all kinds of music, but yeah, someone recommended this one. Indie rock, all rock, shoegazers. Yeah, I like all kinds of stuff.
Don't know how to count 'em and I think I need a computer. I kill every demon and live at the funeral. I got no need for a shooter. I'm getting bigger, Control of the killer. I'm getting bigger, the whole label drug dealing. If you build it, homie, they will come. If you turning up and save me some. Drop down and get your ego on. I don't care for boring people. I think you're lame. I only politic with goons wild out the frame. Better take another shot, bitch. It's not a game. I'll beat it with the frame. Baraka, waka, flock of flame. I am a Benjamin. You know that I have a problem with acting a fool. I don't like the police. I know nothing else for the guy that shit is not true. I'm a barbarian, hopping adrenaline, looking for something to do. I'm remarkable. I'm not a role. If you need education, I'm taking a stool. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. Do you wanna reconsider? Lost control of the killer.
I used to have a Pickle Rick pipe, but it's gone now.
Getting bigger, getting bigger. Wake up, brush off, get clean, look good. Put on 2 chains, flexing, the what's up? So fly, 2C, me, you, look up. I win, you lose, fuck you, what's up? I don't care for boring people. I think you're lame. Only politic with goons wild out the frame. Better take another shot, bitch. It's not a game. I'll beat it with the frame. Baraka, waka, flock of flame. Yeah, I'm the shit, I'm the shit, I'm the shit, I'm the shit. Now I think I will go catch a body. Fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch. And then I won't go take a potty. No teriyaki, yeah, my Kawasaki. If you're gonna say this, she can hop in the shot. She popping the molly, we're copping the squatty. Ooh, cookie, love my body. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. Sing this. 1 time. 2 time. 3 time.
This guy's kind of interesting. He's, you know. Huh? N+1. You lost me. Probably. I think so. Yeah, I bet it sounds like that.
The power to save lives is within you. Donate plasma and get paid for your time.
Sounds flopped.
You already know how
Do you
it
ever
ends.
go Pals? I've actually been in there like once that I can remember. I went in there just to check it out. That place is always like super busy. And I don't even read books. Actually just let me back on TikTok live because every time I stream on TikTok I get suspended for like hate speech for like the show that I'm listening to usually. which is kind of weird to me.
I wanted a trip I'd never forget. And
I'd go to China, but I would avoid those restaurants that use gutter oil. I'd avoid that whole area. I'd avoid a lot of shit if I went to China. I would only go to China if it was like a luxury experience. I wouldn't want to be caught in the slums of China. Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes there's this show that I listen to, and it doesn't seem that controversial to me either, but yeah, I always get hit with hate speech and bullying for playing that show. Yeah, that fucking Shuli show gets me in trouble every fucking time. They keep bullying the man. They're bullying him, I guess. I don't know. The Howard Stern cast room. Yeah, exactly. Hey, maybe they were trying to International Space Station. That's the best they could do for a space station? What happened to the fucking Star Trek Enterprise, bro? Why isn't that the space station? diet of wings. So I had wings for breakfast, wings for lunch, and we'll call this wings for dinner. It's good for you boys and girls. I didn't know Harlan Williams was a child actor. Crazy.
And is it true that you haven't bought clothes since 1991?
No. Is it true that you have a giant cheese ball in the crack of your ass right now? And you go, leave it, I want it to grow? Is that true?
That one reflected more on you than it did on me.
Yeah. But everything you're saying is about you, and then you're just pinning it on me. So go ahead.
Is it true that after the Tropicana closes, they're going to bring you to Treasure Island, and then they'll quickly tear that one down too? Are you doing the Love It Kills What's Left of the Vegas Strip tour?
Is it true that they put you at the Park MGM? That was the only place where they had a toilet wide enough for your
The rainbow.
They appropriated the rainbow as a symbol, yeah.
Yeah, the gays have taken over the rainbow. Well, I'm worried about this. Ties into the St. Patty's Day. I'm worried about that little
I remember that. The rainbow was for everybody before the gays took it.
Lucky from the Lucky Charms box, man.
Yeah.
I mean, well, he's always trying to get over the rainbow to find it.
Mind of America right here.
Shiver me timbers, slorky dork, florkity dork.
What the hell is that? Is that your Irish impression?
Oh, that's how leprechauns talk.
They say schlorky dork? What are you talking about?
Shiver me timbers,
Shiver me timbers is a pirate. Yeah.
Oh,
that's a pirate.
Well,
shiver me timbers, schlorky dork.
Well, they all wear leotards. Who cares?
No, they don't. You've been out here like 2 minutes and you haven't said one true thing. You haven't said one thing that remotely makes sense so far.
You know what I'm going to do on St. Patrick's Day?
Oh, I don't want to know. That wasn't good. I don't know. When Harlan Williams says, you know what I'm gonna do on, what are you gonna do there?
I'm coming to your house with a green highlighter, and we're gonna turn into green Irish flapjacks, my friend.
What? You gonna turn me into a flapjack with a highlighter?
No, just make you all green.
Yeah.
You'll be like the Incredible Hulk Jr.
Yeah. You're cracking yourself up, aren't you, Harlan? Well, let's change topics for a little bit, if I dare.
Let's get out of there.
All right, let's get out of there.
Go.
Now, you love New York City. You've said that in the past. You love this town.
Yeah.
Walking around today, did you notice the weather here is getting a little crazy? It was like 70 degrees earlier today.
Yeah.
The temperature's dropping 40 degrees. It's going to snow. What do you think of all that, Harlan?
It's freaky. It's like the, did you see this Al Gore movie, The Inconvenient Truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, everything's heating up, man.
Yeah.
And Al had a good tip, change your light bulbs and whatnot. That'll help cool things down. And my tip is everybody put your air conditioners on full blast, sleep with your fridges and your freezers open, ceiling fans full blast, and open your doors and windows. Let's cool this sucker down, player.
That makes sense.
And more than anything else,
I will say this. Of everything else you've said in this segment, that made the most sense.
Well, here's what we all need to do, because if the planet heats up too much, we're all going to perish. So we got to pray for a Raisin Bran eclipse.
What?
Well, you know that the sun's hanging in the sky, and that's what's burning us up.
Yeah.
So if those 2 scoops of raisins move in front, we'll be saved.
You're with him on that. You visit any museums while you're in town here, Harlan?
I was going to, but the suckers over at this one, they want to charge you like $12 to go in and see the dinosaurs, man.
Oh yeah, you see the dinosaur skeleton. That costs about $12.
Yeah, but for free, I went over to Tony Roma's and scraped the rib bones off of everybody's plates, went back to the hotel and made myself a diggle dog iguana song.
Okay.
What's great about making your own dinosaurs is
that you can make up the name of it. Yeah. Hey. Oh, don't make me come over there.
Lean back, player.
You don't like my old Irish pumpkin too close, do you there, pal, huh?
Conan, your words could cut me into 1,000 different pieces, and each piece would say I love you. But here's what's cool about it.
How can we
From
move on
Safeway.
from that?
Well,
That's the end of the segment. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in 14 years. How can we move on from that?
You're only 14?
Where did you come from? Who are you?
I came from my
hazard.
You just asked about the origins of me, and I told you.
I know. You're a good man. That was good. This is available on DVD, this one, right?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay, oh, now you're getting serious. And Meet the Robinsons opens March 30th.
Yeah.
I never know what you're going to say or what you're going to do, but it's always entertaining. You're a good man. Neil deGrasse Tyson's going to tell us about the end of the world.
Old Noel deGrasse Tyson, tell us everything. burning right now.
Under our roof, American Family Insurance.
Beating him up, and then they would hear, Take a break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta be honest with you. I think it's going great. We're starting off well. You know what I mean? It's a good vibe, a good energy. But I think it's going good. Keep that pace up. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. If you just joined us, man, we are having a good time tonight. Oh my God, this crowd, you guys are the best. Seriously. How's it going up here in the front row? Why would anybody sit in the front row at a comedy club? I have no idea. It's like you're asking for it, you know? You know, luckily I'm not a tack dog. I'm not one of these people that goes after you, you know, embarrasses or any room for cream in your coffee. No, not for $5. Fill it up to the rim, pal. Put the cream in my mouth. I'll make sure I get home. It's not that I'm cheap. I just don't like to get ripped off, you know what I mean? And I like a deal. Who doesn't like a deal?
Shut the man.
Do you know where I get my ice?
That's fucked up.
End of the day, I go down to the fish market. It's free. No, it's free. It's totally free. Take what you need. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. I got something that has changed my life. It has changed my life. I used to think it was a gadget. It's called a Toto heated toilet seat. Are you familiar with these? Are you? Do you have one? You have one? Let's talk Toto for a while. Did you get yours new? You did? Aren't they great? I'm on it all the time. You can't get me off of that thing. I'm surprised I'm here tonight, to be honest with you. Oh, I love that thing. And it's so warm. It heats our whole house. It's just so cozy. You know what I mean? And it's got that spray, right? Coming up from the bottom. What's your name? Diane. Let's talk about that spray for a minute. Coming right up. Bullseye every time. Every time, Diane. You love it. Yeah. Ours has 3 different settings. All pretty intense. All pretty intense. The most gentle, the one I use, fire hydrant. That puts out the fire.
This is Kevin Nealon, Loosen the Crotch comedy special.
Sure. The second setting, colonoscopy. No thank you. No thank you. The top setting, fracking. No thank you. Our water bill has gone up $500 a month. You get power wash. When I move from that house, I'm taking that remote with me, and occasionally I will drive by that house just to see if he's home.
What is this fucking stupid?
But that is not a gadget, is it? I'll tell you what a gadget is. This thing, I don't know why people buy this thing. One of those little round vacuum cleaners, you know, a Roomba, I think it's a Roomba. These things are more of a cat toy than anything else. They don't even work. I don't think they work. We left our front door open, and when our front door was gone for 4 days. We were worried sick about that Roomba. And then I'm driving home one night, I'm at the stoplight, it's crossing in front of me in the crosswalk, delivering food. I don't like those automatic flush toilets. It doesn't give you a chance to inspect your work. Turn around, it's gone. What? How do you know you don't have tapeworm or blood in your stool? Where's my cell phone? You know what I mean? You make the slightest little move sometimes and it flushes prematurely, right? Like you bend over, just get a little bite of a tuna sandwich or something. Where's my tuna sandwich? It's gone. But I guess people forget to flush. So the city finally goes, okay, enough already. We're putting in the automatic flush toilets. Yeah, I get it. I forget to. Get this. I go to Chicago. Forgot my laptop on the plane. I was furious. You know how I get. I remember walking away from the gate. I even heard the announcement. If someone has left a valuable item on the plane, please come back and claim it. And I remember at the time thinking, how can people be that stupid? It was my laptop. You know who was on my flight, by the way? John Hamm, the actor John Hamm. I was going to say hi to him, then I thought, I don't want to go back and coach.
Oh, yeah, bro.
It's not really.
I actually didn't know that was Kevin Nealon, but yeah, I fucking love Thumb Wars and Franken Thumb and all that shit. I didn't realize that was Kevin.
Back there, that's not for me. I like to entertain myself. I don't know about you, obviously not. I like to go to a dinner party. You got a minute? Okay. I like a dinner party, if I'm invited. And halfway through, I like to excuse myself and come back 10 minutes later. And loud enough for the guests to hear, I go to the host, hey, do you guys have a plunger? And a mop. And some duct tape. So listen to this. Oh my God, I forgot to tell you this. Oh, I totally forgot this. I was gonna come out and tell you this right off the bat. I'm so angry tonight. Get this, and then I gotta go. I took an Uber, shut up. I took an Uber last night, and the guy was Latino. I can't speak Latino. I took 4 years of Latino in high school, so I can't speak Latino. And this guy, I'm trying to communicate with him, I can't, and I'll find out at the end he's from Armenia, okay? And the guy is texting and driving the entire way. It made me livid. You know how I get. Oh. It's illegal. It's dangerous. And I didn't say anything to him because I hate confrontation. I swear to God. I avoid it at all costs. I really do. But I texted him from the back seat. I said, you better stop texting and driving right now. 5 poop emojis. I laid into him. And then a smiley face emoji, because I'm a people pleaser when it comes down to it. You know that. And it's not easy being a people pleaser. I feel badly when I disappoint people. You'll see. But yeah, he didn't answer. I texted him back and said, hey, did you get my text? And I said, are you mad at me? Do you hate me? It's hard being a people pleaser. But the texting and driving thing, here's the problem. People do die from that. I do it because I'm a good driver, I'll be honest with you. But other people shouldn't do that. My peripheral vision is astounding. Am I right, the guy in the chair over here? Right there, I wasn't even looking. You didn't see me look over there. I was like, wow, right there, from the peripheral zone. My peripheral zone is like, let me show you where it is. I'll show you where it ends. Still there, still there, still there. Not moving at all. That's what I do. That's how I do it. Sometimes I'll be texting and driving. I'll look up. I'm in a different city. How did that happen? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. But what is going on with emojis? Isn't that enough already? Can people remember how to write and get their point across, right? Why would you want to hang around for bad news? That's all I'm saying. Take a break. We'll be right back. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. If you just joined us, we are here at the beautiful Irvine Stadium. And what a crowd. 7,000, 8,000 people, I'm not quite sure. So get this. I go to CVS Pharmacy last night. It's about 8 o'clock. Totally empty. All the lights are on. Nobody's in there except for me. I'm like, what is this, a prank or something, you know? I only needed a few items, a couple rolls of paper towels and duct tape. And I find it, I go to the cash register, there's no cashiers up there. It's just self-checkout lane. When did we start working at CVS Pharmacy? They're gonna have a stocking shop pretty soon, giving out flu shots. We're not qualified to do that. I don't remember filling out an application, do you, or an interview? I don't. And so I self-checkout, I check those items out, and then they asked me if I wanted bags. I go, no, but I take 10 bags because that's what they owe me for all the work I just completed. And a cherry swizzle on National Enquirer I took too. And then I remembered I forgot toothpaste. So now I gotta go find the toothpaste aisle. I can't find it anywhere. This guy comes in from outside. His customer, he comes up to me, he goes, do you work here? I said, yes, apparently so. He said, what time do you guys close? I said, I guess when I leave. He said, are you guys hiring? I said, yeah, you're hired. Tell me where the toothpaste is. Where do you keep the toothpaste? So I go to the toothpaste aisle, it's all locked up. They're locking up toothpaste behind the plexiglass. And I don't have a key to lock. And there's no employee around with a key. I'm the only one working last night. And I don't have a key. So I pick the lock with a toothpick. I take out my toothpaste, I'm out of there. But now here's my big concern. Was I supposed to show up to work tonight? I thought yes, so I did show up to work tonight. I'm actually on my break right now. I gotta go soon. But do you see what's happening? We are being duped into working for these former employees at these companies. We're not getting paid. You go to these burger joints now, it's the same thing. Build your own burger. No, you build my burger. I just built an omelet down at the cafe this morning. You build, I don't have a permit to build food. I'll go to IKEA if I want to work and build something. And you go to these concerts. At the concerts, you know, the bands make you work. You know, you got... No, guys, we're not in a band. We're not in a band. You didn't see us at the sound check earlier today, did you? No, we're not getting the tour bus later, snorting coke off the toilet seat. No, it's not us. The worst one, oh my God, Amber Alert. No, we're not going to help you find some kid. That's your idea. You need a hero. We didn't sign up for that. I don't even know this kid you're talking about. I got stuff at my house I can't find. I don't call you, hey man, I can't find my car keys. The last time I saw them, they were on the counter. No, thank you. And they never tell you when they find a kid. I've been looking for Jennifer for the last 20 years. This is very difficult for me tonight because this is the anniversary of the passing of my cat, Pierre. And let me just tell you something, I'm not a cat person. I'm not a cat person. I don't like cats. I'm happy for them, you know? But I had Pierre 27 years ago, my cat, and he was the best cat ever. I mean, he was so loving and gentle. And I had a pair of jeans that I loved. Oh my God, I love these jeans. You know how you get a pair of jeans once in your life?
Yeah. Bob Ross always brings good vibes.
And they'll get the perfect fit. It was like, you know, snug on the hips, tight in the butt, loose in the crotch. Most of the time. And he loved those jeans. Anytime I had him on, he would jump up on my lap. He would not get off. He just loved them so much. So when he died, I thought it might be nice to bury him in those jeans. So I wrapped him up in the jeans and I buried him in the hall. And you know what? 27 years later, to this day, I really, really miss those jeans. Because really, it was the jeans that I missed. The cats are a dime a dozen, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? You know, I try to look at the bright side of stuff. You know what I mean? You gotta stay positive. What are you looking at? When someone comes up to me on the street, they say, I got good news, I got bad news. What do you want to hear first? I say, the good news. And they tell me the good news. Then I run away. Why would I want to hang out for bad news? You gotta be optimistic. I've been telling you that all night. You don't listen to me. When I see an adult wearing braces, it makes me happy. Because I know they have hope for the future. Otherwise, why make that investment if you're not going to be around? And on the other hand, when I see an adult wearing diapers, it makes me sad. The lengths people will go to look young, it's really upsetting, isn't it? It's upsetting. I stand before you right now with a totally replaced left knee, and you know what? I feel like a 21-year-old who's been in a horrible boating accident with no insurance. It's arthritis. It's patchwork as you get a little bit older. But I tell people it's from playing football. But it's really arthritis. It's genetic. My mother had tons of arthritis, but she did play football. But yeah, it's I got the bad genes. Good genes are with the cat in the hole.
You told me to lock us in. Mom never did. Let me did.
Okay. All right. So, and I can't wait. They wheel me down there. They push me through those doors. It's really cold in there. That's how I like it. You know me. And I see those surgeons. They're over in the corner. They got their green scrubs on. They're sorting through the tools. I see them. I go, "Hey, you guys work here?" I didn't even get to hear a little laughter from that crazy funny line. I wake up like 5 hours later in the hospital room, and I expected them all to come running in. Oh, good, you're awake. That line you said to the operating room, you guys work here? That was hilarious. We fell out of our Crocs. That was so funny. Oh my God, you guys work? Yeah, of course we work here. But that's why it was funny, because, yeah, anyway, but they never came in. They never came into the room. But this nurse comes in, and the first thing he says to me is, have you had a bowel movement yet? Worst icebreaker I've ever heard in my life. I said, who wants to know? Who's been asking? What's the word on the street? Somebody saying something about that? He goes, no, it's just our policy that we can't send you home here at the hospital until you've had a bowel movement. Coincidentally, the same policy they have here at this club. You'll see. You'll see. I said, well, I don't think I had a bowel movement yet, unless it happened in the OR after my opening line, like an encore kind of a thing. But unlikely, because I don't work with props. I don't work with props. I said, what happens if I can't have a bowel movement? He goes, well, I'll just give you an enema. And right then, there was a little movement in my bowel. But not enough to send me home. I said, well, you can't give me an enema. He goes, no, it's what I do. It's my job. I said, well, take a break. I'll have a cigarette. I'll do this myself. I don't need an enema. I've been doing this for years. I have that, actually. I said, I know what I'm doing. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, I was out of there. I was just thinking about this. What is the smallest denomination of money you would pick up off the ground, off the street, at the risk of throwing your back out these days? It used to be a quarter for me, or a nickel, a dime, a penny, anything like that. But now, you know what? It's got to be paper. I thought it's got to be paper. Now, that's not to say if there was a nickel next to that dollar, I would not sweep that up as well. Within a foot. Within a foot. And then I started thinking, what's the smallest piece of food I would pick up off the street at the risk of throwing my back out? And then I came to the conclusion it would probably be a donut. Now, that's not to say if there was an M&M next to it, I would not swoop that up too as well and bring it back up with me. Now, I follow the 10-second rule, and that starts ticking down after I come across the food. You know, I used to make donuts. This is true. I make donuts at Dunkin' Donuts. I work the night shift, 10 to 5. And during the day, I work as a lifeguard, and that's not a good combination. I slept through 3 drownings. One of them at Dunkin' Donuts. I think one of the things you have to oh my God, this is taking forever. I had a smartwatch, but I got rid of it. And because it was just so annoying, you know, I thought it was so smart. I did. I mean, I'll be walking around, I have a little buzz, I look at it, looks like you're walking. Yeah, I am walking. Thank you. So intuitive. A couple hours later, looks like you're working out. Yeah, I am. Good call, good call. Later that night, looks like you're having sex, sort of. Looks like you're going back in the drawer, my friend. You ever go to the Apple store and they tell you to put the code in your phone, and then they look away like, you know, like some woman just started breastfeeding. Oh man, I've been so stressed out lately. And it's not your fault. Don't beat yourself up, man. Come on. Don't reason yourself. Don't do that. I eat a lot when I'm stressed. Oh my God, you should see what I eat. It is such junk. I love sugar, cookies, cake, ice cream. If I were to come over to your house and you brought out a platter of warm, homemade chocolate chip cookies, which I would expect, I would eat every single one of those cookies with no embarrassment. Even online, when they go accept cookies, yeah, I accept cookies. And I accept milk. My wife looked at me the other day. She goes, those pants are looking a little tight on you, those jeans. I said, yeah, because you got the heat up too high in the dryer. She goes, no, I think you got the stack of cookies up too high on your plate. I said, well, I've been wearing the same size jeans for 30 years. I think it's the dryer. She goes, well, you believe what you want to believe. And you know, I like to prove a point. So I dug up my cat, Pierre. And I unraveled him from those jeans. Cat hair flying everywhere. And I tried those jeans on, and guess what? A little tight. But still, loose in the crotch most of the time. But yeah, I mean, it's salt. I love salt too. Popcorn. Who doesn't like popcorn? You ever been eating popcorn at somebody's house and start wondering if their popcorn bowl was also their throw-up bowl? because it is our house. Bagels, I like bagels. I like to order the everything bagel and then ask the server to put the everything on the side. Because I may not want all of the everything, I may want some of the everything. Alcohol, not so much for me. A couple glasses of wine once in a while, but not so much. My friend Steve had a big problem with drinking. Oh my God, Steve, he really hit rock bottom and we were really concerned and we loved him. So we decided that we would do an intervention. And I had never been part of an intervention on this side before. You know what I'm saying? And the night we were gonna go over there, we were all so nervous, we started having a few drinks. And then a few more after that. And by the time I got to his house, I was so wasted. He was my designated driver to get me home. But the intervention did take place about a month later, but it was for me this time. Do you know what the most stressful job in the world is? Air traffic controller. But not if you don't take it seriously. I grind my teeth at night now. I grind my teeth. Any teeth grinders here?
If you're not using the Opera browser, I don't know what to tell you. Check out Opera browser with Opera AI. It's free, and I'll leave the first link.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one, your sister.
I can hear them. I can hear your teeth grinding. I gotta wear a night guard at night. And a retainer on the bottom. Sexy. And get this, 6 months ago I found out I have sleep apnea. So now I'm gonna wear this full face mask with a hose pumping air in and out, on top of the night guard and a retainer, and probably a few cookies in there. And my wife rolls over, she sees me, she goes, Jesus Christ. This is like sleeping with somebody in ICU. And then I start getting all jealous. I go, I didn't know what that's like. Are you seeing somebody in ICU? How much longer do they have? When are the visiting hours? I'll stop by. I was thinking about getting a dog. Dogs are calming, right? My friend goes, I was gonna get a bulldog. Don't get a bulldog. They don't last that long. They're so inbred for centuries. They're so unhealthy. Their organs are screwed up. They have that underbite. Nobody wants that, you know? And they got their lungs. They have difficulty breathing. And you know what? I researched it. He's right. You ever get down and listen to a bulldog try to breathe? It's sad. It's sad. They sound like this. Help me, help me. And I know that dog will be fighting me from a retainer and a mask, and nobody get any sleep. Take a break, we'll be right back. That is not worth the thing. But you could, and we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I've been thinking about something. I bet I'd be a really good dad if I was home more with my kid. You know what I mean? No, I bet I would. I really think I would. When he was 10, he recognized that I was an older father and he was not happy about it. And it never crossed my mind, never anticipated that. And I went into his bedroom and I could tell he'd been crying. Puffy eyes, tears on his cheeks. I go, what's the matter, buddy? Because I don't know his name, I'm never home. What the fuck is his name? He said, I've just been thinking, I'm 10 now, and you're 63. When I'm 20, you're gonna be 73. When I'm 30, you're gonna be 83. You're not gonna be around for a lot of my life, are you? I said, buddy, what's his fucking name? I said, I'm gonna be around for a long time, don't you worry about that. I'll be around when you graduate, I'll be around when you get married, when you have kids, I'll be around for all that stuff. But you gotta make that happen in the next 4 years. Otherwise, yeah, you're probably right. I won't be around. He said, no, I'm serious, Dad. Dad, he doesn't know my name either. Nobody knows anybody at our house. He said, there's kids in my class in 5th grade, their parents are in their mid-30s, and you're 63. I said, okay, all right, let's stop right there. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing, because there's no guarantee in life. You don't know what's gonna happen. You can't predict that. I said, who's to say that your friend's parents in their mid-30s aren't gonna die in a fire car crash tomorrow? You know, or a murder-suicide, that could happen, believe me. I've known some. Some murdering clown could come into your bedroom tonight and strangle you with a balloon animal. You died in a dentist chair, for God's sakes. Just give him a little kiss on the forehead. I said, you get a good night's sleep. We'll talk about this in the morning. If you wake up. But I love being a father. Do you know he came in, when he was 6, he came into our bedroom Christmas morning. He goes, I want the truth. Is there a real Santa Claus, or are you guys the Santa Claus? What do you do in that situation? Do you lie to him so that one day he finds out you continue to lie and he'll never believe you again? Or are you honest with him? So, I had to choose my words carefully, because my wife thinks they're Santa Claus too. So we decided that we would be honest with him, and his body just went limp. He was so distraught, and he was so choked up. I said, but it's bigger than that, you know? Christmas has a significant and profound impact on global economy. You know what I'm saying? It increases spending, and that improves, you know, retail sectors and overall economic growth. And he looked at me, he goes, and does that include tariffs too, or is that something else, or? And he walked out of the bedroom, he was so sad. And he comes back like 5 minutes later, and he goes, and the Easter Bunny? Easter Bunny? No Easter Bunny. Tooth Fairy? No Tooth Fairy. I said, the worst of it is, we're not your real parents. So pack up, buddy. Hit the road.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim your space online.
My nephew's son's name is Echo. It's a California name. His middle name is Echo. Get this. This is the irony of life. My wife got pregnant on a pull-out couch. How did that happen? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I watch these YouTube videos of these kids playing the guitar and piano, and they're shredding it, and I'm thinking, oh my God, how are they so good? But I've seen it so much now that I'm used to it. It doesn't impress me anymore. I have to see a baby coming out of the vagina playing a fiddle to be impressed. You know what I mean? Mostly for the mother. You know, I gotta tell you something, and then I swear to God, I'll be gone so quickly it'll make your head spin. You don't know what's gonna happen in life. You really don't. We were talking about that earlier before the commercial. And it's so crazy. I lost a couple of really good friends in the last few years. And you know what that's like. Unfortunately, it's devastating. What do you do about it? You can't do anything about it. It's part of life. You have to accept it. I had a really good friend, Tom Rosbicki, best buddy ever. We were like brothers. And it's hard to talk about Tom because we were so close. But I want to keep his memory alive, his name. And Tom and I, we did everything together. We went to the same schools, same jobs, same friends. And a couple of years ago, he had a little something on his back. I saw him on the beach. I said, Tom, you should check that out. So he goes to the doctors and they do a biopsy. And it turns out that it was inoperable, and they gave him 3 months. 3 months to live. How do you process that? You know, how do you make sense out of that? You can't. I just decided that I would love on him every minute for those next 3 months. We had a party for him. And we had his favorite food. And we had his playlist. So, and we had like everything that he loved. And we danced with him. And we hugged him. And we said goodbye to him. And that 3 months came quicker than any of us wanted to. And he was still alive. In 4 months, he's still alive. In 5 months, in 6 months, he's still alive. And now he's embarrassed that he's still alive. He's avoiding everybody. 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, he's still alive. 11, 12 months, he's still alive. But then on the evening of December 20th, 2020, at exactly 6:21 p.m., he was still alive. But now he's not coming outside of his apartment because he feels like a fraud. Yeah, I get it. We spent a lot of money on that stupid death party. And here he is, oh, hey guys, what's going on today? What's going on today? You're going on today. You're going on and on and on. What's up with that? You're supposed to be dead. Got kicked out of 5 hospices. All those trips to Disneyland for free. What about the gift cards we gave you? We thought you would never spend. The watch you took back from me that you gave to me. What's going on, guys? What's going on? Look at this.
35.
2 weeks later, I have a little party for myself. He showed up to my birthday party wearing braces. The next day, he goes up to the Bahamas. I'm thinking, hold on, no judging. Maybe he's looking for a place to spread his ashes. No, he got a timeshare in the Bahamas with his new fiance. Well, guess what? 3 months exactly from that day, he did die, thankfully. But not from a disease, not from a disease. It was a freak accident. He got hit by a car. I was texting and driving. I did not see him at all, I swear to God. I hit him hard too, twice. I slammed into him two times at least. That's the hit and run I was referring to earlier. Had it not been for those braces, I wouldn't even notice him. $17,000 worth of damage to my car. $17,000. How do you process that? You can't. You have to accept it. I had that car for a long time. I love that car. I had that car since 3rd grade. I was walking around, I didn't even recognize it. I come around the front, I noticed that Tom's braces are embedded in the bumper of my car. That's how hard I hit him. I thought, wait a minute. Look, hold on a minute. Why not leave the braces in the bumper, see if it straightens it out by itself? And it did. Take a break, we'll be right back.
All right, look, I don't know who needs to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only 87 cents a pop.
So,
3.5. Yeah, maybe I should on my B-day.
We're back. I have my mother's phone number in my contact list still because, well, she passed away 5 years ago. But I have a thing about people that pass away in my contact list. I don't delete them because it just seems so insensitive. I leave them in there. But I will put one of those emojis with the X's for the eyes next to them. That way, I don't call them, get all bummed out. Oh, that's right, you died. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I call my mother a couple weeks ago, the phone number, and this guy named Hector answered the phone. He goes, hola, ¿qué pasa? And, I go, hey, Hector. This used to be my mother's phone number, and I thought I was going to hear her voice when, you answered. Oh, what does she sound like? Maybe I could do an impression of her. I said, no, but I'll know it's you now, because you told me you were going to do that. And he hung up on me. But what Hector doesn't know is, because he has my mother's phone number now, by default, he's my emergency contact. Guess what? When my grandmother died, totally shocked us, because, well, first of all, she'd never done that before. She'd never done that before. It's like the first time ever. She lived to be 101 years old. 2 days after her 101st birthday, she woke up and she told her nurse, she said, today's the day I'm gonna die. It's like she knew it. She put on her favorite outfit, she went to the cafeteria, she had her favorite breakfast, came back to her bedroom, and sure enough, blew her brains out with a 357 Magnum. How did she know? Do you know what I'm saying? How do people know that kind of stuff? Take a break, we'll be right back. Okay, I find the audience is becoming very judgmental at this point, and very lackadaisical, I think, at that point. So try to pick it up a little bit when we come back, and I'll do my best to. I know we feed off of each other's energy. That's something to keep in mind. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. This crowd, as you can hear, they are going crazy, and I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But yeah, you can extend your life. You could extend it a little bit if you do the proper research. You go on these ancestry sites, $90 it costs. They send this little kit, comes with a test tube, little vial, you put a little saliva in there, you send it in, and 3 weeks later you get back this trove of information about your ancestors, where they're from, the illnesses they had, and you can kind of take that and kind of work with that, navigate around it. I thought, I'm on board for that. $90, why not? I did 23andMe. They send me the kit, $90. It's in my mailbox. I cannot wait to go out there and get it. Well, guess what? On the way out there to get it, I noticed that somebody had spit on my car windshield. I was furious. You know how I get. I thought, who would spit on my car windshield like that? And then I realized for $90, I could find out exactly who spit on my car windshield. So I scooped it up. I put it in that little vial. I sealed it up and I sent it in. And I waited 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Finally got back the information I was waiting for. Guess what? Turns out it was bird shit. Somebody spit bird shit on my car windshield. But this company's so good, they told me exactly where it originated. It came from a seagull from Northern California. 30% sparrow, 10% owl. That's a party bird right there. Do you know that my great-great-great-great-grandfather was in the Civil War reenactments? And they were so authentic and accurate back then because they would go on the battlefield 2 minutes after the original soldiers would come off the field. And one time they went on too early and were just massacred. Let me share this very brief story with you for the next 45 minutes. I came back from the pandemic after it was over. I wanted to make sure before I came back, and some guy broke into our house. This guy smashed the back window. He comes into the living room. There's broken glass everywhere. He goes up, I keep saying he, but it could have been a she. I want to be sexist. So this bitch comes into our house. As a person, I don't know who it was. In and out pretty quickly. They go upstairs, they take a couple of handbags and a couple of watches. I don't collect watches, but the thing that was the most sentimental to me that person took was just a simple rawhide necklace that had a little urn at the bottom that held some of my friend Tom's ashes in it, as well as some braces. And the weird thing was, Tom gave me those ashes before he died. That's how guilty he felt about not dying. He was slowly cremating himself, down payment, until he died. I waited a long time before I got married. I waited a whole other marriage before I got married. I did. So get this, and then I gotta go. I met my wife at a costume party one Halloween. She came as a Slinky. That was her costume. I thought that's pretty clever. I'd like to talk to her for a little bit. But I remember the first time I saw her, oh my God, she was coming down the stairs. Wow. She's amazing. She's taking 2 at a time. She's really good. Had she not gotten stuck on the bottom step, I never would have talked to her. But you know what? It worked out. And we talked for like an hour. And finally got a little courage. I said, hey, you want to go upstairs? She goes, I can't. I'm a Slinky. I can't. But do you know, this is true. She went home that night and she immediately called her mother. She said, Mom, I just met the man I'm going to marry. And I went home and I told my wife, I said, hon, I just met the woman I'm leaving you for. But no, it's fantastic. And I'm married up this time. And I'm very comfortable in this position. My wife's family actually comes from old crypto. But it is challenging. Like my wife and I, we cannot agree on a comfortable temperature in the bedroom at night. Is that typical, I think, for couples? I think so. Like, she likes it 75, 76 degrees, like sauna hot. And I like it 60 degrees, normal. Yeah? And there's a battle all night. She gets up, she turns it to 78 or whatever. I turn it down to 60, up to 78, down to 60. It's like we're exhausted the next day. We're not getting any sleep. So guess what? She goes out and she replaces that thermostat with a Celsius thermostat. I can't compare the two. I don't know if it's hot in the room now or cold in the room. How am I supposed to know? So I go out the next day and I exchange our bathroom scale for a kilo scale. She thinks she weighs 50 pounds. And I think it's 42 degrees in the room, so everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. I'm not a good apologist. I go to the grocery store. I'm supposed to pick up some garlic bread as well. I forgot the garlic bread. And I thought, well, I'm not going back. You know, she knows what it tastes like. Well, that was the wrong thought process right there. So I had to apologize. And I'm working on it. But most guys, they don't know how to apologize because, you know, they're just not sensitive enough to know the exact words to use to validate somebody's feelings. Like, I was the worst. Here's how my apology would start. Now you listen to me. There's nowhere to go after that. You know, you gotta find an apology for your apology. So get this. I'm walking by my bedroom, our primary bedroom, and I notice my wife sitting on the side of the bed, and she's sobbing uncontrollably. I said, what's the matter, buddy? What's the fuck? She said, I just thinking, I'm 28 now. That's not true. That's not true. It's kind of true, but not that true. I told her one time, we have this hall pass agreement. You know what that is? We could be with one other person for one night, no questions asked. But I realized you have to update your selection. You can't write somebody's name down on a piece of paper, stick it in the drawer, and then pull it out 10 years later and think you're going to collect on it, because things change. I looked at mine, Mary Tyler Moore. My wife's Bruce Jenner, who I used to know. I would see Bruce all over LA. We would hang out, we'd have conversations, we kind of knew each other. We were just a couple of Olympians chatting, that's all we were. It's not like a big deal, you know, don't get all excited about that. But I only met Caitlyn Jenner like, I don't know, 8 years ago, and somehow she knew me. And I asked Caitlyn if she would go on a hike with me, because I have a little hiking show on YouTube called Hiking with Kevin. And I hiked with a... Thank you. So I hike with a different celebrity every week in the canyons of Los Angeles, and Conan O'Brien, Tom Hanks, Sheryl Crow, a lot of fun people. So I asked Caitlyn if she would do it. And she said, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And I was so excited and surprised that she said yes. My favorite question to ask her on the hike was, Caitlyn, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would you change? She didn't get it. But on the way home, I was thinking, to go through that whole process, that whole transition, and all that, I mean, that takes a lot of courage to do something like that. And I don't know if I would have the courage to do that. You know what I'm saying? I certainly wouldn't rush into something like that if I was gonna do it. I mean, I would do it very gradually. Here's what I would do, and then I gotta go. I would start off by dressing like a woman for a couple of years. That's a no-brainer, am I right? After a couple of years.
My body's sore. Might lay down soon. I'm not sure. Might leave my stream on for a while.
I'm still okay with it. Maybe I go in for that surgery. Maybe, I don't know. But again, gradually. I would do steps. Here's what I would do. I would start off by removing one testicle. Don't throw it away. Remember where I put it. Put it in a safe place. Label it L. 6 months or so later, if I'm still okay with it, then I go back to the other testicle. Don't throw it away. Put it with the first one together as a set, R. 6 months or so later, if I'm still okay with it, then I go back for the penis. Again, gradually, here's what I would do. I would remove 1 inch a week. And after 10 weeks, if I'm still okay with it, then I go back for the other half. Thank you guys. Have a great night. Thanks for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I need to lay down. My neck's always sore. My knees sore a lot too. I don't know if I'm going to bed, but I definitely need to lay down for a bit. Wish I hadn't gotten injured. I was doing pretty good until I got injured. But yeah, still trying to recover and be healthier than I used to be. Sure what I want to listen to.
Drinks on me.
Could listen to some history.
One day, you're gonna miss this.
Stars flickering softly above as you gather around a crackling fire. A storyteller begins to speak, sharing tales of mighty gods, daring heroes, and mysterious creatures that feel both distant and strangely familiar. Greek mythology began just like this. Stories whispered from generation to generation, helping people make sense of the world, teaching lessons about life, and gently revealing truths about what it means to be human. These myths were never just entertainment. They became quietly woven into the very fabric of how humanity has understood itself for millennia. In these tales, gods live high atop Mount Olympus, heroes set out on impossible journeys, and ordinary people confront extraordinary challenges. The ancient Greeks looked to these stories to explain everything from thunderstorms caused by the powerful Zeus to the changing seasons, marked by Persephone's annual journey to the underworld. But beyond these explanations, mythology offered guidance about love, courage, wisdom, and fate, helping people understand not just the natural world, but themselves. You might not realize it, but these ancient myths quietly surround us, even today. When we speak of someone's Achilles heel, or describe a difficult task as Herculean, we're referencing these age-old stories, often without thinking about it. Greek mythology has left subtle marks on our language, literature, psychology, and popular culture, shaping how we think and communicate. In this video, we'll explore the fascinating world of Greek mythology together, from the very creation of the universe, through the adventures of gods and heroes, to the dramatic stories of humans who dared to challenge their fates. You'll meet Zeus, king of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom, Poseidon, lord of the seas, and heroes like brave Heracles, cunning Odysseus, and courageous Achilles. Along the way, we'll dive into epic quests, tragic romances, thrilling adventures, and quiet lessons that still resonate thousands of years later. As always, there's no need to focus on visuals or the screen. Think of this as a cozy storytelling session, ideal for relaxing, winding down, or simply letting your imagination drift as you listen along. Whether you're settling in for a peaceful evening, doing some work, or just curious about these ancient tales, feel free to get comfy, grab a snack, and let these stories gently guide you. So gather around the fire, so to speak, as we embark on this journey together, stepping into an ancient world filled with mystery, adventure, and timeless wisdom. By the end of our journey, you'll have explored Greek mythology from start to finish, and you'll understand why these captivating stories continue to quietly speak to us, thousands of years after they were first told. Let's jump in.
Let's jump in.
Long before the first sunrise lit the sky, before the first wave broke on any shore, there existed only chaos. But this chaos wasn't the kind of chaos we might think of today. No wars, no disasters, no confusion, just an empty void, vast and silent, stretching endlessly into darkness. Imagine yourself back then, sitting around a small campfire on a quiet night, as an elder begins this tale, their voice low but clear, weaving together the very first story ever told. From this endless nothingness, something extraordinary began to happen. Out of the silence emerged the very first being, Gaia, the Earth Mother. She was immense, powerful, and alive in every sense of the word. She wasn't simply the ground beneath your feet. She was the spirit and body of the earth itself. As Gaia awoke, mountains rose from her form, valleys stretched out, and vast plains opened wide. She became the solid foundation of the world, patiently waiting for life to grow. But the earth was not alone for long. Soon after Gaia emerged, another being quietly formed from the darkness. Deep beneath Gaia herself, deeper than any cave or canyon, appeared Tartarus, a place so distant, so dark, it lay far beneath the earth. Tartarus was a shadowy abyss, hidden from sight, and forever separated from the surface world. Even to the ancient Greeks, its depth was unimaginable, its darkness absolute. It was a place that would one day imprison powerful beings, but for now, it simply existed, silent, hidden, and waiting. Gaia, however, still held within herself the desire to create and shape the world. From her own being, she brought forth Uranus, the sky, who spread himself endlessly above her. Imagine the first sky stretching out for the very first time, open, vast, and filled with quiet majesty. Uranus covered Gaia completely, sheltering her beneath a dome of infinite expanse, filled with stars, the moon, and all that we now see when we look upward at night. Earth and sky Gaia and Uranus existed together, forever joined yet always separated, partners in the earliest chapter of existence. Still, Gaia's creativity wasn't finished. Without a partner, she produced yet another child. Pontus, the sea. Waters began to flow, quietly covering large portions of her surface. The endless ocean stretched out from her form, calm and mighty at once, meeting the horizon beneath Uranus's watchful gaze. Pontus embodied the vast, unknown waters, an elemental being who existed alongside his mother Gaia, his presence ensuring that the earth was not simply dry land, but balanced by the power and mystery of the seas. Now, let's pause a moment to picture these primordial beings clearly, as the ancient Greeks might have. Gaia, the earth, firm and patient beneath your feet. Uranus, the boundless sky stretching endlessly above. Pontus, the endless sea surrounding you, powerful yet calm. And Tartarus, the dark abyss lying unseen and unknowable far beneath. These were not gods in the sense we usually think of them, living on Mount Olympus and interacting directly with humans. Instead, they were ancient, powerful beings who quietly shaped the very fabric of reality. These four, Gaia, Uranus, Pontus, and Tartarus, were among the first great powers of existence, each with their distinct realms. Gaia represented stability, the nurturing ground where all life would soon flourish. Uranus was infinite expanse, the realm of stars, planets, and celestial mysteries, forever out of reach, yet always present. Pontus was the endless ocean, deep and unknowable, surrounding and sustaining the world. And Tartarus was the quiet darkness deep below, the hidden place that held secrets none could fathom. Together, these ancient beings formed the world as the Greeks knew it, long before humans ever walked the earth. Each had a clear role, each quietly holding sway over a part of existence, bringing balance and structure from the emptiness of chaos. Sitting around our imaginary campfire, listening to this tale, we can sense why the ancient Greeks found comfort and wonder in these stories. This was their way of understanding where everything began. Beneath their feet, the sky above their heads, the ocean that surrounded them, and the mysterious darkness they could never fully comprehend. Now, with these primordial beings established, their stories would soon become more complicated, involving their offspring, conflicts, and new generations of powerful gods and heroes. But for now, our tale remains focused simply on this first act of creation. Gaia emerging from chaos, bringing forth Uranus, Pontus, and Tartarus, quietly setting the stage for everything that followed. These primordial forces were not worshipped or approached in quite the same way as later gods. They were more distant, powerful entities, respected, feared, and admired for their immense strength, but also mysterious and remote, seldom directly involved in human lives. Instead, they represented the essential building blocks of the world, giving context to everything that would later unfold. They shaped the cosmos long before gods, heroes, or mortals walked the earth. Their presence is felt quietly in every myth and legend that follows, underlying all future tales, as the silent foundation on which the universe rests. And so, gathered around our ancient campfire, beneath a sky now filled with stars, we sit in quiet awe, imagining these beings, and how it must have felt to witness the world's creation unfolding for the very first time. This is just the beginning. There are many more stories to tell, but the mysteries of how the world first took shape, emerging slowly and silently from chaos, will always be among the most powerful and profound ever told. Long after the first beings emerged from chaos, Gaia, the earth, Uranus, the sky, Pontus, the sea, and Tartarus, the dark abyss, a new generation of powerful figures appeared. These were the Titans, mighty beings born of Gaia and Uranus, who came to rule over the early cosmos. Together, Gaia and Uranus brought 12 Titans into existence. Each Titan possessed immense power, and had a unique role within the early universe. Oceanus, eldest of the Titans, embodied the endless waters that encircled the earth, his immense and winding rivers quietly nourishing every corner of the world. Hyperion was the brilliant Titan of heavenly light, illuminating existence with the sun's warmth, the moon's glow, and the gentle radiance of the dawn. Coeus, guardian of celestial wisdom, quietly watched over the mysteries of stars and constellations, while his brother Creus presided over the movement and positions of those celestial bodies, bringing order to the night sky. Iapetus stood as a symbol of mortal life and its trials, a representation of human endurance and resilience that would come to influence later generations. Then there was Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, whose quiet strength was matched only by his deep ambition. Alongside Cronus stood Rhea, gentle yet formidable, who embodied motherhood and fertility. Themis, guardian of divine law and order, whose wisdom would guide the very fabric of justice. Mnemosyne, keeper of memory, quietly ensuring that tales and knowledge would survive. Tethys, Oceanus's companion, who nurtured countless freshwater springs and rivers. Theia, whose gentle brilliance made precious metals and gems sparkle, illuminating the natural beauty of the world. Phoebe, who represented prophetic wisdom and the deeper truths of existence, illuminating the minds of gods and mortals alike. Yet among these powerful siblings, it was Cronus who held a destiny unlike any other. While the other Titans ruled peacefully in their domains, Uranus, their father and the ruler of the cosmos, looked upon his offspring with growing dread. Each child was strong, mighty, and full of potential, too much potential, in the eyes of the fearful sky god. Uranus, deeply unsettled by their strength, imprisoned Gaia's other offspring, particularly the mighty Cyclopes, one-eyed giants of incredible craftsmanship, and the formidable Hecaton Hyres, beings with 50 heads and 100 powerful arms, deep within Tartarus. Gaia, heartbroken and grieving deeply for the children trapped beneath her surface, suffered endlessly. Their imprisonment was a constant pain she silently endured, yet her sorrow soon hardened into quiet determination. Resolving to free her children and end Uranus's cruelty, Gaia crafted a weapon, a sharp, curved sickle forged from adamant, a substance so strong it could cut even a god. She approached each Titan in turn, imploring them to stand against Uranus and free their siblings. But each of them hesitated, fearful of Uranus's immense power. Only Cronus, the youngest yet bravest, agreed to take on this dangerous task. Accepting the sickle, Cronus prepared himself for the decisive moment that would change the cosmos forever. When Uranus next descended upon Gaia, Cronus was ready. Waiting quietly and hidden in darkness, he watched his father approach the earth. As Uranus extended himself over Gaia, Cronus swiftly struck, wielding the adamant sickle and wounding his father deeply. With this single act, Uranus was overthrown. His power and reign ended in an instant. As the defeated sky god fell away, he uttered a terrible curse upon Cronus, foretelling that one day Cronus would suffer the same fate, betrayed and overthrown by one of his own children. Ignoring this dark prophecy in the glow of victory, Cronus took command of the cosmos. His rule was powerful, authoritative, yet quiet and measured. Alongside his siblings, he ushered in the era known as the Golden Age, a time of peace, harmony, and abundance. Under his leadership, the earth provided effortlessly, crops flourished without human labor, rivers flowed gently and reliably, and the very world seemed tranquil and stable. Cronus married his sister, Rhea, whose nurturing spirit and quiet strength complemented his powerful yet anxious nature. Together, they oversaw an era where the cosmos thrived under gentle order, yet Cronus remained troubled by his father's ominous words. Haunted by the prophecy, Cronus became increasingly suspicious, always wary of the threat he believed his children might pose.
Unlike other value meals, Arby's new $7.99 meat and 3 box has 3 sides, not just one. It's more meal for your money. Seriously, It's more meal for your money. Well, where'd that come from?
Arby's, we have the meat.
Total power begins with a network as powerful as you. Switch to Total Wireless with the power of a best 5G network and get a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI. We never slow you down. That's a Total Power move.
Get a TurboTax expert who gets your small business.
Watch the Winter Olympics, February 6th through 22nd. With NBC Universal's coverage on YouTube TV. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
When every day feels the same, one man wants more.
I need an adventure.
So Ken goes to Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
So if I book my flight now but my stay later...
Book now or add later. You still save.
Thanks, voice in the sky.
The more Ken travels, the more he saves. Bundling flights, stays, and cars.
Good horsey.
He even got this rental with his rewards.
In Ken Math, it was free.
Ken, in Italy, they also drive on the right.
Oh, me scusi.
Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Each time Rhea gave birth, Cronus, his heart darkened by paranoia, would immediately seize the newborn child and swallow it whole, imprisoning his offspring deep within himself, a place he believed no prophecy could reach. Rhea watched helplessly, her heart breaking each time her children vanished within Cronus's depths. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, all swallowed whole, their fates unknown, lost within their father's belly. But when Rhea found herself expecting another child, she resolved fiercely that she would protect this one at any cost. As the birth drew near, she secretly traveled far from Cronus's watchful eye to the distant island of Crete. There, in a quiet cave hidden among the rugged cliffs and shaded by thick forest, she gave birth to a son, Zeus. With her newborn safe, Rhea crafted a clever deception. Wrapping a smooth, heavy stone in swaddling clothes, she returned home and presented it to Cronus as their new child. Cronus, blinded by fear and suspicion, swallowed the stone without hesitation, satisfied he had once again prevented his father's prophecy from coming true. Meanwhile, Zeus was hidden safely away on the rugged slopes of Mount Ida in Crete, far from Cronus's watchful eyes. In a secluded cave tucked high among rocky cliffs and sheltered by dense forests, the infant god grew, tended carefully by the gentle goat Amalthea. Her milk nourished him, giving Zeus strength and vitality. Her care became legendary, so much so that her broken horn became the cornucopia, forever symbolizing abundance and prosperity. But Amalthea wasn't Zeus's only protector. To ensure Cronus would never hear the child's cries, a group of fierce warriors known as the Curetes took on a sacred duty. Whenever Zeus wept, the Curetes would clash their weapons, banging swords against bronze shields, creating a powerful cacophony that echoed loudly through the mountains. To an outsider, this racket appeared as a mere display of military practice or battle drills. Yet, in truth, each ringing clash of metal masked the infant's cries, shielding the hidden god from Cronus's relentless paranoia. Zeus thrived under this careful protection. As years passed, the small, helpless child became a formidable youth, strong and determined. His upbringing amidst Crete's rugged wilderness forged him into a capable and intelligent figure. Every day he trained himself, climbing steep cliffs and running tirelessly through dense forests. He learned from nature itself, studying the movements of storms, the strength of the wind, and the subtle changes of the sky. Even in his youth, he seemed destined to master the heavens, commanding the very elements around him with an instinctive ease. When Zeus finally came of age, fully aware of the grim fate awaiting his siblings, he began quietly plotting how to confront Cronus and bring justice to the imprisoned gods. But Zeus knew physical strength alone would never suffice. Cronus, after all, was powerful, cunning, and vigilant. To defeat him, Zeus needed wisdom, cunning, and subtlety, qualities he found in abundance within the Titaness Medes. a figure famed throughout the cosmos for her intelligence, cleverness, and resourceful insight. Metis quickly recognized Zeus's potential, seeing in him the leader who could finally overthrow Cronus's tyranny. Together, they devised a careful, intricate plan to rescue Zeus's siblings. Metis, expert in herbs and potions, crafted a powerful elixir designed to reverse Cronus's cruel deeds. This potion held the unique power to force Cronus to release the siblings he had swallowed, restoring their strength and form. With Metis' guidance, Zeus disguised himself, carefully adopting the humble appearance of a young cupbearer, innocent, loyal, and entirely beneath Cronus's suspicion. One evening, as Cronus sat upon his throne, surrounded by his Titan siblings, Zeus approached quietly, presenting his father with a goblet filled with sweet wine, cunningly laced with Metis' potent elixir. Cronus, suspecting nothing and believing himself secure, drank deeply from the cup. Immediately, a fierce pain seized him, racking his mighty form and forcing him into uncontrollable agony. One by one, he released Zeus's siblings: Hestia, the gentle goddess of the hearth; Demeter, wise protector of harvests; Hera, whose strength would one day rule Olympus by Zeus's side; Hades, destined lord of the underworld; and Poseidon, future king of seas and storms, all now fully grown, powerful, and prepared for vengeance. United at last, Zeus and his newly freed siblings swore a solemn oath to end Cronus's reign and restore balance to the cosmos. Thus began the brutal and legendary Titanomachy, a fierce war between the Titans of old and the new Olympian gods. The fighting raged furiously, each battle shaking mountains, leveling forests, and reshaping the earth itself. For 10 exhausting years, neither side gained a decisive advantage. Titans and Olympians battled relentlessly, wielding strength that left the very skies trembling. Yet, even Zeus realized that sheer power alone wasn't enough. Victory demanded even stronger allies. He remembered the imprisoned siblings of Gaia, the Cyclops and the mighty Hecaton, who languished deep within Tartarus. Zeus bravely descended into that dark abyss, a place so foreboding that even gods rarely dared approach it. Within the shadows of Tartarus, Zeus found and freed the grateful Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, who eagerly pledged their allegiance, joining the battle with fierce dedication. To thank Zeus for their freedom, the Cyclops, brilliant smiths of legendary skill, forged extraordinary weapons. For Zeus, they crafted thunderbolts, glowing weapons of lightning, imbued with such devastating power that no force could withstand them. Poseidon received a mighty trident capable of commanding the seas themselves, summoning storms and tidal waves at will. Hades was granted a magical helmet of darkness, enabling him to move unseen, striking from the shadows with deadly precision. Armed with these weapons, the Olympians surged forward in the war. The tide began to turn decisively, but the true game changers were the towering Hecatoncheires. With their 100 powerful arms, they hurled enormous boulders and mountains at the Titans, who struggled to defend against this overwhelming assault. The combined power of Olympian gods, Cyclopean weapons, and the unstoppable strength of the 100-handed giants finally shattered Titan resistance. One by one, Cronus and his allies were captured and bound. Zeus, having achieved a hard-fought victory, judged the defeated Titans firmly but fairly. Cronus and his fellow Titans were cast down deep into Tartarus, imprisoned within the dark and endless abyss, forever guarded by the vigilant and formidable Hecatoncheires. Their imprisonment marked a decisive shift in cosmic order, ending the era of Titan rule once and for all. Now victorious and free from the looming threat of Cronus's prophecy, Zeus and his siblings established a new divine order. Zeus himself assumed the throne as king of gods, ruler of the vast heavens and the natural order of things. Poseidon became master of the oceans and waters, his mighty trident ensuring calm seas or fierce storms at his command. Hades quietly took dominion over the underworld, becoming its stern yet fair ruler, overseeing the realms of the departed. Hera, Zeus's sister and eventual queen, embodied loyalty, marriage, and divine order, guiding the relationships and interactions among gods and mortals alike. Demeter blessed the world with abundant harvests and fertile fields, nurturing humanity and providing the sustenance needed for civilization to thrive. Finally, Hestia watched over hearths and homes, a quiet yet ever-present force of warmth and security within families and communities. The defeat of Cronus and the Titans marked more than just a victory in battle. It represented a profound turning point in the balance of the cosmos. The Olympian gods reshaped the world in their image, establishing a new order that would endure for ages to come. Yet despite their defeat and imprisonment, the Titans were never completely forgotten. Their stories lingered quietly within myths and legends, reminders of a bygone era of primal power, formidable strength, and fierce ambition. Even in defeat, their legacy lived on, influencing the Olympians and humanity itself in countless subtle ways. Thus ended the age of the Titans as Zeus's reign began, a reign that would echo throughout history, defining the world of gods and mortals forevermore. With the powerful Titans defeated and locked deep inside Tartarus, Zeus and his siblings had a huge task ahead: to rebuild the world and create order out of chaos. After 10 long years of war, it was finally time to bring peace and structure to both gods and mortals. The Olympians chose a towering mountain as their new home, a place known as Mount Olympus. Its peak was so high, covered in mist and snow, that it seemed to brush against the sky itself. Here, Zeus built a magnificent palace, gleaming with gold and silver, filled with marble halls and gardens full of beautiful, sweet-smelling flowers. Around the main hall stood thrones, each uniquely designed for the god or goddess who would sit there. Zeus, leader of the victorious Olympians, naturally became king of the gods, ruling over the skies. His throne sat highest, overlooking all below. The Cyclopes, grateful for their freedom, had crafted for him powerful lightning bolts, symbols of his great authority. Though Zeus was wise and mostly fair, he was also known to act impulsively, sometimes letting his emotions get the better of him, just like humans do. He became protector of justice, hospitality, and law, values deeply important to the Greeks. Poseidon, Zeus's mighty brother, took control of the seas and all waterways. He ruled from a dazzling underwater palace, crafted from coral and shimmering gems, hidden deep beneath the ocean near the mythical city of Atlantis. Sailors respected and feared Poseidon, praying to him before voyages, as his mood could quickly shift from calm to stormy. Armed with a trident, a powerful weapon made by the Cyclops, he commanded storms, waves, and even earthquakes, proving his strength and unpredictable temper. The third brother, Hades, took charge of the underworld, a dark place hidden beneath the earth. Many feared him, thinking him cruel, but in reality, Hades was fair and quiet, simply ruling over the souls of the departed. Guarded by his three-headed dog Cerberus, the gates of the underworld led to shadowy rivers and caverns, lit only by a pale glow. Hades moved unseen through both the human and divine worlds, thanks to a special helmet that made him invisible, quietly carrying out his duties. With the sky, sea, and underworld ruled by the brothers, the other Olympian gods stepped forward to play their own important roles in maintaining balance. Hera, Zeus's sister and queen, watched over marriage, families, and loyalty. Sitting next to Zeus, she kept a careful eye on the human world, fiercely protective of couples and families. But beneath her graceful presence, Hera often struggled with jealousy, especially due to Zeus's many affairs, which caused endless drama in their divine household. Demeter, gentle and caring, took responsibility for agriculture and the earth's fertility. It was she who ensured crops grew and seasons changed, making her essential for human survival. People worshipped her through festivals like the Eleusinian Mysteries, celebrating the cycle of life and rebirth. Quiet and humble Hestia became the guardian of the home and hearth. Apollo, bright and talented, became god of the sun, music, healing, and prophecy. Each morning he drove his shining golden chariot across the sky, bringing light and warmth to the world. Apollo's music on his golden lyre enchanted anyone who heard it, and people traveled great distances to visit his oracle at Delphi, seeking answers and guidance. His twin sister Artemis took charge of the moon, hunting and wild places. Artemis was fiercely independent, roaming freely through forests and mountains with her deer and nymph companions. She protected nature and women, often helping with childbirth, but punishing those who disrespected her. Artemis's silver bow symbolized both purity and strength. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, was born from ocean foam near the island of Cyprus. Her extraordinary beauty influenced gods and mortals alike, sparking passion and romance wherever she went. Married to the skilled but quiet Hephaestus, Aphrodite often caused tension with her romantic adventures, especially her secret affair with the warrior god, Ares.
What makes Arby's $7.99 meat in 3 bucks even better? Fish. That's right. The meal that gives you 3 sides now includes the choice of a crispy fish sandwich. Talk about more meal for your money.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Hey, Meta, how many calories have I burned?
784 calories.
Okay.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
Right now, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on this Chevy Silverado. Or get $5,350 in total value.
On Rover, there's a service for every dog and cat. First, we offer overnight boarding. Your pet will stay overnight in your sitter's home and not only be treated like part of the family, but treated like a king or queen honey. Next, we have house sitting. Your sitter takes care of your pet and your home. What's better than that? Next up, dog walking. If you're busy and your pup needs to burn some energy, Rover is the way to go. Then we have doggy daycare. Your dog spends the day having a blast at their sitter's home, and you pick them up tired out and happy at the end of the day. And lastly, we have drop-in visits. Your sitter will drop by your house to play, feed, and give your pet a potty break or clean the litter box. This is perfect for cats. We've got all pet owners could ever need at rover.com.
Hephaestus himself, though born lame and often underestimated, became the greatest craftsman on Olympus. In his forge beneath volcanic mountains, he created incredible weapons, armor, jewelry, and inventions with skill and dedication. Quiet and humble, Hephaestus earned respect for his unmatched talent. As these Olympian gods took their places, they began shaping human life in profound ways, influencing everything from agriculture and war to marriage and family. Together, their rich, complex personalities and relationships sparked countless fascinating stories, stories still told today, reminding us of the gods' very human flaws and virtues. These tales, full of adventure and drama, continue to teach valuable lessons about life, love, and morality, connecting humanity deeply with the divine world of Mount Olympus. With the Olympians now settled on Mount Olympus, new gods stepped forward, each playing their own special role in shaping the world below. Among these gods was Hermes, the quick, clever messenger of Olympus. With his winged sandals and traveler's cloak, he could swiftly move between heaven, earth, and the underworld, delivering messages and guiding souls to their final resting place. Known for his cleverness and charm, Hermes was also the god of trade and travel. He once famously stole Apollo's cattle as a playful newborn, showcasing his wit from the very start. Even when caught, Hermes managed to smooth things over by giving Apollo a beautiful lyre he had made, instantly earning Apollo's forgiveness and friendship. Then there was Ares, the fierce and feared god of war. Unlike Athena, who favored strategy and planning, Ares was all about chaos, passion, and brute strength. He represented the harsh truth about conflict, that it was sometimes violent, messy, and unavoidable. The other gods often found him difficult to deal with, especially because of his hot temper and love for battle. Yet despite this, Ares was deeply respected by warriors who prayed to him for courage and victory, understanding that he embodied the raw, unstoppable spirit of war itself. In contrast to the intensity of Ares stood Dionysus, the joyful and unpredictable god of wine, celebration, and ecstasy. He brought humans away to forget their troubles and find happiness, even if only for a night. Dionysus traveled widely, teaching people how to grow grapes and make wine, inspiring wild festivals full of dancing, singing, and laughter. But Dionysus was more than just a god of parties. He also symbolized the idea of rebirth and renewal. His followers believed that losing themselves in celebration helped them reconnect with the divine and find deeper meaning in life. Together, these new Olympian gods completed a diverse family representing all parts of human life, the good and the bad, the wise and the foolish. They often acted just like people, with strong emotions and complicated relationships. Zeus, their king, was powerful, but far from perfect. His many romantic adventures often caused drama and arguments within Olympus. Hera, his wife, fiercely protected marriage and family, but her jealousy led to countless conflicts whenever Zeus strayed. Poseidon, god of the sea, was both respected and feared for his control over oceans and earthquakes. He had a temper as stormy as the seas he ruled, capable of creating calm waters one minute and terrifying storms the next. Athena, the wise warrior goddess, born from Zeus's forehead, offered guidance in battle and helped humans master crafts and skills. Apollo, god of music and prophecy, guided humans toward truth through his oracle at Delphi. His twin sister Artemis fiercely guarded nature, animals, and women, roaming the wild places and protecting those who respected the balance of nature. Aphrodite, the beautiful goddess of love, often found herself at the heart of drama on Olympus because of her affairs, particularly with Ares. Married to Hephaestus, the quiet and gifted craftsman god, Aphrodite's love life often caused tension and intrigue among the gods. Yet Hephaestus was always focused on creating wondrous things in his forge beneath Olympus, crafting powerful weapons and beautiful artifacts, showing his resilience despite being underestimated due to his limp and humble nature. These gods quickly became part of human lives, with cities choosing specific deities to honor and worship. Athens built temples for Athena after she gifted them the olive tree, symbolizing wisdom and prosperity. Sparta praised Ares for their military strength, and Corinth celebrated Aphrodite's beauty through festivals and rituals. People everywhere prayed to the gods, offered sacrifices, and sought divine favor in their daily lives. Zeus's rule also brought a sense of justice and morality. Stories often taught important lessons, punishing those who acted arrogantly and rewarding those who showed humility and respect. Apollo's victory over the monstrous Python at Delphi taught about triumphing over evil, while Dionysus's adventures taught humans the joy and danger of letting go and enjoying life's pleasures. Artemis protected wildlife, teaching respect for the natural world and its delicate balance. Yet, life on Olympus was never completely peaceful. Aphrodite's relationships created tension with Hephaestus, who often felt embarrassed or upset by her infidelity. Hera's constant anger at Zeus's affairs led to revenge and drama, both on Olympus and down among mortals. Apollo and Artemis fiercely defended their mother, Leto, against Hera's jealousy, causing more disputes. Yet despite all their disagreements, the gods understood they needed each other. They knew their combined strength and unity kept the world in balance. Despite his faults, Zeus was generally a wise and fair leader, making decisions that affected both gods and humans. People respected Zeus deeply, creating festivals like the Olympic Games to honor him, and rituals like the Eleusinian Mysteries to honor Demeter, teaching about life's deeper meanings. Ultimately, the establishment of Olympus became more than just a myth. It shaped how the Greeks understood their world and their place in it. The gods reflected humanity's emotions, struggles, dreams, and fears. Their stories, passed down through generations, helped people understand right and wrong, life and death, joy and sorrow. The Olympian family became timeless, their tales remaining fascinating and meaningful, forever etched in human imagination. After the Olympians had settled into their glorious home on Mount Olympus, they turned their eyes toward the world below, a land that needed inhabitants to care for it. Among all the powerful gods, one stood out as particularly fond of these future mortals: Prometheus, the wise and gentle Titan, known for his compassion and cleverness. His story would forever be linked with the creation of humanity, explaining why our lives, even now, are filled with struggle, resilience, and hope. Back when the earth was young and untouched, Zeus gave Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus an important task: filling the world with living creatures. Epimetheus was eager to help, but unlike his careful brother, he was impulsive and acted without thinking ahead. Quickly, he started giving out gifts to all the animals. Some got strength, others speed, sharp teeth, thick fur, or wings. But Epimetheus didn't plan ahead, and before he knew it, he had given away all the good qualities, leaving nothing useful for humans. Seeing his brother's mistake, Prometheus stepped in. He carefully took clay and water, shaping each human figure with great attention and care. He formed these first humans gently, molding them with thoughtful hands until they resembled the gods themselves, beautifully made, fragile, yet full of potential. Prometheus breathed into them a small spark of divine life, making them special, full of possibility, capable of greatness despite their vulnerability. However, life was not easy for these first humans. They had no sharp claws, no thick fur to keep them warm, and no great strength. They shivered in the cold, feared wild animals, and huddled together, vulnerable to darkness and storms. Prometheus watched their struggles and felt deep sorrow. He knew they needed something powerful, something that could help them survive and build a better life. The one thing humans needed most was fire, but fire was sacred, protected closely by Zeus, and reserved only for the gods. Zeus knew if humans had fire, they would grow strong, creative, and independent, perhaps even powerful enough to challenge the gods someday. So Zeus refused to share it, hoping to keep humans forever dependent. But Prometheus couldn't stand seeing humans suffer. So one night, he crept quietly to Olympus, slipping past the watching eyes of the other gods. He took a small ember from the sacred hearth and carefully hid it inside a hollow stalk of fennel. Sneaking away, he carried the precious gift down to the humans below. When the people saw fire for the first time, they stared in wonder and amazement. This warm, glowing flame changed everything. It gave them warmth, safety, cooked food, and encouraged them to build, invent, and dream. Fire became the heart of their new civilization. But Zeus was furious when he found out about Prometheus's theft. Angry at this betrayal, Zeus sentenced the gentle Titan to a terrible punishment. He chained Prometheus to a lonely, rocky mountain in the distant Caucasus, where each day a huge eagle would swoop down, tearing at Prometheus's liver. Every night, the liver would heal, only for the eagle to return and repeat the torment. Despite this endless suffering, Prometheus never regretted his choice, bearing his punishment with dignity, forever symbolizing courage, kindness, and sacrifice. Yet
Califia organic soy milk. Irresistibly good, with 8 grams of protein.
Grand Canyon University. It's purpose-driven education. Visit gcu.edu.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays, for those who love family resorts, and for those who do not. There we go. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
This is the big moment here.
Superhuman.
It's simply flawless.
Absolutely beautiful.
For small business owners, taxes was more questions than answers. Now taxes is done for you with a TurboTax expert who knows your industry inside and out and gives you the best advice So your small business can really take off. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Zeus's anger didn't stop there. He wanted humans to remember their weakness, to ensure they knew their place. Zeus devised a clever, cruel plan to remind them of their vulnerability. He ordered the skilled god Hephaestus to create the first woman from clay. Her name was Pandora. She was stunningly beautiful, kind, graceful, and irresistible. The gods gave her many wonderful gifts. Aphrodite blessed her with charm, Hermes gave her cleverness, and Athena granted her wisdom and elegance. But Zeus added something else, a sealed box filled with secret troubles and sorrows, though Pandora herself knew nothing of what lay inside. Pandora was sent to Epimetheus, who eagerly accepted her as his bride, ignoring the warnings Prometheus had given him about accepting gifts from Zeus. Pandora, filled with curiosity about the mysterious box, struggled to resist opening it. Eventually, unable to hold back her curiosity, she lifted the lid just a crack, and immediately countless miseries poured out. Sickness, sadness, war, famine, envy, and anger escaped, quickly spreading to all humankind. Horrified, Pandora slammed the box shut as fast as she could, trapping inside a single precious thing: hope. Although human life was forever marked by suffering and difficulty, hope remained, quietly waiting, offering comfort and strength in even the darkest of times. As humanity began to adjust to life after Pandora unleashed her famous box, they entered a series of distinct ages, each defined by how mortals lived and interacted with the gods. These ages captured the highs and lows of human nature, from peaceful harmony to conflict, bravery to suffering. Each period was unique, teaching valuable lessons that would guide humanity through time. First came the Golden Age, an almost mythical era of peace and contentment. Under the gentle rule of Cronus, humans lived without fear, hunger, or pain. The world was bountiful, and people never had to struggle or toil. Fruit grew freely from trees, rivers flowed clear and clean, and the land offered its riches willingly. Humans knew no violence, and their lives were easy and joyful, untouched by sorrow or sickness. Death itself was a gentle event, a peaceful passing into a restful afterlife. When their lives ended, these fortunate souls became benevolent spirits who watched over humanity, silently guiding and protecting those who followed. Yet all good things eventually change, and the Silver Age followed. This era marked the shift from perfect innocence to something more complicated. Zeus now ruled from Olympus, and humans began to forget their duties to the gods. They grew careless and ungrateful, neglecting to offer sacrifices or honor the divine beings who had granted them so much. Their lives, though still comfortable, became filled with selfishness and disregard for tradition. Zeus, seeing their disrespect, became deeply disappointed. He ended the Silver Age suddenly, teaching humanity an important lesson about gratitude. Though the souls of this age still became honored spirits, they were forever seen as lesser beings compared to their Golden Age ancestors, their legacy forever marked by their failure to appreciate divine generosity. From this disappointment emerged the Bronze Age, an era defined by its obsession with war, strength, and conflict. Humans discovered how to craft bronze into weapons and armor, and instead of using these skills for good, they turned them toward endless battles. This was a world consumed by violence, where strength and power were the only measures of worth. War replaced peace, and compassion was replaced by aggression. Societies built walls and armies, constantly battling for dominance. Yet this relentless pursuit of power proved their downfall, as humans ultimately destroyed each other through endless conflict. Unlike their predecessors, these souls left no lasting legacy of protection or wisdom, only the grim lesson of the dangers of unchecked aggression. But after this harsh era of warfare came something truly special, the legendary Age of Heroes. Unlike any age before, this time was filled with extraordinary individuals who whose bravery and courage became the stuff of legends. Mortals like Hercules, famed for his 12 impossible labors. Achilles, whose courage and strength defined the Trojan War. Perseus, who defeated Medusa and saved kingdoms. And Odysseus, who undertook incredible journeys filled with adventures, monsters, and magic, all rose to prominence. These heroes didn't just survive, they overcame tremendous odds, faced down monsters, challenged gods, and completed quests that became famous for generations. Unlike those who lived before, many heroes who died bravely found eternal peace in the Elysian fields, a paradise reserved for those who demonstrated courage and honor. Here, they enjoyed an afterlife of happiness and glory, forever remembered as shining examples of human potential. Finally came the Iron Age, the challenging era in which humanity now lives. Unlike earlier periods marked by abundance or heroism, the Iron Age has been tough. Life is filled with struggle, hardship, and uncertainty. People must work hard, often with limited rewards. Conflict, injustice, greed, and deceit are common struggles. Yet despite these difficulties, humans continue to persevere, holding tightly onto hope, the very thing Pandora left behind in her box. In this age, the gods seem distant and rarely intervene. Mortals rely largely on their own strength and resilience, drawing inspiration from Prometheus's brave gift of fire, which symbolizes the spark of creativity, ingenuity, and determination that defines humanity. Even when life feels overwhelmingly difficult, humans in this age continue striving to improve their condition, innovate, and maintain a sense of justice and compassion. Together, these 5 ages form a rich and intricate story about humanity's journey, highlighting both our potential and our shortcomings. Prometheus's courage and defiance serve as a reminder of human ingenuity and the determination to improve our lot, no matter the cost. His compassion represents humanity's boundless spirit of innovation and resilience. In contrast, Pandora's story symbolizes the complexity of human nature, the tension between curiosity and consequence, hardship and hope. It teaches us that while suffering may be unavoidable, hope remains a powerful force capable of guiding humanity through even the darkest of times. Each age teaches a unique lesson. The Golden Age reminds us of the value of harmony, simplicity, and kindness. The Silver Age warns us against arrogance, neglect, and ingratitude toward those who help us. The Bronze Age serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of violence, aggression, and unchecked ambition. The Age of Heroes inspires courage, valor, and the pursuit of excellence, showing that individuals can rise to extraordinary heights through bravery and integrity. Lastly, the Iron Age reflects the reality of human life, marked by complexity, struggle, and moral ambiguity, but also resilience, adaptability, and hope. Long after Zeus and his siblings took their thrones on Olympus, the world below began to take shape, filling up with humans, animals, and mysterious creatures. But soon, Zeus noticed that humans were becoming greedy, cruel, and disrespectful toward the gods. Furious, he decided to start over and wash away humanity with a great flood. Yet Zeus didn't want all humans gone. He remembered 2 kind and respectful people, Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha, who still honored the gods and treated others well. Deucalion was the son of Prometheus, the clever titan who had created humans from clay and gifted them with the precious secret of fire. Pyrrha was the gentle and wise daughter of Epimetheus, Prometheus's brother, and Pandora, the woman who had once opened a mysterious box and unintentionally unleashed trouble into the world. Despite their complicated heritage, Deucalion and Pyrrha were thoughtful, honest, and kind-hearted people, known far and wide for their humility and deep reverence toward the gods. They were the perfect choice to survive Zeus's impending wrath. Prometheus, still chained to a lonely mountaintop as punishment for helping humanity, watched the sky darken and knew what Zeus planned to do. Desperate to save his beloved son, Prometheus found a way to secretly communicate his warning to Deucalion, urging him to prepare immediately. Trusting his father completely, Deucalion quickly set to work, building a large wooden chest. More than just a boat, it was sturdy, tightly sealed, and carefully constructed to withstand the fury Zeus was about to unleash. He worked tirelessly, knowing the chest would be the only hope for himself and Pyrrha. Soon enough, dark storm clouds rolled in, blocking out the sun. Thunder cracked loudly across the heavens. Lightning flashed fiercely, and the rain started falling. At first it seemed ordinary, but the rainfall quickly intensified, pouring from the sky without any pause. Rivers burst their banks, lakes overflowed, and the oceans rose rapidly, swallowing entire towns, forests, and eventually even the tallest mountains. No matter where people tried to escape, there was no safety to be found. Only Deucalion and Pyrrha survived, sealed safely inside their wooden chest, riding the waves atop the endless, stormy sea. After 9 long, exhausting days, the rain finally began to ease, and soon the floodwaters slowly receded. Their chest eventually came to rest on the quiet, high peaks of Mount Parnassus. As they stepped out, Deucalion and Pyrrha gazed around in shock and sorrow. The entire world was quiet and empty, covered in mud and debris, completely silent except for the dripping of water. They searched desperately for signs of life, calling out in vain. They quickly realized they were truly alone, the last 2 humans on Earth. Heartbroken and uncertain of what to do next, Deucalion and Pyrrha felt overwhelmed by their loneliness. They knew they couldn't rebuild humanity on their own without guidance. Together, they made their way down the mountain to a sacred site, the Temple of Themis, the wise goddess of justice and prophecy. Kneeling humbly before her altar, they begged for advice on how to restore life to the empty world. Themis, deeply moved by their sincere plea, answered with a cryptic instruction: "Throw behind you the bones of your mother." At first, Deucalion and Pyrrha were horrified. They couldn't imagine disturbing their mother's bones. It felt wrong and disrespectful. Confused, they sat together, quietly pondering the oracle's strange words. Suddenly, Deucalion's eyes brightened with understanding. He realized the goddess had given them a riddle. The mother she referred to wasn't their human mothers, it was Mother Earth herself. The bones she spoke of were not real bones at all, but stones scattered across the muddy landscape around them. Relieved and hopeful, they stood and began collecting stones from the ground. With quiet reverence, they each took turns throwing the stones gently behind their backs, just as the goddess had instructed. As each stone touched the earth, an extraordinary thing began to happen. The stones began shifting and transforming before their very eyes, changing from cold, lifeless rock into warm, breathing human forms. Stones tossed by Deucalion slowly turned into strong, sturdy men, while those Pyrrha threw took shape as gentle, nurturing women. Soon, an entirely new generation of humans stood before them, blinking in wonder at the world reborn around them. Deucalion and Pyrrha became the wise elders and guides of this new humanity, teaching them kindness, respect, and humility. Under their gentle care, the world once again blossomed with communities, farms, and families, restoring life to the empty lands. As time passed, these stone-born humans would spread out, creating villages, towns, and eventually entire civilizations, always carrying with them the lessons of humility and kindness passed down from the Great Flood. As humanity began to thrive again, mysterious creatures also emerged across the lands and seas. Some were friendly, others terrifying, but all added wonder and danger to the human world. One of these creatures was the Cyclops, a towering giant, easily recognizable by the single massive eye right in the middle of its forehead. Not all Cyclopes were the same, though. Some were master craftsmen, skilled and intelligent, creating powerful weapons for the gods themselves. Among these helpful cyclopes were Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, who forged Zeus's fearsome lightning bolts, Poseidon's mighty trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. These cyclopes, strong and gentle, quietly worked beneath the earth, aiding the Olympians in their rule. But others of their kind were wild, fierce, and dangerous, preferring to live far from gods and humans alike, hidden away in dark caves deep in the mountains. These untamed cyclopes cared for vast herds of sheep, fiercely protecting their livestock from intruders. The most infamous of these wild cyclopes was Polyphemus, a giant who lived alone on a secluded island. Polyphemus was huge and terrifying, strong enough to crush boulders with ease. His story became legendary when the hero Odysseus accidentally stumbled upon his cave after returning from the Trojan War. Polyphemus trapped Odysseus and his crew inside his cave, sealing the entrance with a massive stone. In a desperate attempt to escape, Odysseus cleverly blinded the giant by driving a sharp, burning stake into his single eye. Polyphemus roared in pain, helplessly searching for the hero and his men. Eventually, Odysseus escaped by hiding beneath Polyphemus's sheep, tricking the furious and blinded Cyclops into letting them go. Another powerful group of
Arby's crispy fish sandwich is back, and now it's part of the Meat and 3 box. So you can get a fish sandwich and 3 sides for just $7.99? Holy fish!
Arby's, we have the meat.
When your teeth are sensitive, into a popsicle can hurt. Try new Sensodyne Clinical Repair.
Hey, Meta, play my Beast Mode playlist.
Straight to the back. It's a mama, do it again. It's a mama, do it again. It's a mama, do it again.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting, but he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner tests and charges his battery, all for free.
How to prepare your dog before you leave on vacation. 1. Plan where your dog will stay. 2. Update your dog's care guide. 3. Have a meet and greet or trial day with your pet sitter. 4. Brush up on training. 5. Pack your dog's favorite things. 6. Spend extra time with your dog before you leave.
Another powerful group of beings that roamed the earth at this time were simply called the Giants. Born from Gaia herself, these enormous and aggressive creatures were strong enough to shake mountains and split the earth beneath their feet. They were fearsome warriors, always eager to challenge even the gods themselves. Eventually, their desire to overthrow the Olympians led to an epic war known as the Gigantomachy. This great battle involved gods and heroes alike. Zeus wielded his lightning bolts, Athena brandished her mighty shield and spear, Apollo shot flaming arrows, and Hercules, the bravest mortal hero, fought tirelessly alongside them. The giants fought fiercely, hurling enormous rocks and uprooting entire mountains. Each battle thundered across the heavens and the earth, shaking the foundations of the world. Finally, after a long and exhausting struggle, the Olympian gods, aided by Hercules, managed to defeat these dangerous beings. Many giants were imprisoned deep underground, trapped beneath volcanic mountains, where their restless struggles were said to cause earthquakes and eruptions for generations. Then there was Medusa, one of the most feared and mysterious creatures to roam ancient Greece. Unlike other monsters, Medusa had once been a beautiful young woman, admired by many for her lovely hair and graceful appearance. Unfortunately, her beauty attracted unwanted attention. Poseidon, god of the sea, pursued her and eventually confronted her in the sacred temple of Athena. Angered by this desecration of her temple, Athena punished Medusa, transforming her beauty into a terrifying curse. Medusa's soft hair became a writhing mass of venomous snakes. Her gentle eyes turned into a deadly weapon. Anyone who dared look directly at her face was instantly turned into solid stone. Terrified by her own power and shunned by the world, Medusa fled to a remote place, living in isolation and bitterness, hiding away in darkness. Many warriors tried and failed to defeat her, turned instantly to stone and adding to the haunting collection of statues scattered around her lonely lair. Eventually, the hero Perseus stepped forward, determined to succeed where others had failed. With guidance from Athena, who wanted to finally end Medusa's curse, Perseus approached carefully, using a brightly polished bronze shield as a mirror to avoid looking directly at her deadly gaze. With quick skill, he succeeded, striking the decisive blow and ending Medusa's tragic existence. Perseus then carried her severed head, safely hidden in a protective bag, using its power to defeat other enemies along his journeys. Far away, on the island of Crete, there lurked yet another terrifying creature, the Minotaur, a fearsome monster half-man and half-bull. The Minotaur's existence began with a curse placed upon King Minos of Crete. The king's wife, Pasiphae, fell victim to an enchantment and gave birth to this frightening beast. Horrified and ashamed, Minos sought the help of Daedalus, a brilliant inventor and craftsman. Daedalus built an immense maze called the Labyrinth, a confusing network of tunnels and corridors impossible to escape, and locked the Minotaur within it. Every year, King Minos demanded that Athens send 14 youths, 7 young men and 7 young women, as a sacrifice to feed the Minotaur. For years, this terrifying tribute continued, until finally a brave young prince from Athens named Theseus volunteered to face the monster himself. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus met Ariadne, King Minos' daughter, who immediately fell in love with him. Ariadne decided to help Theseus, giving him a ball of thread so he could find his way back out of the labyrinth after confronting the monster. Armed with courage and Ariadne's gift, Theseus entered the dark maze and finally encountered the monstrous Minotaur, fighting fiercely and defeating it, ending the cruel sacrifices once and for all. Another monster that haunted the ancient Greek world was the terrifying Hydra, a giant serpent with multiple heads, each filled with venomous fangs. The Hydra lived in the murky swamps near the city of Lerna, guarding its territory fiercely. The creature's terrifying ability was that whenever one of its heads was cut off, 2 more immediately grew in its place, making it seemingly impossible to kill. This made the Hydra one of the most dangerous monsters in existence, feared by all who lived nearby. Eventually, the hero Hercules was tasked with defeating the Hydra as part of his 12 labors, seemingly impossible tasks assigned to him as punishment. Realizing he could not defeat it alone, Hercules brought along his clever nephew, Iolaus. During the battle, Hercules would cut off one of the Hydra's heads, and quickly, Iolaus would use a flaming torch to burn the stump, preventing new heads from growing back. Working together with strength and intelligence, Hercules and Iolaus finally defeated the fearsome Hydra, making the swamps safe again. Finally, the last creature to haunt humanity during this era was the terrifying Chimera. This monster had the body and head of a lion, a goat's head emerging from its back, and a serpent for its tail. It breathed scorching flames, destroying villages and causing terror across the countryside. No warrior dared face it until the brave young hero Bellerophon came along. Aided by the goddess Athena, Bellerophon tamed the winged horse Pegasus and devised a daring plan. Riding atop Pegasus, he soared high above the Chimera's fiery attacks, safely beyond the reach of its flames and claws. From this position, Bellerophon struck the monster repeatedly, using his agility and quick thinking to avoid harm. After a fierce battle, the Chimera fell, finally defeated, and peace returned to the lands it had terrorized. One of the earliest and most famous of these heroes was Perseus, whose incredible story began long before his birth, with a prophecy told to his grandfather, King Acrisius of Argos. Acrisius had been warned by the oracle at Delphi that his own grandson would one day cause his downfall. Terrified and determined to avoid this fate, Acrisius locked his only daughter, Danae, inside a sturdy bronze tower to ensure she never had children. But even the strongest locks and thickest walls couldn't keep out Zeus, who noticed Danae's beauty and gentleness from his throne on Olympus. Transforming himself into a shower of glittering golden rain, Zeus slipped through the cracks of the tower, filling the dark room with a warm and comforting glow. From this magical meeting, Perseus was conceived, destined from birth for greatness. When Acrisius discovered Danae had given birth despite his precautions, he flew into a rage, convinced the prophecy was coming true. Too afraid to anger the gods by directly harming his daughter and her child, he sealed them inside a sturdy wooden chest and pushed it out onto the rough sea, hoping the cruel waves would carry them away forever. Zeus watched over them closely, guiding the chest safely to the shores of the tiny island of Seriphos. There, a kind and humble fisherman named Dictys found them washed ashore, taking Danae and Perseus in as his own family, raising the boy with care, teaching him courage, humility, and strength. Yet their peaceful life wouldn't last. Dictys had a brother named Polydectes, the powerful and cunning king of the island, who soon noticed Danae's great beauty and desired her for himself. Polydectes, knowing Perseus would fiercely defend his mother, devised a clever plan to rid himself of the young hero. Pretending to marry another woman, Polydectes threw a grand celebration, demanding that every guest bring him extravagant gifts. Perseus, proud yet poor, had nothing to offer. In front of the entire crowd, the king mocked him, prompting Perseus to impulsively promise he would bring the king whatever he desired, even the impossible. Smiling wickedly, Polydectes demanded the head of Medusa, knowing no man who had faced her had ever survived. Perseus was brave, but even he realized the task was hopeless without help. Fortunately, the gods had already chosen to protect him. Athena, goddess of wisdom, appeared to Perseus in a vision. She despised Medusa, who had offended her long ago, and eagerly aided Perseus in his quest. Athena gave him a polished bronze shield, so bright and clear it worked as a mirror, protecting Perseus from Medusa's deadly gaze. Hermes, messenger of the gods, lent Perseus a razor-sharp sword capable of slicing through anything, and winged sandals that let him fly swiftly above the earth. They told Perseus he must first visit the mysterious Graeae, 3 ancient sisters who shared a single eye and tooth, to discover the secret location of Medusa's hidden cave. Following their instructions, Perseus flew swiftly across the skies until he reached the bleak and distant home of the Graeae. The 3 old sisters lived in darkness, constantly passing around their shared eye and tooth. Perseus cleverly waited until the eye was being passed, then snatched it away, leaving the sisters helpless and frantic. They begged Perseus to return their precious eye, and he promised to do so only if they revealed the way to Medusa's hidden lair. Unable to refuse, they reluctantly gave him detailed directions, and true to his word, Perseus returned their eye and hurried off to his final destination. With a pounding heart, Perseus arrived at Medusa's lair, a dark and eerie cave surrounded by stone statues, each a victim of her deadly stare. Carefully stepping inside, he used the mirror-bright shield Athena had provided, never once risking a direct glance at Medusa's terrifying face. Slowly, he approached, heart hammering with fear and excitement. At just the right moment, he swung his blade with all his strength, swiftly removing Medusa's head. From her blood sprang the winged horse Pegasus, who immediately soared toward the heavens. Perseus quickly tucked Medusa's head safely into a magic bag Athena had given him, one that could safely hold its deadly power. With his task completed, Perseus set off homeward, but his adventure was far from over. Flying above distant shores, he saw a beautiful princess named Andromeda, chained helplessly to a rocky cliff beside the sea. Andromeda had been left there as a sacrifice, punishment for her mother's boastfulness that she was more beautiful than the sea nymphs. Furious at the insult, Poseidon had sent a fearsome sea monster to destroy the kingdom. Perseus instantly knew he had to help. Diving from the sky, he faced the monstrous creature head-on. At the perfect moment, Perseus swiftly unveiled Medusa's head, turning the roaring beast instantly into solid stone, forever frozen mid-attack. Freed and grateful, Andromeda became Perseus's beloved wife, joining him on his journey home. Returning at last to Seriphos, Perseus found his mother tormented and pursued by Polydectes. Angry and determined to protect her, Perseus boldly marched into the king's throne room and without hesitation revealed Medusa's head once more. Polydectes and his cruel followers instantly turned to stone, ending their tyranny forever. Perseus placed Dictys, the kind fisherman, upon the throne, bringing peace and prosperity to the island. Finally, he handed the powerful head of Medusa over to Athena, who set it proudly upon her shield to guard future generations of heroes. Not long after Perseus's incredible adventures, another hero began his story in secret: Theseus, son of Aegeus, the king of Athens. As a young man, Theseus lived far from Athens, raised in the countryside by his wise and brave mother Aethra. When Theseus came of age, his mother revealed his royal heritage, sending him to Athens to meet his father. Determined to prove himself worthy, Theseus chose the difficult road by land, despite warnings of its dangers.
What makes Arby's $7.99 meat and $3 even better? Fish. That's right. The meal that gives you 3 sides now includes the choice of a crispy fish sandwich. Talk about more meal for your money.
Arby's, we have the meat.
And leave. We're staying here.
Did you know the Walmart app has over 500 million items? He knew.
New patio.
She knew.
Cool outfit.
He knows now. And knowing is a beautiful thing. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
Now that you're getting older, you might be curious about certain things.
Please don't do this.
You're eligible to become a member of Navy Federal Credit Union because I served in the Army. Cool. Very cool.
All veterans and their families can join. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Old Spice gentlemen. Guess I've always been a gentleman.
DJ?
Son, what's going on in there?
I'll be out in a few hours.
Along this journey, Theseus faced many fierce enemies. He defeated cruel bandits who terrorized travelers, such as the giant Periphetes, known as the Club Bearer, who attacked anyone who crossed his path. Theseus cleverly overcame him, taking his mighty club. He next faced Sinis, a brutal robber who tied victims to bent trees and released them, tearing them apart. Theseus bravely outsmarted Sinis, defeating him with his own terrible method. Later, he encountered the monstrous Crommyonian sow, a wild beast terrorizing entire villages, and slew it in a fierce struggle. He also defeated Siren, who forced travelers to wash his feet before kicking them off a cliff into the sea, and Procrustes, who cruelly forced victims onto his bed, stretching or cutting them to fit perfectly. With each battle, Theseus grew stronger and wiser, finally arriving in Athens, a hero already famed throughout Greece. In Athens, Theseus found his troubled by a terrible agreement. Every year, Athens had to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete as sacrifices to the terrifying Minotaur, a monster half-man, half-bull, trapped in a great maze called the Labyrinth. Determined to end this horror, Theseus boldly volunteered himself to go to Crete, promising his father that if he succeeded, he would return flying white sails instead of black to signal victory. Arriving in Crete, Theseus quickly caught the eye of Ariadne, the kind and brave daughter of King Minos. Ariadne admired Theseus's courage and decided to help him. In secret, she gave him a simple ball of thread, explaining that by unrolling it as he entered the labyrinth, he could follow it back out after defeating the Minotaur. With her guidance, Theseus bravely stepped into the dark, winding passages, holding tight to Ariadne's thread. Deep within the maze, Theseus confronted the Minotaur, a massive creature whose fierce roar echoed through the tunnels. A brutal fight followed, echoing off stone walls as Theseus dodged powerful strikes from the beast's horns. With swift and careful blows, Theseus wore down the monster, eventually delivering a decisive strike. With the Minotaur defeated, Theseus swiftly retraced his path along Ariadne's thread, leading his fellow Athenians safely from the maze. Triumphant, Theseus fled Crete with Ariadne at his side, heading home in glory. but tragedy struck as they neared Athens. Amid the excitement, Theseus forgot his promise to raise white sails. From the cliffs, King Aegeus saw the black sails still flying, believing his son dead. Heartbroken and overcome by grief, Aegeus threw himself from the cliffs into the sea below, giving the waters their name, the Aegean Sea, in memory of the grieving king. Theseus returned as a hero, deeply saddened but determined to honor his father. He became a wise and strong ruler, remembered for his courage and kindness long after his adventures ended, his story told and retold around fires for generations to come. Meanwhile, another hero, perhaps the greatest of them all, emerged, Heracles, often known as Hercules, son of Zeus, and the mortal woman Alcmene. Even from the moment of his birth, Heracles was destined for greatness. Zeus, disguised as Alcmene's own husband Amphitryon, had spent a night with her, ensuring Heracles' divine lineage. When Heracles was still a tiny baby, Hera, Zeus's jealous wife, tried to end his life. She sent 2 deadly serpents slithering into his crib, expecting the infant to be helpless against them. Yet even as a child, Heracles' incredible strength showed itself. When Alcmene and Amphitryon rushed into the room, fearing the worst, they instead saw baby Heracles, laughing, gripping the lifeless snakes in his small fists. As Heracles grew, his strength and bravery became legendary, but Hera's anger never faded. Consumed by jealousy, she cast a cruel spell on Heracles, making him temporarily lose his mind. In a terrible frenzy, he tragically harmed those closest to him. When Heracles finally awoke from the madness and realized what he had done, he was devastated. Determined to find redemption, Heracles visited the Oracle of Delphi to learn how he could atone for his actions. The Oracle sent him to King Eurystheus of Mycenae, who, secretly working with Hera, gave Heracles 12 impossible tasks known as the 12 labors, believing they would surely defeat him. These labors pushed Heracles beyond human limits. His first labor was to defeat the monstrous Nemean lion, a beast whose golden hide was so tough no weapon could pierce it. Heracles tracked the lion to its cave, confronting it bravely. After fierce combat, Heracles realized no sword or spear would harm the lion, so he wrestled the massive beast with his bare hands, finally overpowering it. Victorious, he wore its impenetrable hide as protective armor from then on. Next, Heracles faced the dreaded Lernaean Hydra, a huge serpent-like monster with many poisonous heads. Every time he sliced off one head, 2 more immediately sprouted in its place. With his clever nephew Iolaus assisting him, Heracles battled fiercely. Each time he severed a head, Iolaus used a burning torch to quickly cauterize the wound, preventing new heads from growing. After a long, exhausting fight, the last head fell, and the Hydra was finally defeated. Heracles' third labor sent him after the elusive and sacred Ceryneian hind, a golden-horned deer favored by the goddess Artemis herself. This creature was swift as the wind, and Heracles spent an entire year carefully tracking it through mountains, forests, and valleys. Finally catching it without harm, Heracles showed it respectfully to Eurystheus, then immediately released it back into the wild, earning Artemis's reluctant admiration for his gentle strength. Next, Heracles confronted the ferocious Erymanthian boar, an enormous wild beast terrorizing local villages. After chasing it tirelessly through snow-covered mountains, he captured the snarling creature alive and carried it back triumphantly to King Eurystheus, who cowered in terror, hiding in a bronze jar at the sight of the fierce boar. For another labor, Heracles was ordered to clean the filthy Augean stables, home to thousands of cattle whose waste had piled up for years. Realizing brute strength alone wouldn't solve this problem, Heracles cleverly redirected 2 nearby rivers through the stables, washing away the filth in a single day, stunning everyone who witnessed the task. Heracles then faced the Stymphalian birds, monstrous birds with iron feathers that they shot like arrows. Athena herself lent him a special bronze rattle, its noise frightening the birds from their hiding places. Heracles quickly drew his bow, shooting them down as they soared into the sky. His next labor was capturing the fearsome Cretan bull, a mighty beast that Poseidon had sent as punishment to King Minos. Heracles grappled fiercely with the bull, wrestling it into submission, and sailed it back safely to Eurystheus, who again trembled at the sight of Heracles' strength. The eighth labor took Heracles to the land of Thrace, where King Diomedes kept fierce, man-eating horses. Heracles bravely captured these terrifying creatures, feeding their cruel master to them, instantly taming their ferocity. He then brought them back safely, proving yet again his courage and cleverness. Next, Heracles journeyed to the land of the Amazons to retrieve the beautiful belt of their mighty queen, Hippolyta. Initially, the queen was willing to help, but Hera, in disguise, spread mistrust among the Amazons, prompting an intense battle. Heracles reluctantly defeated the fierce warriors, successfully claiming the belt and completing his task. The 10th labor took Heracles far to the west, beyond the known world, to seize the cattle of the giant Geryon, a massive being with 3 heads and bodies. After an epic battle, Heracles slew Geryon and carefully drove the unruly herd across mountains, rivers, and seas, bringing them triumphantly home. His penultimate task was to collect magical golden apples from the Garden of the Hesperides, a place guarded fiercely by a sleepless dragon named Ladon. After a long search, Heracles cleverly convinced the mighty Titan Atlas, who held the heavens on his shoulders, to retrieve the apples while Heracles temporarily took his burden. When Atlas returned, he refused to take the heavens back. Thinking quickly, Heracles tricked Atlas into holding the sky again, escaping with the precious apples. Finally, Heracles faced his most daunting task, descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the fierce 3-headed guardian dog of Hades' realm. With bravery and respect, Heracles approached Hades himself, who allowed him to attempt the challenge, only if he used no weapons. Relying solely on his great strength, Heracles wrestled Cerberus into submission, carefully bringing him up to the living world to present to Eurystheus, who was terrified beyond belief. Immediately afterward, Heracles safely returned Cerberus to Hades' side, ending his last and greatest labor. Elsewhere, a hero named Jason gathered his own team of brave adventurers, known as the Argonauts, to pursue the legendary Golden Fleece, a magical sheepskin hidden far across the sea in a distant land called Colchis. Jason's journey began because he was the rightful heir to the kingdom of Iolcus, stolen by his cruel uncle, Peleus. Peleus, fearful of losing his throne, cleverly challenged Jason to retrieve the Golden Fleece, secretly hoping Jason would never return from such a perilous quest. Determined and brave, Jason recruited a remarkable crew aboard his ship, the Argo, some of the greatest heroes of his time, including the mighty Hercules himself, the talented musician Orpheus, the fierce huntress Atalanta, and the wise twin brothers, Castor and Pollux. Their journey across uncharted seas was filled with incredible dangers. They narrowly avoided the deadly sirens, whose haunting songs could drive sailors mad, only saved by the enchanting music of Orpheus. They also faced the dreaded clashing rocks, massive cliffs that would crush any passing ship. Jason cleverly sent a dove ahead, timing their passage perfectly, guiding the Argo safely through at precisely the right moment. Upon reaching Colchis, Jason's trials grew even greater. King Aeetes, the powerful and cunning ruler, set nearly impossible tasks before Jason as the price for the Golden Fleece. But Jason had an unexpected ally, Medea, Aeetes' daughter, a powerful sorceress who fell deeply in love with Jason the moment she saw him. Medea used her magical arts to help Jason accomplish every challenge. She gave him a magical potion to protect him from the fierce fire-breathing bulls he had to harness. When he was ordered to plant dragon's teeth in the soil, Medea warned him they would spring into deadly warriors. Prepared by her, Jason cleverly caused these warriors to turn against one another, defeating themselves. Finally, Jason approached the sacred grove where the Golden Fleece hung, guarded by a massive dragon that never slept. Once more, Medea's powerful magic aided him, softly lulling the beast into a deep slumber. Jason quickly seized the fleece, its golden wool gleaming brilliantly, and fled with Medea and his crew back to their waiting ship. Despite being pursued fiercely by Aeetes, the Argonauts made a thrilling escape across stormy seas and dangerous waters, finally returning home victorious. Back in Iolcus, Jason reclaimed his rightful throne from his uncle Peleus. Yet even then, his adventures continued, forever shaping the lives and destinies of himself, Medea, and all who joined their legendary quest. The stories of Perseus, Theseus, Heracles, and Jason became tales told around countless campfires, exciting and thrilling listeners with their courage, cunning, and the ever-present guiding hands of the gods. As time...
Arby's crispy fish sandwich is back, and now it's part of the Meat and 3 Bucks. So you can get a fish sandwich and 3 sides for just $7.99? Holy fish!
Arby's, we have the meat.
At Grand Canyon University, we're redefining what higher education looks like.
You want opportunity. You want purpose.
This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
There's nothing left to do now but live.
The bride.
Chewy Pharmacy zooms pet meds right to your door. Fast. Which Zippy loves because zoomies are kinda his thing. And now get 20% off. For fast delivery, for life with pets. There's Chewy Pharmacy.
So the offense is your bills. The defense is Experian. That's our BFF, right? Experian is there to help lower your bills and save money and time. Money and time. Go download the app today.
Experian.
As time passed, a new age of heroes dawned across Greece. Mighty warriors arose, kingdoms clashed, and epic battles unfolded. Among all these legendary stories, none was greater or more unforgettable than the Trojan War, a fierce, decade-long conflict fought for the love of one woman and the pride of mighty kings. It all began at a joyous wedding feast, where the gods gathered in celebration of the marriage between the mortal hero Peleus and the beautiful sea goddess Thetis. Everyone from Olympus was invited, except for Eris, the goddess of discord and strife, understandably, since she was always stirring trouble. Furious at being left out, Eris quietly slipped into the celebration and rolled a golden apple across the floor, engraved with the words, "To the fairest." Immediately, the mood turned tense. 3 powerful goddesses, Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Each claimed the apple as her own, each believing she was the fairest. Zeus, wisely understanding the danger of choosing between these goddesses, refused to judge the contest himself. Instead, he sent the 3 goddesses to a young shepherd prince named Paris, who lived quietly near the slopes of Mount Ida, far from the bustling royal palace of Troy, where his father, King Priam, ruled. Paris had grown up away from the palace because of a prophecy that foretold he would one day cause the downfall of his city. Unaware of this destiny, Paris lived a simple life, tending sheep and playing music beneath the stars. When Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite appeared before him, their beauty and power overwhelmed him. To sway his decision, each goddess offered him a tempting reward. Hera promised to make Paris a powerful ruler over many kingdoms, respected and admired by all. Athena vowed to grant him supreme wisdom and skill in battle, making him unstoppable in war. But Aphrodite knew the deepest desire of the young prince's heart. She offered him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, a woman whose beauty would outshine all others. Without hesitation, Paris chose Aphrodite, unknowingly sealing the fate of thousands. That woman was Helen, wife of King Menelaus of Sparta. Her beauty was unmatched, admired by kings and warriors across all of Greece. Soon after, Paris traveled to Sparta as a royal guest, welcomed warmly by Menelaus himself. But with Aphrodite's magic, Helen was instantly smitten with Paris the moment she saw him. Unable to resist the powerful spell of love placed upon her, Helen left Sparta secretly with Paris, sailing across the sea back to Troy, leaving behind a furious and heartbroken Menelaus. Determined to reclaim Helen and restore his honor, Menelaus turned to his brother, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, and the mightiest ruler in all of Greece. Agamemnon was eager for war, sensing the chance to expand his power and glory. He rallied every kingdom and warrior he could call upon, assembling the largest Greek army ever seen. Heroes from across the Greek lands answered his call, ready for battle. Thousands of ships gathered along the shore, sailing across the Aegean toward the mighty city of Troy. Among the great warriors were Odysseus, the wise and cunning king of Ithaca, known for his cleverness and smooth speech; Ajax the Greater, a towering figure whose strength was unmatched; and the fierce warrior Diomedes, whose bravery became legendary on the battlefield. Yet the greatest of all these warriors was the young hero Achilles, son of Peleus and Thetis. Achilles was nearly unbeatable in battle, as his mother had dipped him into the sacred river Styx when he was just a baby, making his body invincible except for a single vulnerable point, his heel, by which she had held him. When the Greeks finally landed near Troy, they began a siege that would last for 10 brutal years. Battles raged fiercely, yet neither side could gain a decisive advantage. Achilles quickly established himself as the most terrifying force on the battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of the Trojans. But his pride clashed bitterly with Agamemnon, who seized Achilles' beloved captive Briseis. Insulted and furious, Achilles refused to fight any longer, choosing instead to withdraw from battle until his honor was restored. Without Achilles, the Greeks suffered badly. The Trojan prince Hector, eldest son of King Priam, was noble, courageous, and fiercely loyal. He led the Trojan armies valiantly, pushing the Greeks back again and again. Every Trojan warrior fought bravely behind Hector, who became their symbol of hope. Hector was more than just a fighter. He was a beloved son, husband, father, and a protector of his people. His wife, Andromache, and young son, Astyanax, watched anxiously from the city walls, hoping he would return safely each day. The gods themselves were deeply involved, unable to stay neutral. Hera and Athena sided fiercely with the Greeks, still bitter from Paris's earlier judgment. Aphrodite, Apollo, and Ares supported Troy, guiding warriors and influencing battles. Zeus watched the tragic events unfold with sadness, torn by his own complicated loyalties, and knowing that fate could not be changed. As years passed, Hector led a bold and powerful attack, driving the Greeks dangerously close to their ships. Realizing the Greek cause was now desperate, Achilles' closest friend and beloved companion, Patroclus, begged Achilles to let him enter the fight wearing Achilles' own armor, hoping to frighten the Trojans into retreat. Reluctantly, Achilles agreed. Patroclus fought bravely, but was quickly identified and challenged by Hector himself. In a fierce, tragic battle, Hector slew Patroclus, mistaking him briefly for Achilles. As he removed Achilles' armor, Hector realized the terrible truth, knowing now that Achilles' vengeance would soon follow. The news of Patroclus' death shattered Achilles' heart. Overwhelmed by grief and driven by fury, Achilles finally returned to the battlefield, his rage making him unstoppable. He charged into the Trojan ranks, scattering soldiers in terror. At last, Achilles stood before Hector outside the great walls of Troy. Their duel was fierce, but Hector, brave and noble, knew in his heart he could not overcome the wrath of Achilles. After a desperate struggle, Achilles struck Hector down, claiming revenge for his fallen friend. But Achilles' anger was not satisfied. He dishonored Hector's body, tying it behind his chariot and dragging it around the city walls as a painful insult. The people of Troy watched in horror and despair. Finally, in an incredible act of courage, King Priam himself slipped secretly into the Greek camp under cover of night. The old king knelt before Achilles, begging through tears to have his son's body returned. Deeply moved by Priam's grief, Achilles relented, allowing Hector's body to be properly mourned with honor. Still, Troy refused to surrender. Finally, Odysseus, known for his cunning intelligence, devised an ingenious trick. The Greeks pretended to abandon the war and sailed away, leaving behind only an enormous wooden horse as a supposed offering to Athena. Hidden inside the horse were elite Greek warriors, including Odysseus himself. Believing the war finally over, the Trojans joyfully brought the massive horse into their city as a victory trophy. That night, while Troy slept, Odysseus and his men silently emerged from the horse, opening the city gates to the waiting Greek army that had secretly returned under the cover of darkness. Troy was quickly overwhelmed. Fires consumed the magnificent city, warriors clashed fiercely, and chaos erupted throughout the streets. King Priam fell, Paris himself was slain, and the proud city that had withstood siege for 10 long years crumbled in a single night. Helen was reunited with Menelaus, who forgave her and brought her back to Sparta, while many Trojan survivors fled or were captured. Thus, the great city of Troy fell at last, fulfilling the tragic prophecies that had followed Paris since his birth. Heroes rose and fell, bravery met tragedy, and the world was forever changed. These incredible stories of Achilles' wrath, Hector's courage, Odysseus' cleverness, and the devastating cost of war became legendary, passed down around countless campfires for generations to come. With Troy destroyed, the Greek heroes finally set sail for home. But the gods, angered by the terrible destruction and disrespectful actions during the sack of Troy, sent fierce storms, scattering the Greek fleet. Many heroes faced great hardships, none more so than Odysseus, whose journey home would last another 10 long and difficult years. Odysseus' travels became legendary. His first major challenge was the island of the Cyclopes, where Odysseus and his men became trapped in the cave of Polyphemus, a giant, one-eyed monster. Odysseus cleverly introduced himself as Nobody, then blinded Polyphemus by thrusting a burning stake into his eye. When the Cyclops cried for help, shouting, "Nobody blinded me!" the other Cyclopes ignored him, allowing Odysseus and his men to escape beneath the bellies of the giant's sheep. Yet their hardships continued. Odysseus and his crew encountered the enchantress Circe, whose magical spells turned his men into swine. With the help of Hermes, Odysseus protected himself from her enchantments and confronted Circe bravely, convincing her to restore his men. Odysseus stayed for a year on Circe's island, resting and recovering before setting out again. Guided by Circe, Odysseus journeyed to the underworld itself, speaking to the prophet Tiresias and receiving warnings and guidance for the difficult path ahead. His next challenge was to safely navigate past the deadly sirens, whose irresistible songs lured sailors to their deaths. Remembering Circe's advice, Odysseus plugged his men's ears with wax and tied himself firmly to a ship's mast, allowing him to hear the sirens' haunting music without risking their lives. Odysseus' ship then had to pass between 2 terrible dangers: Scylla, a 6-headed monster who snatched sailors from their ships, and Charybdis, a terrifying whirlpool that swallowed whole ships. Choosing the lesser evil, Odysseus guided his ship closer to Scylla, tragically losing 6 brave men, but preserving his ship and the rest of his crew. Eventually, Odysseus' exhausted crew landed on the island of Helios, the sun god. Despite Odysseus' warnings, his hungry men slaughtered Helios' sacred cattle, provoking the god's wrath. Helios demanded revenge, and Zeus sent a fierce storm that destroyed the ship, killing all of Odysseus' crew. Only Odysseus survived, washing ashore on the island of the goddess Calypso, who held him captive for 7 years before Zeus finally commanded his release.
What makes Arby's $7.99 meat and $3 even better? Fish. That's right. The meal that gives you 3 sides now includes the choice of a crispy fish sandwich. Talk about more meal for your money.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Did you know the Walmart app has over 500 million items? He knew.
New patio.
She knew.
Cool outfit.
He knows now. And knowing is a beautiful thing.
I know.
The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
This new tent's amazing.
It was easy to pay off the low rates on our Platinum card from Navy Federal Credit Union. Can't imagine where we'd be without them.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
After a long, lonely voyage, Odysseus finally reached his home island of Ithaca, but his struggles weren't over. In his long absence, arrogant suitors had gathered at his palace, trying to claim his kingdom and marry his faithful wife, Penelope. With help from his son Telemachus and loyal servants, Odysseus disguised himself as an old beggar and carefully plotted revenge. In a contest arranged by Penelope to finally choose her husband, Odysseus alone could string his great bow and shoot an arrow perfectly through 12 aligned axes, stunning everyone present. Throwing off his disguise, Odysseus, together with Telemachus and his loyal friends, defeated the suitors and reclaimed his home and throne. At last, after 2 decades away, Odysseus was reunited with Penelope and his family, ending his long and exhausting journey. His adventures, along with the epic struggles of Achilles, Hector, and all who fought bravely in the Trojan War, became stories told again and again around countless campfires. Their deeds, courage, cunning, and struggles echoed down through the ages, remembered forever as Greece's greatest and most enduring legends. With Troy destroyed, the Greek heroes finally set sail for home. But the gods, angered by the terrible destruction and disrespectful actions during the sack of Troy, sent fierce storms scattering the Greek fleet. Many heroes faced great hardships, none more so than Odysseus, whose journey home would last another 10 long and difficult years. Odysseus's travels became legendary. After drifting through storms, Odysseus and his crew first reached the mysterious island of the Lotus Eaters. There, Odysseus's men tasted the strange lotus fruit, which caused them to forget their homes, their families, and their desire to return to Ithaca. Determined to save his crew, Odysseus had to drag them forcibly back to their ship, tying them down to prevent them from returning to the land of dreams. Yet their hardships continued. Odysseus and his crew eventually arrived at the beautiful yet dangerous island ruled by the enchantress Circe, daughter of Helios. On arrival, Circe invited the men into her luxurious palace, offering them food and drink. But her kindness concealed dark magic. With a simple touch of her wand, she turned Odysseus's crew into pigs, leaving them imprisoned in pens, their humanity erased. Only one man had remained cautious, returning to warn Odysseus. Determined to rescue his men, Odysseus was aided by Hermes, the messenger god, who gave him a magical herb called moly, protecting him from Circe's enchantments. Boldly confronting Circe, Odysseus forced her to swear an oath to the gods that she would harm neither him nor his men. Impressed by Odysseus's bravery and intelligence, Circe restored his crew to human form. Odysseus and his crew stayed for a year in Circe's palace, recovering their strength and spirits, before setting out again, guided by Circe's wisdom. Before continuing his journey home, Circe instructed Odysseus that he must seek guidance from the underworld. Journeying into Hades, the realm of the dead, Odysseus bravely faced countless spirits of fallen warriors and loved ones. There, he met the blind prophet Tiresias, whose wisdom guided him safely onward. Tiresias warned him of the deadly dangers ahead, especially cautioning against harming the sacred cattle of Helios. He also foretold Odysseus's eventual safe return to Ithaca, though hardship still awaited. Returning from the underworld, Odysseus and his crew faced their next deadly challenge, the enchanting yet deadly songs of the sirens. Circe had warned him of these creatures, whose voices drew sailors irresistibly toward jagged rocks and certain death. Remembering Circe's advice, Odysseus carefully plugged his men's ears with beeswax. Yet he longed to hear the sirens' beautiful but dangerous song for himself. Thus, he ordered his men to tie him firmly to the mast and never release him, no matter how he begged. As their ship passed the rocky islands, the sirens sang sweetly, promising knowledge, power, and infinite pleasure. Odysseus struggled, begged, and pleaded desperately, but his loyal men only tied him tighter, sailing safely past the deadly lure, unharmed. Next, their voyage took them between two terrifying obstacles. On one side was Scylla, a monstrous creature with 6 vicious heads perched high above the water, who snatched sailors right from their ships. On the opposite side churned Charybdis, a powerful ship-swallowing pool. Odysseus chose Scylla, knowing that losing a few sailors was preferable to losing his entire ship. Tragically, as they sailed carefully past, Scylla swiftly seized 6 brave crewmen, dragging them to their deaths, as the others watched helplessly, stricken with grief. Heartbroken, but determined, Odysseus pressed onward. Eventually exhausted and hungry, Odysseus's crew reached the island of Helios, the powerful sun god, home to sacred cattle that were never to be harmed. Odysseus had warned his crew repeatedly, urging them to avoid angering Helios, but fierce storms trapped them on the island, their supplies dwindled, and desperation set in. Despite Odysseus's warnings, his starving men slaughtered some of the sacred cattle, feasting recklessly. Furious, Helios appealed directly to Zeus, demanding justice for this great disrespect. Zeus responded swiftly and violently, striking the ship with a powerful storm, destroying it completely. Odysseus alone survived, clinging desperately to the shattered wreckage, adrift upon the endless sea. Washed ashore on the island of Calypso, a beautiful goddess, Odysseus was warmly welcomed at first, but soon found himself trapped. Calypso fell deeply in love with Odysseus, offering him immortality and eternal happiness if he stayed. Though her offer was tempting, Odysseus's heart longed only for Ithaca, his home, and his faithful wife, Penelope. For 7 lonely years, Odysseus remained Calypso's captive, gazing across the sea, dreaming of home. Finally, moved by Athena's pleas, Zeus ordered Calypso to release him. Calypso reluctantly helped him build a raft and provided supplies, finally freeing him on his final journey home. After a long, lonely voyage, Odysseus finally reached his home island of Ithaca, but his struggles weren't over. In his absence, arrogant suitors had swarmed his palace, greedily feasting upon his wealth and pursuing his loyal wife, Penelope. For years, Penelope had cleverly delayed choosing among them, weaving and secretly unraveling a burial shroud each night, buying time while she awaited Odysseus's return. Disguised as an old beggar with Athena's help, Odysseus quietly plotted his revenge. He secretly reunited with his son, Telemachus, now grown into a strong young man. Together, they carefully planned the suitors' defeat. Penelope finally proposed a contest, promising to marry the man who could string Odysseus's mighty bow and shoot an arrow perfectly through 12 aligned axe handles. None of the arrogant suitors could even string the powerful bow, mocking the old beggar who stepped forward to try. Yet Odysseus, still disguised, effortlessly strung his familiar bow, firing a perfect shot through every axe handle. The suitors watched in stunned silence as he cast off his disguise, revealing himself as the true king returned. Alongside Telemachus and his loyal servants, Odysseus defeated every suitor, reclaiming his palace and family at last. At long last, after 2 decades away, Odysseus reunited with Penelope, who tested him one final time to confirm his true identity. After passing her test, they embraced with tears of joy, finally reunited in love and peace. Odysseus was home, and his journey was complete. These extraordinary adventures, Odysseus's cunning escapes, battles with monsters, and the trials of gods and men, became legendary. His struggles, courage, cleverness, and unbreakable determination echoed down through generations, stories told again and again around countless campfires. Alongside Achilles' wrath, Hector's bravery, and the heroes of Troy, Odysseus' Odyssey remained among Greece's greatest and most enduring legends. One of the most beloved tales of ancient Greece was that of Eros and Psyche, a love story so powerful it even moved the hearts of the gods. Psyche was a mortal princess, known everywhere for her unmatched beauty. She was so stunning that travelers from faraway lands journeyed just to catch a glimpse of her face. Eventually, word spread that Psyche was more beautiful than Aphrodite herself, goddess of love and beauty. Temples meant for Aphrodite stood empty, as people now worshipped Psyche's mortal charm. Aphrodite, hurt and angry by this neglect, grew jealous. Determined to punish the girl, she called upon her son, Eros, the god whose arrows could make anyone fall deeply in love. Aphrodite demanded that Eros pierce Psyche's heart with an arrow so she'd fall in love with the most hideous creature imaginable. Eros obeyed his mother and flew silently to Psyche's chamber at night. But as he approached her sleeping figure, illuminated softly by moonlight, he paused. Psyche was even more beautiful than he'd heard, her face gentle and serene. His hands shook, and by accident he pricked himself with his own arrow. In that instant, Eros fell hopelessly in love with Psyche. Realizing he could never harm her, he flew away, leaving her untouched but unable to forget her. Meanwhile, Psyche's family worried that no man would dare marry someone so perfect. They consulted an oracle, who warned them Psyche's destiny was to wed a husband who was neither human nor god, but a creature feared by all. Heartbroken, her parents led her to a distant cliff and left her, believing they had no choice but to let fate take its course. Yet Psyche was gently lifted by the west wind, Zephyrus, and carried safely to a hidden valley filled with gardens and flowers. There, she discovered a magnificent palace of gold and jewels, more beautiful than anything she'd imagined. Inside, invisible servants waited on her every need. That night, Psyche met her mysterious husband for the first time. In the darkness, she couldn't see him, but his gentle voice calmed her fears. Night after night, he visited her, speaking words of comfort and love. Though Psyche couldn't see his face, she fell deeply in love with this hidden companion. However, Psyche soon grew lonely and asked to see her sisters. When they visited and saw the beautiful palace, jealousy filled their hearts. They planted doubts in Psyche's mind, suggesting her husband must be a monster hiding in the dark, too terrifying to show his face. Psyche's curiosity turned to worry and then fear. Determined to know the truth, Psyche waited until her husband was sleeping one night. Holding an oil lamp, she carefully shined its light onto his face, ready to face whatever monster lay beside her. But she gasped in surprise. Instead of a monster, her husband was the incredibly handsome god Eros himself. In shock, Psyche accidentally spilled hot oil on his shoulder. Eros awoke, betrayed and heartbroken. Without a word, he flew away, leaving Psyche alone and devastated. Desperate to win Eros back, Psyche searched for Aphrodite, begging for forgiveness. But Aphrodite, still bitter, decided Psyche had to earn her mercy. She set impossible tasks for the girl, each meant to break her spirit. First, Psyche had to sort a huge pile of tiny grains, an impossible job for anyone. Luckily, kind ants took pity on her, quietly sorting the grains while Psyche slept. Next, Aphrodite ordered her to collect golden fleece from vicious sheep that no human could approach. Psyche stood crying by the river until some whispering reeds advised her to gather wool caught on nearby thorn bushes, safely avoiding the sheep. Then Aphrodite demanded water from a dangerous waterfall connected to the river Styx, guarded by fierce dragons. Psyche nearly gave up, but Zeus himself sent his eagle to gather the water for her. Finally, Psyche had to go to the underworld itself to ask Persephone for a box filled with beauty. Psyche bravely made the journey, guided by advice from spirits along the way. But as she returned, curiosity overcame her, and she opened the box, falling instantly into a deep, death-like sleep. Far away, Eros sensed Psyche was in trouble. His heart still filled with love, he flew swiftly to her side, gently waking her with a tender kiss. Seeing their pure love, Zeus himself intervened. He granted Psyche immortality by giving her ambrosia, the food of the gods, and welcomed her to live forever on Mount Olympus. At last, Psyche and Eros were reunited, their love stronger than ever. The gods celebrated their reunion, and from that day on, the story of Eros and Psyche lived on, as a gentle reminder that true love could overcome any obstacle, even the jealousy of gods. Yet not all love stories ended in joy. Consider the heartbreaking tale of Orpheus and Eurydice, a story passed down through generations, to remind everyone of love's incredible power and tragic fragility.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next day delivery of hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more, and we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
Man, I'm loving this new Palisade.
Yeah. Every time I drive, I feel like I'm in a movie now.
I can do this all day.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
You introduce your buddy to TTF St. Louis. Whoa. He goes on the site and winds up dead.
What's going on out here in the suburbs?
Power Crunch. Light cookie crunch. Enriched with protein. This is protein worth craving. Power Crunch. Protein worth craving.
Orpheus wasn't just any musician. He was the greatest ever known in Greece, born from Calliope, the muse of poetry, and a mortal king from Thrace. From a young age, he played his lyre so beautifully that it seemed as if the world itself would pause to listen. His melodies were gentle and powerful enough to charm birds from the sky, calm wild animals, and even silence the rushing streams. People came from far and wide just to hear him play, convinced his music was a gift from the gods themselves. Eurydice was a beautiful young woman, whose heart was as gentle as Orpheus's music. When Orpheus first saw her, he knew instantly he would never love anyone else. Eurydice felt the same, and it wasn't long before they married. Their wedding day, a joyful celebration filled with song and laughter. Everyone who attended smiled warmly, certain that Orpheus and Eurydice would enjoy a lifetime of happiness together. But fate can be cruel. Soon after their wedding, Eurydice was walking with her friends in a peaceful meadow, picking flowers and laughing softly. Without warning, a hidden snake bit her heel, injecting its deadly venom. In moments, Eurydice's laughter faded, replaced by silence as she sank to the ground. Her friends ran to her side, but it was too late. News of Eurydice's tragic death spread quickly, plunging the village into sorrow, and no one grieved more deeply than Orpheus. Orpheus was utterly heartbroken. Without Eurydice, nothing in the world made sense. He refused to play his music, and silence filled the air. Birds no longer sang, rivers no longer flowed joyfully, and even the wind seemed to stop whispering through the trees. Unable to bear his grief, Orpheus decided to do what no mortal had ever dared. He would journey to the underworld itself to bring Eurydice back. With only his golden lyre in hand, Orpheus bravely descended into the darkness, determined to reclaim the woman he loved. He crossed the river Styx and moved carefully past Cerberus, the fearsome three-headed dog guarding the gates of the underworld. Normally fierce and watchful, Cerberus fell silent, lulled by Orpheus's soft, sorrowful music. As Orpheus ventured further, every shadowy soul and spirit paused to listen, forgetting their sadness for a moment, enchanted by the sweetness of his melodies. At last, Orpheus reached the throne room of Hades, king of the underworld, and his queen, Persephone. The room was dark and solemn, and the two rulers watched him closely, their faces stern and serious. Gathering all his courage, Orpheus stepped forward and began to play his lyre. Music filled the halls of the underworld, echoing gently and powerfully, carrying Orpheus's heartbreak, longing, and undying love. For the first time ever, tears softened the eyes of Hades, and even Persephone wept quietly at the sound. Moved deeply by Orpheus's music and love, Hades agreed to grant his request, something he had never done before. Eurydice's soul could return to the living world, but on one strict condition. Orpheus must lead the way out of the underworld, and Eurydice would follow silently behind him. Orpheus was forbidden to turn around, even for a single glance, until they had both reached the surface and stood safely in the sunlight. Only then could he finally see her face again. If he broke this condition, even for an instant, Eurydice would vanish back into the darkness forever. Orpheus agreed, and hope filled his heart again. Carefully, slowly, he started walking back toward the world above, Eurydice following silently behind him through the shadowy passageways. With every step, Orpheus strained to hear her footsteps, desperate to know she was truly there. As they neared the surface, a faint, warm glow of sunlight appeared ahead, signaling freedom and joy. But doubt suddenly filled Orpheus's mind. Was Eurydice really there, or had he been tricked? Overwhelmed by fear and longing, he turned around for one brief moment, desperate for reassurance. In that instant, their eyes met, filled with both love and sorrow. Eurydice whispered his name softly, but before he could reach out, her spirit began to fade, slipping gently back into the shadows. Orpheus cried out, trying desperately to grasp her hand, but it was too late. Eurydice vanished into the darkness, lost to him forever. Devastated, Orpheus returned to the world above, but his heart remained trapped in the underworld with Eurydice. From that day forward, he wandered alone, his music filled with such sadness and longing that even the trees and rivers wept at his songs. Eventually, at the end of his life, Orpheus's spirit journeyed willingly back to the underworld. There, at last, he found Eurydice, and they embraced, never to be separated again. Together, they remained side by side, walking quietly through the shadowy meadows of the afterlife, their love finally unbroken and eternal. The Trojan War itself had begun with love, a love that sparked endless tragedy. Helen and Paris were bound together by Aphrodite's irresistible magic, a union that set kingdoms ablaze and changed the fate of Greece forever. It started with a fateful decision. Paris, a young prince from Troy, was asked to judge a beauty contest among three powerful goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. Each goddess offered him tempting rewards, but it was Aphrodite who promised him the most irresistible prize, the love of the world's most beautiful woman. Paris couldn't resist and awarded her the golden apple. That woman was Helen, Queen of Sparta, whose legendary beauty had already captured countless hearts. When Paris visited Sparta, Aphrodite fulfilled her promise, filling Helen's heart with overwhelming passion for the young prince. Unable to fight the goddess's powerful spell, Helen willingly left behind her husband Menelaus, the king of Sparta, and sailed away with Paris to Troy. When Menelaus discovered Helen gone, his grief quickly turned to rage. Determined to reclaim his queen and restore his honor, he called upon his brother, Agamemnon, and all the mighty kings of Greece. Together, they gathered a great army, and thousands of ships set sail toward Troy. Thus, love's sweet beginnings led quickly into a brutal, long-lasting war. A war that would consume heroes, kingdoms, and countless lives. Paris and Helen lived in a fragile dream within Troy's walls, their love overshadowed by war and tragedy. Even as their passion deepened, Helen was plagued by guilt and sorrow. She often stood upon Troy's walls, looking out over the vast Greek army below, knowing every warrior fought because of her. Nights became difficult as memories haunted her dreams, and her love for Paris became a bittersweet comfort, wonderful yet painful. Paris himself, though deeply devoted to Helen, often struggled under the heavy weight of their union. Troy's people began to see him as the cause of their suffering, blaming his impulsive choice for their hardships and losses. Yet despite criticism and doubt, Paris stayed true, refusing to abandon the woman he loved, even when despair threatened to overwhelm them. Their bond endured through the chaos of battle, until one tragic day, Paris was struck by a poisoned arrow shot by the Greek hero Philoctetes. As Paris lay dying, Helen stayed by his side, her heart breaking as she whispered gentle words, begging him not to leave her. When Paris finally passed away, Helen's grief was overwhelming. Troy's burning walls and shattered gates seemed insignificant compared to the emptiness in her heart. After Troy finally fell, Menelaus stormed into the ruined city, prepared to confront his lost wife. When he finally stood before Helen, he raised his sword, ready to strike, but as he looked into her eyes, the love he still felt overcame his anger. Instead of harming her, he embraced her, silently forgiving all the pain and loss their love had caused. Together, they sailed back to Sparta, but their love was never the same, scarred deeply by the memories of war, loss, and regret. Yet perhaps no love story was more tragic or enduring than that of Pyramus and Thisbe, two young lovers whose passion inspired stories and legends for generations. They lived in the city of Babylon, neighbors whose houses were separated by nothing but a thin wall. Through a tiny crack in this wall, they exchanged whispers, secrets, and dreams, falling deeply in love without ever touching or even clearly seeing each other's faces. Their parents, bitter rivals, forbid them from meeting openly, making their love a forbidden, secret thing. Unable to bear their separation any longer, Pyramus and Thisbe devised a daring plan to run away together. They decided to meet late at night beneath a large mulberry tree outside the city walls. As darkness fell, Thisbe slipped quietly from her home, reaching their meeting spot first, her heart racing with excitement and fear. While she waited under the tree, the shadows moved, and suddenly a lioness appeared from the darkness, her jaws stained with blood from a recent kill. Terrified, Thisbe fled to a nearby cave, but as she ran, she dropped her veil. The lioness sniffed the veil, tearing it with her bloody teeth before leaving. Moments later, Pyramus arrived at the mulberry tree. Finding the torn, blood-stained veil, he felt his heart sink. Certain that Thisbe had been killed, despair and guilt overwhelmed him. In grief-stricken agony, Pyramus drew his sword, plunging it into his heart beneath the mulberry tree, convinced he could not live without his love. Thisbe, still trembling from fear, carefully emerged from her hiding spot and returned to their meeting place. There, under the pale moonlight, she discovered Pyramus lying on the ground, dying, his blood staining the roots of the mulberry tree. She knelt beside him, crying out in sorrow, gently holding him as his life slipped away. In her overwhelming grief, Thisbe took the same sword and chose to join Pyramus in death rather than face life alone. As she breathed her last, their blood mingled and seeped into the earth, forever staining the mulberry fruits from white to a deep, tragic red, an eternal reminder of their love, loss, and heartbreaking sacrifice. These powerful tales of love and loss touched all who heard them. Eros and Psyche showed love's resilience. Orpheus and Eurydice revealed the unbearable pain of loss. Helen and Paris embodied love's destructive power, while Pyramus and Thisbe's fate taught the painful consequences of misunderstanding and forbidden desire. Now let's journey deeper into the mysterious and shadowy realm known to the ancient Greeks as the underworld, a hidden kingdom deep beneath the earth, ruled by the solemn and shadowy god, Hades, alongside his gentle yet distant queen, Persephone. To the Greeks, this was no distant paradise or unreachable place. It was a real, physical realm beneath their feet, accessible to only a chosen few, and dreaded by most. Hades himself was unlike any other Olympian god. He was quiet, reserved, and solemn, often depicted as a dark, bearded figure sitting upon an ebony throne. Though feared by mortals who rarely spoke his name aloud, preferring to call him Pluton, meaning giver of wealth, or simply the unseen one, Hades wasn't truly evil. Rather, he was seen as fair, unwavering, and deeply committed to maintaining balance and order in the realm of the dead. Unlike his brother Zeus, who ruled the sky, and Poseidon, who ruled the seas, Hades preferred solitude, rarely visiting Mount Olympus unless specifically summoned. His world was one of silence and shadows, and his duties demanded patience and neutrality. He watched over the souls entrusted to his care with quiet authority, making certain each soul found its rightful place in the afterlife. Yet, despite his grim role, he was also seen as a just figure. The Greeks believed he presided over judgment after death, ensuring punishment and reward alike were given fairly, reflecting one's actions in life. Few stories directly involved Hades compared to his siblings, but those few left a powerful mark on Greek mythology. Perhaps the most defining of these was his marriage to Persephone. Captivated by the gentle goddess of spring, Hades sought permission from Zeus to make Persephone his queen. Zeus neither granted nor denied this request openly, and Hades took this silence as approval. Thus, one bright afternoon, as Persephone wandered joyfully through a meadow, the ground trembled violently. Hades emerged swiftly from the earth in his dark chariot, drawn by powerful black horses, and carried the startled goddess into his shadowy realm below. Initially terrified, Persephone slowly came to accept, and even embrace, her role as queen of the underworld. Although the realm she ruled was dark and quiet, Persephone brought a touch of grace, compassion, and gentleness that softened Hades' somber domain. She brought flowers to bloom along the riverbanks of the Styx, offering small comforts to souls who passed through. Their relationship, though complicated and marked by sorrow due to Persephone's periodic absence, was often seen as deep and genuine by the Greeks. Persephone, they believed, had come to love her solemn husband, and her presence beside him brought a quiet comfort and warmth to the cold halls of Hades' palace. The underworld itself was a vast, mysterious landscape. Upon death, a soul's journey began by traveling down winding paths and shadowed tunnels, eventually arriving at the banks of the river Styx. This river was more than just a boundary. It was a solemn promise. The gods themselves swore sacred oaths upon the Styx, for its waters were imbued with silently across the dark waters. Souls unable to pay the fare, often a small coin placed carefully by loved ones beneath the tongue, wandered the riverbanks in eternal despair. Charon himself was an imposing figure, depicted as an old, stern man cloaked in tattered robes, eyes glowing like dim embers. He offered no sympathy, performing his task with cold efficiency.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant. We say don't settle for the status quo.
At Grand Canyon University, we shatter it.
We lead with a pioneering spirit in classrooms that are incubators for bold ideas.
GCU empowers learners of every generation, on campus, online, and hybrid learning environments.
This is purpose-driven education. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Old Spice gentlemen. Guess I've always been a gentleman. DJ?
Son, what's going on in there?
I'll be out in a few hours.
Today we're doing level 1 for 100 spicy wings for the big game. Level 1 is already so hot. Level 2 is gonna give me heartburn. Somebody pass the Tom. Level 3. Level 4. Nothing beats heartburn faster. Tom's chewy bite. Pass the Tom.
Once across the river, souls approached the formidable gates guarded by Cerberus, the monstrous hound with 3 snarling heads, eyes burning with fiery vigilance. Cerberus's role was crucial. No living soul was allowed to pass unchallenged, nor was any spirit allowed to return to the mortal world without divine permission. His terrifying presence served as an everlasting warning. The underworld was a final destination, a boundary not easily crossed again. Past Cerberus stretched an expanse filled with mist-covered valleys, shadowy forests, and quiet, sorrowful plains. Here, wandering souls drifted aimlessly, their memories slowly fading, destined to an eternity of quiet contemplation. Among these plains were the Asphodel Meadows, vast gray fields where ordinary souls, those neither exceptionally good nor evil, spent eternity in quiet neutrality. Yet the Greeks also spoke of brighter and darker realms within Hades' kingdom. For heroic souls, and the truly virtuous, the beautiful paradise known as Elysium, awaited. Elysium was a place of comfort, rest, and joy, filled with gentle breezes, fragrant flowers, and golden sunlight. Here, heroes like Achilles, Hector, and Heracles rested eternally, free from pain, sorrow, and fear. But for souls who committed terrible deeds against the gods or humanity, the feared Tartarus existed deep beneath even Hades' palace. It was an abyss filled with eternal darkness and unending punishment. Titans and mortals who dared defy or offend the gods suffered here. Famous prisoners included Sisyphus, condemned forever to push a boulder uphill only for it to tumble back down endlessly. Tantalus, forever thirsty and hungry, standing in water that receded whenever he reached down, beneath branches heavy with fruit that withdrew each time he stretched up. And Ixion, bound to an eternally spinning wheel, engulfed in flames. The Greeks also described several strange rivers within this mysterious underworld. Apart from the Styx, the river Lethe was perhaps the most significant. Its waters caused complete forgetfulness, allowing souls to abandon memories of earthly sorrow and regret, and prepare for new lives in some beliefs involving reincarnation. Another river, the Acheron, was known as the river of pain or sorrow, marking the border to the underworld and capturing the tears and anguish of newly arrived souls. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, echoed with eternal cries of grief, while Phlegethon, a river of burning fire, flowed around the edges of Tartarus itself, reinforcing eternal punishment. Beyond rivers and meadows, the underworld also featured special landmarks and mysterious locations. The palace of Hades itself was said to be magnificent yet intimidating, built of dark stone and metals, illuminated by eerie blue flames. Around it grew sacred groves of dark poplars and willows, whispering softly in a perpetual twilight. Nearby was the judgment seat, where three impartial judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, reviewed each soul's earthly deeds, assigning them their eternal place within the underworld's vast landscape. To the Greeks, the underworld was more than just a realm of fear. It was a reflection of life's complexity, morality, and balance. They saw Hades as not evil, but necessary, stern and impartial, ensuring justice and fairness continued beyond life's end. The underworld taught them that life and death were closely intertwined, part of an endless cycle they could never fully understand, yet deeply respected. As our fire softly crackles and the stars watch quietly from above, let's journey deeper into the lesser-known tales from Greek mythology, stories that whisper wisdom rather than shout it, reminding us softly of kindness, humility, and the hidden magic in simple lives. Let's begin with the story of Baucis and Philemon, an elderly couple remembered for their kindness and generosity. They lived long ago in a modest cottage at the edge of a small village, surrounded by fields, trees, and simple country paths. Their home was basic, with wooden walls and a straw-thatched roof. Although they had little material wealth, they were rich in compassion and hospitality. Their days were simple, but fulfilling. Together, they tended their garden, growing vegetables, herbs, and colorful flowers. Each evening, they'd sit by the fire, happy to enjoy each other's company. One afternoon, two travelers arrived at their village, dressed plainly and looking tired from their journey. Unknown to anyone, these visitors were Zeus, king of the gods, and Hermes, the messenger, disguised as ordinary men. They knocked on each villager's door, seeking shelter and food, but every door was shut firmly in their faces. Finally, Zeus and Hermes reached the modest home of Baucis and Philemon. Without hesitation, the elderly couple invited the travelers inside. Philemon placed chairs near the fireplace, while Baucis prepared a meal from what little they had: fresh bread, honey, fruits, and wine mixed with water. She apologized for the simplicity of their offering, but the visitors were grateful for their warmth and generosity. As they talked and shared their meal, Baucis noticed something unusual. No matter how many cups of wine she poured, the jug remained full. She glanced at Philemon, who also saw the miracle. Realizing their guests were no ordinary travelers, the couple felt amazed and humbled. Then Zeus and Hermes revealed themselves in a flash of light. Baucis and Philemon knelt in reverence, awed by the god's presence. Zeus warmly praised their kindness, but warned them that the villagers would face punishment for their lack of hospitality. A flood would soon wash away the village, but Zeus assured the elderly couple they would be spared. He offered them a wish in return for their generosity. After exchanging a glance, Philemon gently replied, "Let us live together until the end of our days. When the time comes, let us leave this world together, so neither must be left alone." Zeus gladly granted their wish. He instructed them to climb a nearby hill and watch as the floodwaters rose, covering the village. When they turned back, their small cottage had become a beautiful temple. Baucis and Philemon became caretakers of this temple, warmly welcoming visitors as they always had. Years passed peacefully, until one day, while standing together outside the temple, they began to feel their bodies changing. Their feet took root in the earth, and they gradually transformed. Baucis into a linden tree, and Philemon into an oak. Their branches reached toward each other, intertwined permanently in an embrace. Villagers later visited these two trees, telling stories of how the rustling leaves seemed to whisper reminders of the kindness and generosity that had defined the lives of Baucis and Philemon. Now, shifting to another tale, let's talk about King Midas. Midas ruled over the ancient kingdom of Phrygia, a prosperous region famous for its wealth and fertile lands. Known widely for his fascination with gold, Midas surrounded himself with luxuries, treasures, and lavish comforts. Despite his great riches, his desire for gold and wealth seemed impossible to satisfy, becoming almost an obsession that defined his every thought. One day, Midas's servants discovered an elderly man named Silenus wandering lost near the palace grounds. Silenus was a companion and mentor to Dionysus, the Greek god of wine, joy, and celebrations. Silenus had become separated from Dionysus's traveling group and wandered alone, weary and disoriented. Midas's servants recognized him as a man of importance and immediately brought him to the palace. King Midas greeted Silenus warmly, treating him as a respected guest. For several days, Silenus was given comfortable rooms, fine food, and good wine. Midas himself made sure that Silenus was well cared for and comfortable, aware of his special status as Dionysus's dear friend and advisor. Eventually, Dionysus learned that Silenus had been found and generously cared for by Midas. The god felt deep gratitude toward the Phrygian king for his kindness and hospitality. Dionysus soon arrived at the palace to thank Midas personally and offered him a reward, saying, "You may choose one wish, anything you desire, and I shall grant it." Without hesitation, Midas asked excitedly that everything he touched should instantly turn to pure gold. Dionysus paused, understanding the potential consequences, and urged Midas to reconsider carefully. But Midas was blinded by excitement and refused to listen. Seeing the king's determination, Dionysus sighed gently and granted him his wish, warning quietly that not all gifts were as they appeared. The next morning, Midas eagerly tested his new power. He touched a simple wooden chair, instantly turning it into shining gold. Overjoyed, he ran around the palace gardens, transforming flowers, plants, stones, and even statues into gleaming gold. His initial excitement was boundless, and he felt certain he was the luckiest man alive. But soon enough, the excitement began to fade. When Midas sat down for a meal, reality quickly set in. He lifted a piece of fresh bread to his mouth, but as his lips touched it, the bread became solid gold, impossible to bite. Frustrated and confused, he tried to sip water from a cup, but the moment it touched his lips, the liquid became solid gold as well. Soon, panic set in. Every food and drink turned to useless metal, and Midas realized with dread what he'd done. Before he could fully grasp his predicament, his beloved daughter entered the room, concerned about her father's strange behavior. She ran to comfort him, and in his distress, Midas reached out instinctively to embrace her. Instantly, she became a golden statue, frozen in the same expression of surprise. Now, heartbroken and desperate, Midas recognized the truth. His wish had become a terrible curse. Midas immediately began pleading with Dionysus, praying for forgiveness and a chance to undo this tragedy. Hearing the king's desperate calls, Dionysus reappeared, seeing the regret and anguish clearly etched on Midas's face. Moved by pity and compassion, Dionysus gently instructed Midas to travel to the river Pactolus, flowing gently through the countryside of Phrygia. There, the king was to wash his hands and body in the clear waters to rid himself of the golden touch. Without hesitation, Midas hurried to the riverbank, plunging his hands into the cool water. As he washed himself, the curse lifted, restoring his humanity. He ran back to his palace to find his daughter returned to normal, the curse reversed. From that day forward, the sands of the Pactolus River sparkled gently with tiny flecks of gold, a subtle reminder to all who passed by of King Midas's painful lesson, that life, love, and simple joys are far more precious than gold. Next,
Booking.com has all kinds of stays, for those who love family resorts, and for those who do not. There we go. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
It's not looking good, kid. You've got flu norovirus.
It may sound catchy because it's the flu, norovirus, COVID-19, and the cold. This can handle that. Using Lysol disinfectant spray on surfaces helps reduce their spread by 4 times.
Not in my house, Fluoro Cocoa.
Power Crunch. Incredibly light cookie crunch. Packed with bold, delicious flavor. Enriched with Power Crunch protein. To fuel you and your day. Power Crunch. Protein worth craving.
Next, let's speak of Chiron, a centaur who stood apart from all others of his kind. In Greek mythology, centaurs were usually portrayed as rough, wild creatures, half human and half horse, known more for their aggressive behavior and love of wine than for kindness or wisdom. But Chiron was different. Born from the union of the Titan Cronus and the nymph Philyra, Chiron inherited a sense of calm and gentleness that none of his fellow centaurs possessed. Unlike most centaurs, who roamed wild forests and caused trouble, Chiron lived quietly on Mount Pelion, in the peaceful hills of Thessaly. He built a home there, a simple cave surrounded by forests and clear mountain streams, where he could study and teach in peace. Chiron was gifted with great wisdom and knowledge, especially skilled in medicine, astronomy, hunting, music, and prophecy. He became known not just as a teacher, but as one of the greatest mentors and guides of ancient Greece. Heroes and kings, gods and goddesses, all respected and admired Chiron for his fairness and intelligence. Many legendary heroes came to Mount Pelion to learn from him. Achilles, who would later become the greatest warrior of Greece, was one of Chiron's favorite students. Under Chiron's watchful eye, young Achilles learned the skills of combat, hunting, and healing. More importantly, Chiron taught Achilles about courage and compassion, lessons the young hero carried for the rest of his life. Chiron also mentored Jason, the famous leader of the Argonauts who sailed in search of the Golden Fleece. He guided Jason in the ways of leadership, showing him how to unite men and inspire loyalty. Perseus, the brave hero who defeated Medusa, was another of his students. Under Chiron's care, Perseus learned to trust in himself and think calmly in moments of danger. But perhaps most famous was Chiron's relationship with Heracles, known to many as Hercules. Heracles, known for his incredible strength, often visited Chiron, seeking advice or training. The centaur always welcomed him warmly, sharing his home and knowledge freely. One day, however, tragedy struck. Heracles had been invited to share a feast with another centaur named Pholus, who had opened a special jug of wine. The scent of the wine attracted other centaurs, who became aggressive and dangerous in their desire to drink it. A fierce battle quickly broke out between Heracles and these unruly centaurs. During the chaos, Heracles fired arrows to protect himself, unaware that one stray arrow had accidentally struck Chiron, who stood some distance away, watching the fight unfold. Tragically, this arrow was dipped in the venom of the deadly Hydra, a poison powerful enough to defeat any creature. Even though Chiron was immortal, the venom caused him unending, unbearable pain. No medicine or herb could ease the agony of this wound. Despite his immense suffering, Chiron remained patient and dignified. He endured this endless pain quietly for a very long time. Eventually, though, a rare chance to ease his torment appeared. At that time, Prometheus, the Titan who had given humans fire, was suffering terribly as punishment from Zeus. Prometheus had been chained to a mountain where an eagle arrived daily to torment him. Chiron, knowing well what endless pain felt like, deeply sympathized with Prometheus's plight. With compassion guiding him, Chiron approached Zeus and offered to trade his own immortality for the release of Prometheus. Zeus, impressed and moved by the centaur's unselfish choice, accepted this offer. Prometheus was set free, and Chiron's pain was finally relieved. To honor Chiron's noble sacrifice and kindness, Zeus placed the centaur among the stars, creating the constellation we know today as Sagittarius. And so, Chiron found a new kind of immortality, shining quietly in the night sky, guiding travelers, hunters, and heroes who gaze upward. Finally, let's recall the bittersweet tale of Echo and Narcissus, a story from ancient Greek mythology that warns of the dangers of pride and vanity, but also captures the sadness of unrequited love. Echo was a spirited young nymph who lived in the lush forests and mountainsides. She was cheerful, outgoing, and especially known for her lively chatter. Echo loved to talk and tell stories, often amusing her friends with her endless conversation. Her voice was pleasant and musical, admired by those who heard it. However, Echo's gift for speech ultimately caused her trouble. Zeus, the king of the gods, often visited the forests and mountains, spending time with the various nymphs who lived there. His wife Hera became suspicious of his frequent disappearances and decided to investigate. When Hera approached, Echo, always eager to please, would entertain the goddess with lengthy conversations, giving Zeus time to slip away unnoticed. When Hera finally realized that Echo's conversations were merely distractions designed to help Zeus escape, she was furious. She decided Echo needed to be punished. With a simple, yet harsh decree, Hera took away Echo's ability to speak freely, allowing her only to repeat the last few words that someone else had said. Echo was deeply saddened by this punishment. No longer able to speak her own thoughts or feelings, she withdrew into herself. She spent her days quietly wandering alone through the woods and mountains, avoiding contact with others. Her once joyful life became one of loneliness and silence. One day, as Echo wandered quietly through the forest, she caught sight of a young man named Narcissus. Narcissus was exceptionally handsome, admired by both men and women everywhere he went. His striking appearance attracted many admirers who hoped to win his affection. Yet Narcissus was not interested in anyone else, believing he was above ordinary people, too perfect and special for common affection. Echo immediately became enchanted by Narcissus. She watched him from afar, wanting so badly to approach him, yet knowing she couldn't speak first. One afternoon, as Narcissus walked alone through the woods, he sensed he was being watched. Curious, he called out, "Is someone there?" Echo, hiding behind the trees, could only respond softly, repeating, "Someone there." Narcissus frowned, confused, and called again, "Come closer." Echo eagerly stepped out, repeating happily, "Come closer." But when Narcissus saw Echo, he immediately turned cold and dismissive. He had no interest in Echo's shy but hopeful affection. He cruelly told her, "Leave me alone. I will never love you." Echo felt her heart break. She quietly repeated his harsh words, "Never love you," as she retreated deep into the forest. From that day onward, she hid in solitude, fading away until nothing but her faint voice remained, echoing softly through the woods, mountains, and caves whenever someone spoke. As for Narcissus, he moved on, indifferent to Echo's sorrow, still convinced that no one was worthy of his love. One day, during another solitary walk, Narcissus found himself thirsty and stopped beside a clear, quiet pool deep within the forest. He knelt to drink, but stopped abruptly when he saw his reflection for the first time. Narcissus was completely captivated, instantly falling in love with the beautiful face staring back at him. Not realizing this lovely image was simply himself, he gazed endlessly, lost in admiration. Day after day, Narcissus remained by the pool, unwilling to leave the beauty he saw reflected in the water. He ignored food, rest, and the world around him, totally consumed by his obsession. Each time he reached out to embrace the reflection, the image vanished beneath ripples. Yet he continued trying desperately, hoping he could somehow grasp this elusive beauty. Eventually, weakened by hunger, thirst, and sadness, Narcissus slowly wasted away beside the pool, longing hopelessly for a love he could never hold. As he finally breathed his last, the nymphs and creatures of the forest mourned his loss, feeling sorrow that such beauty had caused such sadness. In the spot where Narcissus died, a delicate flower sprang forth, blooming in gentle shades of white and gold. Today, we still call this flower the narcissus, or daffodil, and it continues to bow its petals toward its reflection, forever remembering Narcissus's tragic end. As for Echo, though she never regained her voice or physical form, her quiet echoes remain in the forests and mountains, softly repeating the words of travelers and hikers. Her presence serves as a subtle, enduring reminder of the sorrow caused by unreturned love, pride, and vanity, and the importance of kindness toward others. These quieter stories, shared softly beneath the stars, carry messages of humility, compassion, and quiet strength. Tales like these may not boast epic battles or powerful gods, yet their lessons linger gently, reminding us that even in small, simple moments, magic, wisdom, and beauty can quietly appear. And as we share them tonight, we become part of an endless circle, retelling stories whispered long ago by those who came before us and carried gently forward for generations yet to come. As we reach the end of our long, fascinating journey through Greek mythology, let's take a moment to consider something truly special about these stories. Why, thousands of years after they were first whispered around ancient fires, do they still capture our hearts and minds so completely? What is it about these ancient myths that continues to feel so powerful and deeply human, no matter how much time passes? The answer, in part, lies in their extraordinary ability to reflect what it means to be human. These stories, though set in worlds of gods, heroes, monsters, and miracles, are deeply familiar. They touch on timeless truths about love and loss, courage and fear, pride and humility, feelings and experiences we all recognize and understand. Think about the pride of Achilles, the compassion of Prometheus, or the courage of Perseus. These aren't simply distant ancient figures. They represent parts of ourselves, mirrors that reflect our own strengths and weaknesses, our dreams and disappointments. Mythology also allows us to explore life's deepest mysteries, offering comforting explanations and beautiful stories about where we come from, why we exist, and what happens when our time here ends. These myths remind us gently that humans have always sought answers to these questions, just as we still do today. They tell us that we're part of something far bigger and more mysterious than ourselves, encouraging us to face life's uncertainties with courage, hope, and humility. In a sense, these myths have never truly aged. Yes, their details might change, but at their heart, they're as relevant today as when they were first told around campfires thousands of years ago. They remind us that no matter how advanced our world becomes, our essential nature, the way we love, fear, dream, and struggle, hasn't changed much at all. And perhaps most importantly, these myths help us feel connected. As you listened, maybe you imagined yourself sitting alongside ancient Greek storytellers, feeling the warmth of a fire on your skin, hearing these timeless tales. It's a beautiful thought, that across thousands of years, across cultures and continents, stories still have the power to bring us together, helping us remember that, at our core, we're not so different after all. So, next time you look up at the stars or gather around a fire, think of these stories. Remember brave Perseus confronting Medusa, thoughtful Prometheus stealing fire, Orpheus risking everything for love. These myths aren't just ancient stories, they're living mirrors, gently reflecting who we are and who we might become. Now, we've spent quite some time exploring this vast, beautiful world of Greek mythology together. And whether you've been closely following or quietly listening in the background, I genuinely hope you enjoyed the journey. Let me know below which myth or character stood out to you. I'd love to hear your thoughts. And if you've enjoyed our storytelling today, consider subscribing and turning on notifications so you don't miss our next journey into mythology, history, or mystery. Thanks for spending your time here. And until next time, stay curious and stay safe.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums, so you can enjoy the food you love.
Tums. Hey, I'm the residue. Those spots, the streaks on your dishes, all me.
You need to finish Jet Dry 3-in-1.
Oh, no.
It works after detergent to prevent residue, dry better, and prevent clouds. For dishes that shine.
In the year 1800, a Scottish captain by the name of Colin Mackenzie was travelling in the south of India. Mackenzie was an officer in the British East India Company, a trading corporation with a private army larger than many countries that in the last century had come to hold sway over vast areas of India. Mackenzie had come to India at the age of 30, and he became so fascinated with the place that he would never leave. He was a curious man and an avid collector of artifacts. Over his nearly 40 years in India, he amassed a collection of 1,500 historical manuscripts, written on palm leaves in 13 languages, along with thousands of local histories and songs, charts, maps, sketches, and a collection of more than 6,000 coins. Mackenzie was also himself a skilled map maker, and he produced the first authentic geographical map of South India. And so we can imagine his excitement as he was travelling through the rocky landscape of the Indian state of Karnataka, when his local guides told him of the existence of an enormous ruined city nearby that had once been the capital of a great and powerful empire. These ruins, they told him, were crumbling and overgrown, and could be found near the town of Anagundi, at a small village known as Hampi, a place that the Kannada-speaking locals had come to know by the name Al Potun, or the Ruined City. Mackenzie urged them to take him there at once. Mackenzie's visit to the ruins is recorded in a journal he kept at the time, which has never been published, but which exists in rough manuscript form in the British Library. In his neat, curling, cursive handwriting, Mackenzie records what it was like to wander through the overgrown ruins of this great city, as his guides told him what they could about its history.
South and half southwest of Anagundi are still remaining many great ruins of the ancient city. palaces, pagodas, droogs, and fortifications, to which the people gave the name Al-Putun, or the ruined city. The palaces, with the grand stables for elephants and horses, are there to be seen. On the southeast of one palace is a place called Vasanta Vudum, formerly the baths of the Rajas. They say that ancient kings used to entertain themselves on certain festivals with throwing saffron-tinged water on their women, the little square basin in the center of the building, surrounded by galleries. Its drain or conduit, almost ruined, is to be still seen. Westward of this bathing place is a line of basins and cups cut out of the fine black stones and placed on each side of the water conduit. They say that here was formerly the king's garden.
Here and there, families of monkeys would have clambered over these great boulders, chattering and chasing one another. Mackenzie climbed up onto the rocky granite hills nearby, and from there he sketched the first comprehensive map of the site. He wasn't a man given over to poetry, and he let his maps and sketches do the talking. But he does make note of the sights that he saw as he explored the ruins.
The interior ramparts, apparently designed to enclose the royal quarter, comprehending the palaces, or mahals, waterworks of the most remarkable sort are visible. An eating place with a number of black stone slabs laid along the conduit, with dishes in the shape of leaves, sculptured on a theme. An octangular basin gallery and fountain in ruins. An elephant stable of 11 strong vaulted divisions, each crowned by a handsome cupola. An aqueduct on stone pillars, which brought water from the tank near Kamlapur to the royal quarter, gardens, fountains. It appears to have been destroyed with much industry.
Only a few decades later, in the 1850s, another East India Company officer, one Colonel Alexander Greenlaw, would visit the ruined site with an early camera and would take some of the most affecting photographs of the ruins in their undisturbed condition. In them, we can see the same crumbling, magnificently carved edifices that Mackenzie would have, overgrown with mosses, growths of cactus-like euphorbia and grasses, their ornate cupolas strangled by vines. We can see the beautiful bathing houses spilling over with waterweeds, the halls of long-dead kings now silent and shaded beneath cracking roofs. In his journal, Mackenzie describes the site of the city, now sunken beneath the earth.
This place is now almost ruined, but its remains are still very magnificent and curious. The houses of the inhabitants are entirely destroyed, and the ruins now form high banks and eminences under which are buried many great houses whose terraces are level with or sunk below the soil. Many of these we can see in passing among the inner ruins. South of the King's Palace is a square building, the top of which is destroyed now. This being covered with earth and overgrown with bushes, we could not penetrate its interior.
These crumbling ruins were the remains of a city known as Vijayanagara. As Mackenzie walked between the fallen pillars, as he looked down on them from the hilltop nearby and drew his map, he was clearly struck by the grandeur and magnificence of these remains, and he must have wondered how such a great society could build all this, flourish, and then vanish into nothing. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at a civilization that has all but faded from memory in many parts of the world. That's the story of the Vijayanagara Empire of southern India. I want to tell the story of how this remarkable society rose up out of an age of conflict and fragmentation, how it built one of the largest and most impressive medieval cities in the world, and developed an identity that was both South Indian in nature and global in outlook. And finally, I want to tell the story of what happened to bring the great stone temples of Vijayanagara crashing down in fire and flame. The granite terrain that surrounds the small village of Hampi and the ruins of Vijayanagara around it is one of the most distinct and easily recognizable in the world. It's a unique and surreal clutter of enormous rounded boulders, teetering in strange and unlikely balancing acts, looking a little like pebbles someone has piled up on a beach. A later visitor to the ruins, a British man named A.H. Longhurst, provides the following vivid description of the region's distinctive landscape.
The site of the old city is a strangely wild place to have been the birthplace and capital of an empire. The whole of it is dotted with little, barren, rocky hills, and immediately north of it, the wide and rapid Tungabhadra River hurries along a boulder-strewn channel down rapids and through narrow gorges. The hills are of granite, weathered to every shade of colour from grey to brown, and have hardly any vegetation on them. The alternate burning days and chilly nights of the Deccan climate have seamed and split in every direction the huge masses of solid rock, and the earthquakes of remote ages have torn from their flanks the enormous boulders, and have piled these up round about their sides in the most fantastic confusion, or flung them headlong into the valleys below.
But despite its often precarious appearance, this landscape is actually one of the most ancient and stable surfaces to be found anywhere in the world. These vast sheet layers of granite were formed under the Earth's surface between about 3 and 3.5 billion years ago, during the earliest formation of the Earth's crust. Some of these rocks were around during the emergence of the very first life on Earth, from the tiniest microbes and bacteria. They have stood here and watched that life emerge from the seas, seen the dinosaurs rule the Earth, only to be wiped out by a visitor from the stars, then seen the evolution of humans from small mammals. While softer rocks have eroded around them, these hard granites have remained. The landmass that they are a part of is often known as the Indian subcontinent, a place with one of the most interesting interplays of geology and climate in the world. This is a massive peninsula jutting out of the south of Asia that extends south for more than 3,000 kilometers from the Himalayan mountains. It's a landmass that encompasses an enormous variation in landscapes, from the mountainous cloud forests and coconut palmed beaches in the south to the snowy reaches of the Himalayas in the north and the baking Thar Desert in the northwest. But generally, India is loosely divided into two regions, usually called North and South India. The north is a landscape of expansive, flat riverlands, grassy plains stretching off into the distance, then rising to the foothills of the Himalayas. But in the south, the landscape is dominated by an arid, rocky shelf known as the Deccan Plateau. The name Deccan comes from the same root as the Tamil word Tekkanam and the Sanskrit word Dakshina, which both mean the province of the south. This plateau is a sprawling table of rocky land that covers much of western, central and southern India. It rises from low elevations in the north up to more than 1,000 meters in the south, wedged between the two mountain ranges known as the Western and Eastern Ghats. The word Ghat is used in some South Indian languages to describe stone steps leading down to a river or lake, and so the word is also used for these mountains, since they look down over the coast. The Western Ghats are in fact the eroded remnants of what was once the edge of this continent. 100 million years ago, India was joined to Africa, before tearing away and beginning a journey of 6,000 kilometers across the ocean, before colliding with Asia. Directly after the break from Africa, it's thought that the west coast of India would have appeared as a sheer cliff, around 1,000 meters high. Over the next 100 million years, erosion and weathering would wear down this cliff into the dramatic series of mountains that today runs the whole length of the coast and can soar up to 2,600 meters. In the south, they are so massive that they block the clouds that roll in from the sea during India's southwest monsoon, meaning that the land on the west of the mountains is a vivid tropical green, a landscape of lagoons and mangrove forests, while the land of the Deccan Plateau beyond them is relatively dry and arid. But across this rocky landscape, a number of great rivers do flow. They flow down the slope of the land eastwards, away from the mountains of the Western Ghats. Some of these Deccan rivers are the Godavari, the Krishna, the Kaveri, and the Tungabhadra, and they all flow eastwards until they eventually empty into the Bay of Bengal on the eastern coast. And so this is the landscape across which the great medieval drama of South India would unfold. The roots of human civilization in India are truly ancient. Analysis of mitochondrial DNA shows that modern humans began arriving in the subcontinent between 75,000 to 50,000 years ago, migrating through the Middle East and Persia from our origins in Eastern Africa. Cave paintings dating to around 10,000 years ago have been found in the rock shelters of Bhimbetka in central India. These paintings show men riding horses and even elephants, suggesting that the story of humans in this region has been intertwined with those of animals since the very beginning. Around the year 6500 BC, agriculture emerged, as people began to farm winter grasses, barley and wheat, in Balochistan in modern Pakistan, on the banks of the Indus River. In the following millennia, these techniques spread all the way up the Indus Valley. From about the year 3000 BC, large cities began to form in this region, which today are known by the names Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, and which are estimated to have held as many as 60,000 people. The cities of the civilization that grew up in the Indus Valley were built from baked bricks and featured elaborate drainage systems and water supply systems. along with what may have been temples and workshops. Its people used a system of standardized weights to measure out goods, and in some cities, large canals and docks have also been uncovered. There's evidence that the Indus Valley may have traded by sea with the civilizations of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Akkadians, and Indus Valley artifacts have been found as far afield as Oman, Bahrain, and in the south of Iraq. And it's perhaps here that the people of India first truly harnessed the immense power of the elephant. The carved seals of the Indus Valley seem to provide the earliest evidence of the organized capturing and training of elephants from as early as 6000 BC. By the time the first surviving texts were written in India many thousands of years later, tamed elephants would have already been a common everyday sight, carrying heavy loads for construction, transporting important people, and fighting as weapons of war. The Indus Valley civilization is also thought to have experimented with writing, although the extent to which they did so is a matter for debate. Archaeologists have uncovered hundreds of distinct symbols that Indus people used on stamp seals or small tablets, ceramic pots, and what may have been signs hanging over the gates of their inner citadel. Most of these inscriptions are tiny, containing only 4 to 5 characters. The longest ever found on a single surface is only 17 characters long, and we can't tell whether this was truly a written language. If the Indus Valley symbols really are a form of writing, the tragedy is that it has never been decoded. And so the names of their cities, the names of their kings, their deeds and works, the lives of everyday people, all of it has been lost beneath the sands of Pakistan, perhaps forever. All that we have left are the names that later people gave to the remains of these haunting places. One of their largest cities is known today as Mohenjo-Daro, which in the language of Sindhi simply means the mound of dead men. While it's not clear what happened to cause the downfall of their society, we do have some idea. The Indus Valley climate grew significantly cooler and drier from about 1800 BC, linked to a general weakening of the monsoon at that time, an event that may have also contributed to the collapse of Sumerian society in the valley of Mesopotamia. The Indus Valley did not use as extensive irrigation techniques, and so were more reliant on the annual floods of the river. As the floods failed, the capacity of the river to support the population would have collapsed. At this time, a people known as the Arya are thought to have arrived in the valley. It's unclear whether these Aryans came as settlers or refugees, whether they were welcomed or met with conflict, whether they brought new technologies and language into the valley, or whether they simply learned them there. But whatever the case, this pattern would be repeated countless times over the coming history. People would arrive in India from the lands beyond, mix with the people already there, and a new culture would be born. A blend of old and new, foreign and homegrown. By the year 1300 BC, the people of the Indus Valley had left their drought-ridden land and migrated eastwards, leaving the cities of Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro and many others to crumble into the sands. They migrated east until they reached a large, bountiful river, which meandered across an enormous floodplain, rich and full of life. And here, on the banks of this river, the next phase of Indian history would begin. Although the story of Vijayanagara takes place in the southern realm of the Deccan's arid and rocky plateau, it begins here in the north, in this flat and rich river plain, and the river that flows across it is known as the river Ganges. This river is known locally as the Ganga, and sometimes Ma Ganga, or Mother River. It begins in an icy cave known as Gomukh, or the mouth of the cow, which yawns open at the bottom of the great glacier Gangotri, high up in the Himalayas. Since its formation 50 million years ago, the enormous weight of the Himalayan mountain chain has quite literally weighed down the land around it. To the south, the ground has been pressed down so it is now almost at sea level, and it's across this flat plain that the Ganges flows for more than 2,500 kilometers, from east to west, down to the hot mangrove swamps of the Bay of Bengal, where it finally empties its silty waters into the sea. For millennia, this great waterway has sustained around 1/10 of the world's population, with food, water and fish, and has provided a highway for people and trade to pass up and down the river. And on one of the main tributaries of the Ganges, a smaller river known as the Yamuna, sits the city of Delhi. Delhi is one of the oldest cities in the world. It has been continually inhabited for more than 8,000 years. The soil on the banks of the Yamuna is rich, and so the people here have always flourished. It's in this region of northwestern India, during the period following the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization, that the earliest examples of written texts were laid down in the ancient northern language of Sanskrit. These texts began to be written around 3,500 years ago, and they are known as the Vedas. Unfortunately for us, many of these early texts were written on fragile, perishable substances, many of them on paper made of the bark of the Himalayan birch tree, using inks made of ash. Some of these texts, remarkably, have survived from as far back as the 3rd or 4th centuries, but in most cases they have been lost. The oldest of these Sanskrit texts, known as the Rig Veda, was probably transmitted orally from at least the 2nd millennium BC, or more than 4,000 years ago. In it is contained a poetic vision of how written language developed in this region.
Brihaspati Prathamam Vacho Agram Yat Prairata Namadheyam.
When in giving names, they first set forth the beginning of language, their most excellent and spotless secret was laid bare through love. When the wise ones formed language with their mind, purifying it like grain with a winnowing fan, then friends knew friendships, an auspicious mark placed on their language.
The publication of these texts had an enormous impact. For about 1,000 years after 300 BC, the language of Sanskrit, once spoken only in the north of India, would spread to eclipse all others, becoming the common language of art, science, religion, and poetry, much as Latin once was in Europe. It was in this period that the Vedic religion formed, based on the script of the Vedas. And from this, after a number of adaptations and evolutions, would emerge the religion we know today as Hinduism. Today, the lands of India are united in a single modern nation, but it's perhaps one of the most diverse nation-states on Earth, and certainly the largest nation to comprise so many different cultures within its borders. The citizens of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and all the 28 states of modern India are as different from one another as the citizens of France, Germany, and Italy. They vary in their traditional dress, diet, ritual observances, and in the 22 official major languages spoken across the subcontinent. South of Maharashtra in central India, the languages belong to the Dravidian family, a body of languages found only in India, while Maharashtra's Marathi language and all the major languages of the north, including the ancient tongue of Sanskrit, belong to the Indo-European family, of which English is also a member. But perhaps the most marked differences from region to region are in the realm of religion. Today, the word Hinduism is applied clumsily to a whole variety of different religious traditions that originate in India and that take the ancient texts of the Vedas as their starting point. Many Hindus refer to their religion as Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way or the eternal duty. But Indian religion was never united under a central authority, and so it gives rise to a great deal of variation. In very simple terms, Hindus generally believe in one god, named Brahman, who is refracted into many different aspects. The way a beam of light refracted through a glass prism can be shown to contain many colors. The ancient text, the Maitri Upanishad, explains this refracted conception of God, in which each living being also contains a spark of this original supreme power.
Tamo va idamekama tat paschat pareneritam vishayatvam prayatyetadvai rajaso rupam.
Now the part of him which belongs to darkness, that is called Rudra. That part of him which belongs to obscurity, that is called Brahma. That part of him which belongs to goodness, that is called Vishnu. He, being one, becomes 3, becomes 8, becomes 11, becomes 12, becomes infinite. Because he thus came to be, he is the being. He moves about, having entered all beings. He has become the Lord of all beings. That is the soul within and without. Yes, within and without.
Sa yoyam brahmathayo ha khalu vavasya tamasum shosau.
Although this one God can manifest in many different ways, generally most Hindus predominantly worship one of 2 different manifestations. These are Shiva and Vishnu. In traditional Hebrew, Christian, and Islamic conceptions of the world, the universe is created by God, who acts to preserve all that is good within it. He is opposed by Satan or Shaitan, who acts to destroy and corrupt. But Hindu conceptions of the universe are a little different. In Hinduism, Shiva is both the creator and the destroyer, a beautiful and fearsome god who represents the primal energy of the universe. Shiva is often depicted as a dancer, reflecting the dance of the universe as it passes from creation to destruction, as the flowers bloom, blossom, wither, and then die, as people pass from childhood to adulthood, to old age, and then to death. All of it part of the same cycle, the same dance that goes on and on into eternity. To imagine this way of thinking, we might consider that creation and destruction are often not opposed, but a part of the same process. A beautiful mushroom might spring out of the decay of a fallen tree. The death of a gazelle gives life to the cheetah, and the fall of one civilization can give rise to another. But the god Vishnu, on the other hand, is the preserver. As Shiva's dance of creation and destruction rolls on, Vishnu is the one who holds things together, if only for a time. Whenever the need arises, he appears on earth in human form, as great mythical heroes like Rama and Krishna, as this stanza in the Bhagavad Gita shows.
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य tadatmanam srijamyaham.
Whenever righteousness wanes and unrighteousness increases, I send myself forth for the protection of the good and for the destruction of evil and for the establishment of righteousness. I come into being age after age.
Bahavo jnana tapasa puta madbhavamagataha.
So these are some important points to remember going forward. That India at this time was home to a great variety of different sects, orders and religious traditions, that today we might group together under the label Hinduism, but that the people of the time would have considered to be considerably different, and between which there often existed great hostility. And as the people of India had increasing contact with the people of the wider world, in the second half of the first millennium AD, a new religion would enter the diverse mix of Indian belief. That is, the religion of Islam. This new religion would bring both conquest and culture. It would form a cultural rift that would split the Indian subcontinent in two, but that would also connect it to the great capitals of the wider world and bring a new age of technology and advancement. Its influence would bring about a time of paradoxes, contrasts, and ironies, and chief among these is that it was the arrival of Islam that would lead to the building of perhaps the greatest Hindu empire to ever arise on the Indian peninsula, the empire of Vijayanagara. The history of Islam in India is long and complex. According to traditional claims, the world's youngest major religion arrived on the shores of the subcontinent during the life of the Prophet Muhammad, brought by traders who arrived by sea from the Persian Gulf. And at first, this young religion must have felt very alien to the people of India. While Hindus did not eat beef as a result of religious reverence of the cow, Muslims quite happily ate it, but were forbidden from eating pork. Hindus generally believe that God appears in multiple different forms, while Muslims believed emphatically in one indivisible God. While Hindus believed that you could access God by giving offerings to statues and idols, Muslims rejected any depiction of God in sculpture or painting. But while Islam arrived through trade in the south, its arrival in the north of India would be a much less peaceful affair. In the past, the Indian subcontinent has often been depicted by historians as a kind of geographical fortress, sealed off on every side by the mountains and the sea. But when we look at the history of the region, the true picture is one of constant movements of people in and out of its landmass, bringing with them their cultures, cuisines, architectural styles, and beliefs. In fact, India was not a fortress at all. The sea that appears to hem the continent in on either side was actually a busy highway, connecting India to the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea on one side, and Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and China on the other, meaning that the port cities of India were always diverse and booming centers of trade. This meant that Indian pepper and cinnamon even flavored the meals eaten by Roman senators, and an Indian bronze figure of the Buddha has been found in a 9th century Viking grave on the small Swedish island of Helgo. In the northwest of India, the mountains of Pakistan and Afghanistan were a formidable boundary, but a number of routes like the Khyber Pass and Bolan Pass cut through their rugged cliffs in the region of the Indus River Valley, and these passes were home to just as lively a traffic as the seas. These roads were so well established that Alexander the Great was able to march his large army into the region of the Punjab in the 4th century BC, and he would be followed by many other would-be conquerors down the ages. While the Himalayas were the most impenetrable boundary of all, that didn't stop Indian Buddhism from spreading across them into Tibet and on to the rest of Southeast Asia, reaching as far north as Japan. In the first millennium AD, powerful Hindu empires like the Pallavas, the Pandyas and the Cholas grew up in India and spread their influence right across the continent, so that Hindu gods can be found carved into temples as far afield as Indonesia, Malaysia and Cambodia, and the language of Sanskrit would become the language of learning and religion right across the Asian landmass. But while these highways generated enormous opportunities in connecting India to the world outside, they also contained great dangers. Powerful enemies lived in the lands beyond the mountains. Some of these enemies were nomadic, armies of horsemen from the wild steppes of Central Asia that could reach truly astonishing sizes. These would periodically sweep down through the Khyber Pass to raid and pillage, before disappearing back into the wilds. But other peoples came to conquer. Within 20 years of the death of the Prophet Muhammad, Muslim armies had achieved one of the most spectacular feats of military campaigning that has ever been seen in world history. Once a small and relatively insignificant regional power, the Arabic-speaking peoples had emerged onto the world stage and immediately knocked out two ancient heavyweights, the Byzantine and Sassanid empires. They then followed the same course eastward as Alexander the Great, toppling empire after empire, until the Arab domains stretched across 3 continents, with borders touching China, Europe, and India. To the Muslims of the time, this was clear proof of the divine nature of their prophet's revelations. But just as Alexander had found out nearly a millennium before, spectacular conquests don't simply transform overnight into a stable empire. Just like Alexander's empire, the newly conquered Arab territories burst like a bubble and quickly broke off into separate Muslim kingdoms stretching across the Middle East and Central Asia. These were ruled over by sultans, a word derived from the Arabic word sultan, or power, literally meaning the one who has power. These new Muslim kingdoms now sat on the other side of the Indus River, and for the next 300 years they would not make any move to advance into India. The Hindu kings who ruled North India would eye them with suspicion, but it seems they didn't think of them any differently to any of the other peoples who had come and gone in these regions. They referred to them sometimes as Turks or Turushkas, sometimes as Tajiks, other times slightly confusedly as Greeks, but more usually with the word mleccha, a word that means something like barbarian. To these Muslim kingdoms, the wealthy lands of the Ganges plain would have looked like an irresistible target. At this time in history, India likely had the most sophisticated economy in the world, and unlike Alexander the Great, the Muslim sultans knew just how large and wealthy India was. From the year 1000 on, increasingly aggressive raids began to take place, often originating from warrior kingdoms in the region of Afghanistan. These horsemen would ride south down the Bolan Pass and raid the lands of India. But towards the end of the 12th century, a new and more ambitious group would arrive in the region, and they would come to stay. These were a group of Turkic peoples known as the Ghurids. The Ghurids were a dynasty of Iranian origin, but who currently ruled over the Ghor region of present-day Afghanistan. They had long raided the northern lands of India, riding down from the hills and burning cities, taking away loot. But in recent years they had come under Persian influence and converted to Islam. And now one Ghurid ruler set his sights on greater riches than what could be looted and strapped to a horse. He was a man known today as Muhammad Ghuri. Muhammad Ghuri was born in the year 1149 in the mountainous region of Ghor. Ghor had been primarily populated by Buddhists for the last 1,000 years, but from the 11th century on, it became increasingly Muslim and would soon become a center of learning, home to Muslim teachers and scholars. Muhammad Ghuri was a warlord, and he wanted not just to loot and rob North India like his ancestors, but to conquer territory for himself and settle down there for good. When the annual monsoon ended in northern India, Muhammad Ghuri swept down the Khyber Pass. With an army powered by strong Afghan horses and bolstered with a large contingent of slave soldiers, he quickly seized territory in the Punjab, a lush green land at the foot of the Himalayas. The chronicler Ferishta, a Persian scholar who settled in India in the 16th century, recounts this campaign in sparse terms.
In the year following, Muhammad Ghuri, having recruited his forces, marched towards Peshawar, which in a short time was brought under subjection. Muhammad Ghuri now returned to Ghazni, but in the next year marched towards Dibul in the province of Sindh and overran the whole country as far as the sea coast, returning laden with rich spoil.
In the borderlands of the Punjab, Muhammad Ghuri created a Sunni Islamic kingdom of his own, which extended east of the Indus River, and he began to expand it. He tasked his generals with taking more territory, and in the year 1193, one of these generals, a military slave, captured the small regional capital of Delhi.
After the return of Muhammad Ghuri, his general took the fort of Meerut and the city of Delhi, and it is owing to this circumstance that foreign nations say the Empire of Delhi was founded by a slave, and making Delhi the seat of his government, established himself there and compelled all the districts around to acknowledge the faith of Islam.
In doing so, Muhammad Ghuri laid the foundation for the Muslim kingdom that for the next 300 years would rule over a large part of India and establish Muslim culture there for good. This was the power that became known as the Sultanate of Delhi. We know surprisingly little about what life was like for the everyday people of India, many of them Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist, while living under Islamic rule. People's experiences must have differed greatly across time and from person to person. While many Hindus no doubt greatly resented their new Muslim rulers, others simply got on with their lives, and others still would have seen great opportunity in the new arrangement, with many even converting. The sources are surprisingly thin on any kind of religious conflict between the Muslim rulers and their Hindu subjects. Certainly some Hindu temples were demolished or turned into mosques, although many were left standing. Muslim rulers were often contemptuous towards the Hindu religion, condemning what they thought of as the worship of idols, but Hindu worship was never banned. For the most part, Muslim rulers were clearly pragmatic and had no desire to unnecessarily aggravate their new subjects. Pockets of resistance seem to have been most fierce among tribal peoples living in remote areas, but in the cities there is little evidence of uprisings. And while the Muslim sultans certainly portrayed their conquests as religious missions in their propaganda, it's not clear that religion was always at the forefront of their minds. Much more pressing was the everyday matters of power and prestige that occupy the thoughts of most rulers. Historical sources contain much more information about the ceaseless conflicts that took place between Muslim rulers and other Muslims than any conflict with their own Hindu citizens. The resistance that did occur, often among tribal people, could still be fierce. In the year 1206, Muhammad Ghuri, the conqueror of North India, was campaigning in the mountainous region of Sindh, crushing a rebellion by the Punjabi hill tribe known as the Gokurs. One night, with exceptional stealth, a small group of Gokur warriors snuck into his camp and dealt their revenge, as the chronicler Farishta recalls.
On the 2nd of Shaban, having reached the village of Rohtuk on the banks of the Indus, 20 Gurkhas, who had lost some of their relations in the late wars, entered into a conspiracy against the king's life. They found their way up to the tents in the night. One of them advanced to the tent door, but being stopped by a sentry who was about to seize him, he plunged his dagger into his breast. The other assassins took the opportunity of cutting their way into the king's tent. He was asleep, with 2 slaves fanning him. These stood, petrified with terror, when they beheld the Gurkhas enter, who, without hesitation, sheathed their daggers in the king's body, which was afterwards found to have been pierced by no fewer than 22 wounds. Thus fell Sultan Muhammad Ghuri after a reign of 32 years.
And from there, the Muslims' fortunes would only get worse. That same year, far away in the steppes of Mongolia, a vast federation of nomadic peoples would unite together and crown Genghis Khan as the emperor of all the steppe people of Mongolia. Genghis Khan would soon unleash an invasion of China, where anywhere between 10 to 40 million people may have been killed. From there, he would march through Persia and the Middle East, tearing the heart out of the Muslim world and burning its intellectual capitals like Baghdad to the ground. In just a few decades, around 10% of the world's population is thought to have been killed. Muslim Turks from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Persia and beyond would flee the advance of the Khan's horde in enormous numbers, and many of them would come to settle in the newly Muslim kingdoms of North India. While they had come as conquerors, Muslims would soon be arriving in great numbers as desperate refugees. After the death of Muhammad Ghuri, the next 100 years saw a succession of weak rulers, tyrants and constant assassinations, as well as repeated attempts by the armies of the great Khans of Mongolia to conquer northern India. But time and again, the horse-powered armies of the Sultanate were able to turn them back, sometimes inflicting massive defeats on Mongol armies. It's one of the great ironies of Muslim rule in India that the sultans of Delhi, who themselves had arrived as conquerors, were perhaps the only thing that stopped the armies of the Khans from riding south across India and committing the kinds of atrocities that they inflicted on the helpless civilian population of China. The sultans were able to hold off the Mongol attacks, and with their armies well trained and now exceptionally experienced, they even strengthened their hold on North India. One by one, they swept away the fragmented Hindu kingdoms that ruled there, and as the Mongol threat gradually diminished in the north, they extended their borders even further to the south. Under the Khilji dynasty, whose armies were led by a eunuch slave general named Malik Kafur, the armies of the Sultanate crossed the Vindhya Mountains, the traditional boundary between North and South India, conquered lands there, and forced the kingdoms beyond to pay tribute. By the year 1300, the Delhi Sultanate had established a lasting power that stretched from the Indus Valley to the Bay of Bengal, from the foothills of the Himalayas to the gateway to the arid plateau of the Deccan. This power was Sunni Islamic, culturally a blend of Turkic and Persian, and in its more stable moments, its rulers dreamed of expanding ever further into the south, and eventually raising their banner over the entire subcontinent. These dreams would finally be realized by perhaps the most complex and controversial figure to ever rule over India, a man named Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq came to the throne of the Delhi Sultanate in the year 1325, at the age of 35. In this year around the world, the greatest king of the West African kingdom of Mali, Mansa Musa, completed his pilgrimage to Mecca, giving out so much gold on the way that he crashed the economies of the Middle East. In the Valley of Mexico, a bedraggled band of travelers settled down on an island in the middle of a lake and founded what would become the great city of Tenochtitlan. And in the court of Delhi, a new sultan was crowned amid rumors of treachery, murder, and betrayal. Muhammad bin Tughlaq was an enigmatic and mercurial ruler. On one hand, he was an intellectual, an expert in the Quran and Islamic law, who could speak Persian, Arabic, Turkish, and Sanskrit, as well as a famous lover of poetry. Like all the sultans of Delhi, he was a Muslim, but was mostly tolerant of other religions, and was the only sultan recorded to have taken part in his people's Hindu festivals. But he also had a much darker side. Muhammad bin Tughlaq's father had come from humble origins, the son of a slave and a Hindu mother, but he had risen to power and founded the Tughlaq dynasty. But then, only 5 years into his reign, a freak accident occurred. The Sultan was sitting under a pavilion with his favorite son and the intended crown prince, when, without warning, the structure collapsed, crushing them both to death. In some sources, the event is attributed to a bolt of lightning striking the pavilion. One scholar of the time, named Barani, describes the event in the following terms.
A thunderbolt from the sky descended upon the earth, and the roof under which the Sultan was seated fell down, crushing him and 5 or 6 other persons so that they died.
But the Moroccan traveller Ibn Battuta, who visited the Delhi Sultanate during this time and wrote his account once he was safely back in his home city of Fez, gives a different version of the story. He claims that the pavilion collapse was planned, an assassination orchestrated by the king's younger son, who would go on to take the throne, Muhammad bin Tughlaq.
The scheme was that whenever the elephants would tread on one side of it, the whole building would fall in ruins. The Sultan alighted, and his son asked his permission to parade the elephants before him. And the elephants were led up from one direction as was planned. And when they walked on that side, the pavilion fell in on the Sultan and his son Mahmud. Muhammad bin Tughlaq gave orders to fetch axes and mattocks in order to dig for them, but he made a sign to delay, and in consequence they were not brought out until after sunset. They cleared away the ruins and found the Sultan dead, with his back bent over his son to protect him.
As with many rulers who came to power through treachery, Muhammad bin Tughlaq would spend his reign in a state of deep paranoia, always afraid that someone else would do the same thing to him. And throughout his time on the throne, he would dole out extremely harsh punishments to those who displeased him. The traveller Ibn Battuta was shocked by his harsh treatment of his citizens.
The Sultan was far too free in shedding blood. He used to punish small faults and great, without respect of persons, whether men of learning or piety, or noble descent. Every day there are brought to the audience hall hundreds of people, chained, pinioned, and fettered, and those who are for execution are executed, those for torture are tortured, and those for beating are beaten.
The chronicler Firishtar goes even further.
So little did he hesitate to spill the blood of God's creatures that one might have supposed his object was to exterminate the human species altogether. No single week passed without his having put to death one or more of the learned and holy men who surrounded him, or some of the secretaries who attended him.
This cruel streak would earn him the name Muhammad Kuni, or Muhammad the Bloody. Intriguingly, Tughlaq was also a passionate reformer, and was determined to enact a sweeping series of modernization policies in the Sultanate. But each and every one of these was a disaster. Perhaps inspired by China, he introduced the use of copper coins to replace the old silver ones, to make the economy less vulnerable to fluctuations in the supply of silver. But these copper coins were very easy to counterfeit, and people across the Sultanate began melting down the copper objects in their homes to turn them into coins. The value of the new currency soon crashed, and the silver coins had to be reintroduced at enormous cost. I think it's not unreasonable to assume that Muhammad bin Tughlaq actually suffered from some kind of mental illness. One report by the Portuguese writer and traveller Fernão Nunes recounts a popular story about him.
There are tales of him which do indeed seem most marvellous of the things that he did. As, for instance, how he made ready an army because one day in the morning, while standing dressing at a window which was closed, a ray of sun came into his eyes, and he cried out that he would not rest until he had killed or vanquished whomsoever had dared to enter his apartments while he was dressing. All his nobles could not dissuade him from his purpose, even though they told him it was the sun that had done it, a thing without which they could not live, that it was a celestial thing and was located in the sky, and that he could never do any harm to it. With all this, he made his forces ready, saying that he must go in search of his enemy. And as he was going along with large forces raised in the country, so much dust arose that it obscured the sun. When he lost sight of it, the captains told him that he had put to flight him who he had come to seek. Content with this, the king returned to the road, saying that since his enemy had fled, he was satisfied.
While some of these stories have the sound of apocryphal folk tales, it's clear that the king who inspired them was indecisive and unstable. At one point, he apparently raised an army of 100,000 men and marched it up into the Himalayas, where it was easily ambushed and cut off by the Hindu tribes who lived there. It's recorded that only a single horseman made it back to Delhi to tell of the army's fate. One of the most devastating decisions he took was to relocate his capital. He decided that Delhi was too vulnerable to attack by Mongols and other steppe peoples, and so he would move his capital to the city of Devagiri, more than 1,200 kilometers to the south. He ordered that every citizen of Delhi should relocate and make the long journey by road. Accounts recall that thousands died on the way. The traveller Ibn Battuta arrived in Delhi around this time and remembers finding it a deserted ghost town.
The Sultan ordered all the inhabitants to quit the city of Delhi and made a proclamation stating that should any person whatsoever be found in any of its houses or streets, they should receive punishment. Upon this, they all went out. When I entered Delhi, it was almost a desert.
Battuta relates that during this time, the king climbed onto the roof of his palace and saw the city empty, its streets silent, with no smoke rising from its chimneys. Then he sighed and said the following.
Now my heart is satisfied, and my feelings are appeased.
Characteristically for Muhammad bin Tughlaq, soon after the mass relocation of Delhi had been completed, he changed his mind, and much of the city's population was forced to march all the way back. But to the people of the south, the Sultan's failed attempt to move his capital in their direction can't have passed without notice. It must have been clear that the ambitions of the Sultans were now moving ever closer towards them. And by this time, the power of the Delhi Sultanate was seemingly unstoppable. Its empire continued to grow, even through the 26-year reign of this temperamental king. The Sultans swallowed up the South Indian people known as the Kakatiyas and other surrounding Hindu kingdoms, until the empire's territory reached its largest extent around the year 1335. It would now stretch for thousands of kilometers, form a belt across India from sea to sea, and would nearly encompass the entire peninsula. But this success was not to last.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes.
Frankenstein. What if she's monstrous?
I will love her. The Bride, rated R, March 6th.
Welcome to Alaska Airlines. Now flying to Europe and beyond. Lie back, relax, and let your dreams take flight.
With GoFundMe Pro, your nonprofit can reach every single supporter, everywhere they go. Like on your website, for starters. Or a campaign page designed just the way you want. Or a partner site. You can show intelligent ask amounts for this errand, and that errand. And every errand out there. You can fundraise at a gala, even a gala. Whoa. With live fundraising tools, you can show up in the golden hills of Friscara. Or you can fundraise on Facebook or Instagram, including Grandma's Gram. And since she loves your nonprofit so much, she can make a peer-to-peer fundraiser for you. Thanks, Grandma. With GoFundMe's powerful platform and community of 190 million, you can fundraise here.
The mad Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq died in the year 1351 while out on campaign to crush a Turkic tribe in the mountains of Pakistan. The exact cause of his death is unknown, but one scholar of the time reported the news with the following quip.
The Sultan was rid of the people, and the people of the Sultan.
But despite his erratic and tyrannical ruling style, it's clear that something in the harsh character of Muhammad bin Tughlaq had been acting to hold the empire together. After his death, the Sultanate of Delhi began to disintegrate, and all its newly conquered lands rose up in rebellion. Soon a war of succession tore the Delhi Sultanate into multiple factions, with nobles across the empire setting up their own states and declaring freedom. The year 1345 is the last year that imperial coins were minted in South India. The following years saw the empire devolve into anarchy and disintegration, and opportunist enemies waiting behind the mountains to the north soon got word of this. One of those enemies was the Turco-Mongolian warlord and emperor known as Timur, the last of the great nomadic conquerors of the Eurasian steppe. After hearing of the weakness of the Delhi Sultanate, Timur marched his army south to Delhi in the year 1398, plundering and killing all the way. When he reached the city, he utterly sacked it, looted it, and put its people to the sword. Estimates for the casualties in this massacre go as high as 200,000 people. Timur himself would later write the following slightly unconvincing account of the atrocity.
There was likewise an immense loot of rubies, diamonds, garnets, pearls, and other gems, vessels of gold and silver, and brocades and silks of great value. Excepting the quarter of the Sayyids, the scholars, and the other Muslims, the whole city was sacked. The pen of fate had written down their destiny for the people of this city. Although I was desirous of sparing them, I could not succeed, for it was the will of God that this calamity should befall the city.
Timur had no intention of staying in India. He simply collected up all the wealth he could loot, along with countless enslaved people, particularly skilled artisans, and returned to his capital of Samarkand in modern Uzbekistan. Like the sacking of Rome, Timur's sack of Delhi tore the heart out of this already struggling empire. The dynasties that followed had no ability to maintain their far-flung territories, and would now be little more than local warlords. The people and lands that had once been part of the empire were left in a state of anarchy, chaos, and plague. It was a time of immense change, a time of terrible suffering, and for some, a time of enormous opportunity. Into this terrain of blood and fire, two brothers would rise from obscure upbringings to change the shape of power in this region. And it's with these two brothers that the story of Vijayanagara would truly begin. They would move the center of Indian power from the Muslim north to the Hindu south, and build a city there that would stand among the great cities of the medieval world. They were known as the Sangama brothers, and their names were Bukka and Harihara. The exact origins of the Sangama brothers are wreathed in mystery. Many historians believe that Bukka and Harihara were commanders of the southern Hoysala Empire. According to these accounts, they may have been stationed on the rocky banks of the Tungabhadra River, with orders to repel any Muslim incursions from the north. Some more dramatic and fanciful stories recount how the brothers were generals of the conquered Kakatiyas, captured as prisoners of war and taken to Delhi, where they were forced to convert to Islam, later escaping and converting back to their native faiths. But none of this is mentioned in contemporary sources, meaning that these accounts are likely unreliable. Many of these legends suggest that these brothers met a Hindu sage named Sri Vijayanagara. One traditional story recalls that Harihara was out hunting one day when he saw a miraculous sight, and the sage advised him on how to interpret it, as the historian Robert Sewell recounts.
During his reign, this chief was one day hunting amongst the mountains south of the river, when a hare, instead of fleeing from his dogs, flew at them and bit them. The king, astonished at this marvel, was returning homewards, lost in meditation, when he met on the riverbank the sage named Vijayanagara, or Forest of Learning, who advised the chief to found a city on the spot. And so the king did, and on that very day began work on his houses, and he enclosed the city round about.
While this is most likely a fable, it does contain an illuminating image of how the young power of Vijayanagara would go on to see itself as the hunted rabbit who had turned around and learned how to bite. As the power of the Delhi Sultanate collapsed, the two brothers, Bukka and Harihara, raised a considerable army, made up of angry Hindu lords, but also large cohorts of Muslim mercenaries. These may even have been soldiers who had once fought for the Delhi Sultanate, but who were no longer getting paid. With this force, the brothers set out to capture the areas of South India that the Sultanate had left behind. Their offer to Hindu lords in the region was clear: join us and we will ensure that South India is run by Hindus. And it's clear that many found this offer irresistible. Within only a few decades, the Sangama brothers had brought a large part of South India under their control, but many areas in the south were still ruled by Muslim powers, now cut off and isolated. These included the arid lands of Tamil Nadu, India's southernmost state, which was still ruled by a short-lived Muslim power continuing to fight for its existence in South India, known as the Madurai Sultanate. At this time, the Sangama brother Bukka was on the throne, and his wife was a woman named Ganga Devi, a famed poet. She wrote one vaulting epic poem in the language of Sanskrit, entitled Madura Vijaya, or The Victory of Madurai. In it, she describes how a woman from the holy city of Madurai comes to King Bukka's court and begs him to take the town back. She describes how the ancient Hindu temples of Madurai had fallen into disrepair under its Muslim rulers.
White ants have destroyed the doors. The door frame of the sanctum is broken due to the wild growth of trees, plants, and creepers. The temple premises that formerly echoed the soft beating of the drums are now full of wild, wallowing jackals. The place once filled with the odor of sacrificial smoke and the melodious chant of Vedic mantras is now full of the foul smell of meat. The beautiful line of statues that adorn the tall towers of the beautiful buildings in the city are now covered with layers of cobwebs.
Whether truly motivated by these religious concerns or not, the Sangama brothers marched south and quickly conquered the now isolated Madurai Sultanate. With the southern Tamil country now under their control, the Sangama brothers now ruled over a large and wealthy territory. They returned to their former post on the rocky granite banks of the Tungabhadra River. It was an unassuming sight, just a small and fairly insignificant village, known only for its shrine to Shiva, a focal point of pilgrimage. But here they began to build a city that would announce in its size and ambition the arrival of a new, confident power in the south of India. They named this city Vijayanagara, from the Sanskrit Vijaya, meaning victory, and Nagara, meaning city, the city of victory. The city that the Sangamas built on the banks of the Tungabhadra River testified to the ambitions that they held for their new kingdom. It would be a city of soaring temples and wide avenues, built with an impressive grasp of urban planning. But the city was also a testament to the dangerous world that they now found themselves at the heart of. They would build Vijayanagara as a formidable fortress. The impassable granite hills already provided excellent defense, while the wide, torrential Tungabhadra River protected it on the north side, almost impossible for an army to ford. The brothers enhanced these natural defences by fortifying the passes between the hills with strong gates and towers, and these massive walls can still be traced in the landscape today, enclosing an area of more than 650 square kilometers. The Afghan envoy Abdul Razak, who visited in the 15th century, wrote the following description of the city.
It is built in such a manner that 7 citadels and the same number of walls enclose each other. The 7th fortress, which is placed in the center of the other, occupies an area 10 times larger than the marketplace of the city of Herat. It is the place which is used as the residence of the king.
These walls were manned by soldiers who watched from the ramparts, operating watch posts on the broad roads that ran in and out of the city. And in between the layers of walls were areas filled with boulders known as horse stones, designed to disrupt the movement of cavalry and guarantee that any attacking army would have a difficult time advancing, while the soldiers of Vijayanagara rained arrow fire down on their heads. And when you look at the situation that surrounded the city and the new empire of Vijayanagara, it's not hard to see why these defensive fortifications were considered necessary. That's because the collapse of the Delhi Sultanate had left a number of fragmented kingdoms behind, who, like Vijayanagara, rose out of the chaos of the collapsing empire. And the most powerful of these in South India was the society known as the Bahmani Sultanate. According to tradition, the Bahmani Sultanate was founded by an army commander named Zafar Khan, who had served under the erratic Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq. It's clear that at some point he felt the waning power of the Delhi Sultanate in its final years, and in the year 1347 declared himself an independent king in South India, seizing a large portion of the rocky Deccan Plateau for himself. And his gamble paid off. The weakened Delhi Sultanate, beset with problems on all sides, was no longer able to project its power south of the Vindhya Mountains, and it did nothing to stop him. This newly independent power had to fight for its survival from its first days. After defeating one local Hindu ruler, the Bahmani Sultanate received as tribute a magnificent gift, an ornate throne decorated with turquoise enamel that would become a symbol of their new empire, as the chronicler Farishta recalls.
The throne was in length 9 feet and 3 in breadth, made of ebony, covered with plates of pure gold, and set with precious stones of immense value. Every prince of the house of Bahmani who possessed this throne made a point of adding to it some rich stones. I learned that it was called the turquoise throne from being partly enameled of a sky color, which was in time totally concealed by the number of jewels.
This would become known as the turquoise throne of the Bahmanis, and it would become a symbol of Muslim power in the south of India. Above this throne, they affixed an umbrella, which the scholar Farishta also gushes about.
He fixed a golden ball set with jewels, on which was a bird of paradise, composed of precious stones, at the top of the umbrella. On the bird's head was a ruby, inestimable in value, which had been presented to the late Sultan by the king of Vijayanagara.
When this first Sultan of the Bahmanis died, with his last words he declared that his son Muhammad Shah Bahmani would take his throne, and he entreated his sons to stand united and build a kingdom that would stand the test of time, as the chronicler Farishtar writes.
I conjure you, as you value the performance of this kingdom, to agree with each other. Mohammed is my successor. Esteem submission and loyalty to him as your duty in this world, and you're surely for happiness in the next.
The Bahmani Sultanate was a powerful Muslim kingdom in the heart of South India that would last for the best part of the next 2 centuries. And for the Hindu people of Vijayanagara, it represented a constant, looming threat on their border. Historians in India and in the West who subscribe to a nationalist idea of history have often framed the conflict between these 2 medieval kingdoms in terms of a clash of cultures. In this conception of history, they imagine the Hindu kingdom of Vijayanagara as a bastion, defending Hindu culture from Islamic invaders. But there's little evidence to be found that the people or the rulers of Vijayanagara thought of the situation in this way. One inscription from the time of the Sangama brothers celebrates the victories of the Vijayanagara king, Bukaraya, and in it we can see that they thought of the Turkic Bahmani Sultanate as just one of the many enemies that the kingdom of Vijayanagara faced, and its other enemies were all Hindu kingdoms.
When his sword began to dance on the battlefield, the faces of the Turks shriveled up. Concaius and Kapara was filled with fear. The Andras ran into caves. The Gurjaras lost the use of their limbs on every road. The Camboyas' courage was broken. The Kalingas suffered defeat.
Here there is no mention of religion, and neither is there any hint that the Muslim Bahmanis were any more despicable to the kings of Vijayanagara than, say, the Hindu kings of Kalinga on the east coast. There's little evidence that the kings of Vijayanagara thought of themselves as defending Hinduism, and indeed the idea of a unified Hindu identity simply didn't exist in the 14th century. While the 2 powers did fight long and bitter wars, the kings of Vijayanagara fought equally bitter wars with the Hindu Gajapatis, whose kings ruled over the humid, elephant-filled forest regions to the east. And when religious divisions emerged within the kingdom of Vijayanagara, it was overwhelmingly between the followers of Vishnu and Shiva among the Hindus, or between Hindus and Jains. In fact, conflicts between the Bahmani sultans and Vijayanagara often occurred due to greatly practical economic matters, like access to resources, supply lines, and trade routes. One bitter issue of contention was a rich tract of land between them, known as the Raichur Doab. This was a triangle of land formed at the point where the rivers Krishna and Tungabhadra met, and it was immensely fertile. But it also held great deposits of iron and even diamonds. Other conflicts would break out over the rich river deltas to the east and the western coast of India, home to rich trading ports. These ports controlled traffic by sea with the Muslim world and were a crucial conduit for the most important strategic military supply of the time, the powerful war horses imported from Arabia, Persia, and Central Asia. With these contentious territorial issues always on the minds of their rulers, wars between the Bahmani Sultanate and Vijayanagara broke out constantly. With their connections to the Muslim world, the Bahmanis had the advantage for much of this region's history. Well supplied with horses, the Sultan of the Bahmanis became known as Ashvapati, or the Lord of Horses, while the kings of Vijayanagara were known as Narapati, or the Lord of Men, alluding to their armies made up of largely massed infantry. The king of the Hindu Gajapatis in the east with their vast stables of elephants, completed the triangle and became known as the Lord of Elephants. The Portuguese visitor Domingo Paes was suitably impressed by the infantry of Vijayanagara when he saw them marching in procession in the year 1520.
The troops on foot are so many that they surrounded all the valleys and hills in a way with which nothing in the world can compare. At the waist they have swords and small battle axes, and in their hands javelins with the shafts covered with gold and silver. You will see amongst them dresses of such rich cloths that I do not know where they came from, nor could anyone tell you how many colors they have. Shieldmen with their shields, with many flowers of gold and silver on them. Others with figures of tigers and other great beasts. Others all covered with silver leaf work, beautifully wrought.
But in the early days, they were no match for the horsepower of the Bahmani Sultanate. And with their connections to the vibrant intellectual world of Muslim learning, the Bahmanis also enjoyed a technological advantage. One of the first sultans, Muhammad Shah Bahmani, was a keen follower of new technologies. He even established gunpowder factories in the Sultanate to make use of the emerging technology. Gunpowder had first been introduced to India and the Middle East by the Mongols, who had learned about it from the Chinese. At this point, it was used mostly to create burning or exploding projectiles to be fired from catapults, and occasionally to create crude rockets. But soon experiments would begin in using it to propel heavy projectiles along metal tubes, first as siege weapons, and then as weapons on the battlefield. Soon the sounds of cannon fire would ring out over the battlefields of medieval India, and the Bahmani Sultan's early adoption of this technology would put them in a strong position in the coming centuries. So although the Hindus of Vijayanagara were the larger and often wealthier kingdom, they often found themselves in the position of paying tribute to their Muslim neighbours to the north, whose powerful cavalry armies, soon backed by the technological might of cannons, gave them the upper hand. But these wars were never true wars of conquest. The two powers would fight over a seaport, or the rich diamond mines of Raichur between them. But when the war's result became clear, the loser would inevitably sue for peace, agree to pay an enormous sum of money to the victor, often hand over one of their daughters in marriage, and then they would both return home. There was never any suggestion that one side in this rivalry would ever conquer and consume the other. Still, the growing power of the Bahmanis was of growing concern to the kings of Vijayanagara. Soon the Bahmani Sultanate stretched right across India from east coast to west, an unbroken belt that walled off the people of Vijayanagara to the north, that seized the rich lands of Raichur, and meant that the Hindus of the south were forever looking with fearful eyes to their northern borders. But despite these concerns, the city of Vijayanagara grew with astonishing speed. From the mid-14th century, the capital of Vijayanagara, from the center of a wealthy kingdom into a great world capital. Thanks to developments in water management in the countryside, the population boomed. Enormous work teams would have dug new irrigation systems and reservoirs lined with stone, as well as distinctive step wells, so that its people could draw water up from the earth. The city expanded rapidly, sprawling to absorb villages and towns around it, and soon grew to house as many as 300,000 people, at a time when London had only a fifth of that population, and when the largest city in Europe was Paris, with little more than 200,000. By the year 1500, Vijayanagara was the world's second largest medieval city, after Beijing. and probably India's richest. One poet alive at the time of the city's flourishing wrote the following ode to its beauty.
Walk around the great city of victory. Go where you will on city streets. Everywhere you walk, bright assembly halls decked out with golden vessels will dazzle your eyes. On many streets, homes with mirrored doors will shine, and sugarcane and plantain all around will invite you with welcomes. You'll find able-bodied fighters and horses, elephants and riders. You'll smell aromas of camphor and musk from breaths of exquisite doe-eyed women. You will face gardens lush with enjoyments, precious stones and glowing gold, a city of wealth and glory gleaming. You'll agree that this magnificent city is the most enchanting place you've ever seen.
And the city also benefited from being surrounded by a seemingly inexhaustible amount of exceptional building material, in the form of the large granite boulders of Hampi's ancient terrain. Vijayanagara was truly a city of stone, with all its palaces and stables, its towers and walls, even the houses of its citizens carved out of blocks of solid granite. An ambassador from the Timurid capital of Samarkand named Abdur Razak, working as an ambassador for the Persian king, passed through Vijayanagara in the year 1443, and by this time the city's skyline had grown impressive enough for him to give the following glowing report.
The city of Vijayanagara is such that the pupil of the eye has never seen a place like it, and the ear of intelligence has never been informed that there existed anything to equal it in the world.
And Vijayanagara would continue to grow. By the early 16th century, some 50 years later, it would be home to as many as 500,000 people, and the Portuguese writer Domingo Paes was stunned to see the heights it had reached.
The size of the city cannot all be seen from one spot, but I climbed a hill whence I could see a great part of it. I could not see it all because it lies between several ranges of hills. What I saw from thence seemed to me as large as Rome, and very beautiful to the sight.
Paes was also impressed by the great abundance available in the markets of Vijayanagara.
Going forward, you have a broad and beautiful street, full of rows of fine houses and streets of sorts I've described, and it is understood that the houses belong to men rich enough to afford such. In this city live many merchants, and there you will find all sorts of rubies and diamonds and emeralds and pearls and seed pearls and cloths and every other sort of thing there is on the earth that you may wish to buy.
Vijayanagara was divided into a number of different districts, each with a unique character. Near the river was the area known today as the Sacred Center, so called because of the many large temples that can be found here. Here, the mighty Virupaksha temple still soars up to the sky, with its enormous carved gate tower known as a Gopuram. The streets here would have been full of the sounds of chanting hymns and the clanging of temple bells, the smoke of incense and the pleas of the faithful as they came to pray, to be healed, and to be closer to the gods. Many of these temples were so large that for tax purposes they were classed as towns in their own right. These enormous building complexes supported a huge cast of retainers and specialists, dancers and laborers, cooks and cleaners, as well as scholars, holy men and artists. Further south is what's been termed the urban core, a walled area of around 20 square kilometers that contains both houses and markets, as well as workshops, rest houses and other places of business, as the historian Atul Chandra Chatterjee recalls.
The great majority of the houses were naturally small and undistinguished, but among them were scattered palaces, temples, public buildings, Wide streets of shops shaded by trees, busy markets, and all the equipment of a great and wealthy city.
Here, the ruined remains of the city clearly show a great amount of religious diversity. Local temples here cater to the Jains, as well as Hindu temples, for both Vishnu and Shiva followers, and one area with a mosque. The Portuguese traveller Duarte Barbosa, arriving in Vijayanagara around the year 1501, gave the following vivid description of this district.
The houses are thatched, but are nonetheless very well built and arranged according to occupations in long streets with many open places. And the folk here are ever in such numbers that the streets and places cannot contain them. There is a great traffic and an endless number of merchants and wealthy men. The king allows such freedom that every man may come and go according to his creed, without suffering any annoyance and without inquiry whether he is Christian, Jew, Moor, or heathen.
Barbosa also pays particular attention to the smells that would have wafted through the air from the markets selling spices and perfumes.
Here also is used vermilion, saffron, rosewater, great store of opium, sandalwood, aloes wood, camphor musk, and scented materials. Likewise, much pepper is used here, which they bring from Malabar on donkeys and pack cattle.
Here we can imagine scenes of family life, children running in the streets, wood smoke billowing overhead. Men would gather here to play games of chance and strategy on street corners, chewing betel nuts and leaves, which are chewed across India for a mild stimulant effect. Women would talk in the shade of coloured awnings, cows wandering unhindered among the crowds, and groups of musicians playing on the streets. It's during this time in the Vijayanagara Empire that the distinctive form of Indian classical music, known as Carnatic music, was laid down. We're joined on this episode by the virtuoso of Carnatic music, Aruna Sairang, who has recorded a number of authentic Carnatic pieces, especially for this podcast, one of which you're listening to now. We can imagine the sounds of this music drifting over the streets and rooftops of Vijayanagara as the business of everyday life went on. The day of an average citizen would have started with a bath in a local bathhouse. Men and women had separate bathing places, which were available at different times of the day. After bathing, families would go to their local temple to give offerings and receive blessings for the day ahead. We can see the clothing worn by the people of Vijayanagara in the colourful 16th century murals that decorate the walls of temples to Shiva and Vishnu in the village of Lepakshi. They show women with strikingly varied skin tones, wearing saris in multiple ornate patterns drawn from different regions, with pearls in their hair. Other murals show noblemen hunting a boar through the forest, with their facial hair cut into refined beards, wearing kilt-like lower garments and jeweled necklaces. Turbans and other headdresses were popular headgear among the rich. Both men and women wore perfumes made of sandalwood, rosewater, flowers, civet, and musk. Shopkeepers in this part of the city and everywhere else would need to be constantly alert to the mischief of the monkeys that still live to this day in huge numbers in the region of Hampi, the red-faced rhesus macaques, and the silvery grey or Hanuman langas. Then, as now, these animals love nothing better than to slink along the rooftops in their troops, drop down from shop awnings, and steal food from whoever has let down their guard. Towering over this bustling residential district was the royal centre. This was an area of walled enclosures that guard the large monumental palaces and mansions that were home to the city's wealthy elite. And it's clear that while they were Hindu, these city elites had a great deal of admiration for their Muslim rivals to the north. In these spacious houses, the architecture clearly shows a blend of Indian and Islamic styles. Some wall paintings in Vijayanagara even show the court wearing clothing in the style of their Muslim neighbours for formal events, tall caps and flowing gowns. Outside the walls of the city, the surrounding countryside was divided into a lacework of roads and fields, joining villages and larger towns that all provided grains like rice and millet, as well as squashes, gourds and other vegetables to the great city itself, brought in enormous quantities by bullock carts that would have filled the roads with a thick traffic. The perspectives of historians on Vijayanagara vary greatly, and in the past has caused huge disagreements, often among historians who may be approaching the evidence from a nationalist perspective or from a colonial or post-colonial perspective. Some of this is down to the differing ideologies of these historians. But the Vijayanagara Empire was a place of paradoxes and contrasts. On one hand, its rulers clearly modelled themselves on the old Hindu South Indian empires of the past. One clear example is in the temples they built, which drew inspiration from ancient Hindu empires like the Chalukyas, the Pandyas and the Cholas. These buildings were designed to reinforce the empire's connection to the Hindu powers of the past. But in many other ways, it was also a surprisingly radical experiment, a hybrid culture that took Hindu traditions and married them with an outward and forward-looking desire for new influences, from the Muslim world and beyond. The world of medieval India was fast-moving and competitive, and those kingdoms that fell behind often didn't last long. One king of Vijayanagara in particular, named Devaraya II, was all too aware of this. He was determined to modernize and hybridize the empire of Vijayanagara and end the days of it paying tribute to the powerful Muslim kingdoms to the north. And to do this, he would open the empire's doors to the world. Devaraya II came to the throne in the year 1432 as a boy of only 8 years old. One Persian visitor to his court, who arrived about 8 years later, gives the following description of the teenage king.
The king was dressed in a robe of green satin. Around his neck he wore a collar composed of pearls of beautiful water and other splendid gems. He was of an olive colour, of a spare body, and rather tall. He was exceedingly young, for there was only some slight down upon his cheeks, and none upon his chin. His whole appearance was very prepossessing.
And this young king, Devaraya, was determined to turn his empire into a modern, outward-looking state. To do this, he sent out word to the Muslim world that the doors of his kingdom were now open. He welcomed talented Muslim courtiers into his kingdom and enlisted as many as 200 Muslim officers into his army, as the scholar Farishta recalls.
Devaraya gave orders to enlist Muslims in his service, allotting them estates and erecting a mosque for their use in Vijayanagara. He also commanded that no one should molest them in exercise of their religion, and moreover, he ordered a Quran to be placed before his throne on a rich desk, so that the faithful might perform the ceremony of obeisance in his presence without sinning against their laws.
Some carvings on the great temples of the city show Muslims taking part in its daily life, showing Arab horse handlers taking care of their steeds. and columns in the great Vitala temple show Muslim horse riders wearing turbans, rearing up on the backs of powerful imported horses. The borders of Vijayanagara were now guarded by large forces of Muslim cavalry, mercenaries paid from the vast coffers of the empire, and to these would soon be added units of Portuguese and Muslim gunners, trained in the use of muskets. This influx of newcomers would change the nature of Vijayanagara's military, bringing advanced modern battle strategies and the increased use of cavalry. And it would have changed the fabric of the city itself. Devaraya II also engaged in large-scale infrastructure projects, digging large networks of canals that expanded the agricultural potential of the land around the city. The metropolis boomed to even greater size, and the Persian ambassador Abdul Razak was so impressed by the city when he visited in the year 1443 that he gave the following incredible account of the bustling life of the city's markets.
From the third to the seventh fortress, shops and bazaars are loosely crowded together. By the palace of the king, there are 4 bazaars, situated opposite to one another. At the head of each bazaar, there is a lofty arcade and magnificent gallery, but the palace of the king is loftier than all of them. The bazaars are very broad and long, so that the sellers of flowers are able to sell flowers from both sides. Sweet-scented flowers are always procurable fresh in that city.
Even travelling from the wealthy Silk Road city of Samarkand, Abdul Razak was struck by the obvious wealth of the citizens of Vijayanagara.
This country is so well populated that it is impossible in a reasonable space to convey an idea of it. In the king's treasury, there are chambers with excavations in them, filled with molten gold, forming one mass. All the inhabitants of the country, whether high or low, even down to the artificers of the bazaar, wear jewels and gilt ornaments in their ears and around their necks, arms, wrists and fingers.
Abdul Razak was especially struck by the vast stone elephant stables, which can still be seen in the ruins of Vijayanagara today.
Opposite the minister's office are the elephant sheds. The king has many elephants in the country, but the large ones are especially reserved for the palace. The king has a white elephant, exceedingly large, with here and there as many as 30 spots of colour. Every morning this animal is brought into the presence of the monarch, for to cast an eye upon him is thought a favourable omen. Each has a separate stall. The walls are very strong and high, and are covered with strong wood.
And he gives a clearly quite bashful account of the city's apparently thriving red light district.
Opposite the mint is the office of the prefect of the city, to which it is said 12,000 policemen are attached, and their pay, which equals each day 12,000 fanams, is derived from the proceeds of the brothels. The splendour of those houses, the beauty of the heart ravishers, their blandishments and ogles are beyond all description. It is best to be brief on the matter.
Finally, he was brought in to meet the King Devaraya, who at that point would have been around the age of 19. Perhaps most illuminating about this meeting is how many questions the Hindu king asked his Muslim visitor. He bombarded the Persian ambassador with inquiries about the great Muslim powers of the world, how many horsemen the king of Persia had under his command, what his great nobles were like, and how they behaved. He asked many questions about the great cities of Herat and Shiraz, and it's clear from this the curiosity and fascination he held for the Muslim world. But being the king of a medieval kingdom like Vijayanagara could be a dangerous business. Devaraya sat at the top of a towering and fragile hierarchy, packed with jealous rivals. While the Persian ambassador Abdur-Razak was staying in the city, Devaraya II was the target of one particularly dramatic and audacious assassination attempt by one of his brothers, which shows just how dangerous the life of a king could be. This brother of King Devaraya plotted to first slaughter all the high-ranking officials in his government, before finally heading to the royal chambers and killing the king himself. The first part of the plan went off without a hitch, as Abdur-Razak writes.
The king's brother, who had had a new house built for himself, invited thither the monarch and the principal personages of the empire. At short intervals, the prince either came in person or sent some messengers to say that such and such great personage should come and eat his part of the banquet. Care had been taken to bring together all the drums, kettle drums, trumpets, and flutes that could be found in the city, and these instruments playing all at the same time made a tremendous uproar. As soon as the individual who had been sent for entered the above-mentioned house, 2 assassins placed in ambush sprang out upon him, pierced him with a dagger, and cut him to pieces. In consequence of the noise of the drums, the clamour, and the tumult, no one, with the exception of a small number to whom the secret was entrusted, was aware of what was going on. In this manner, all those who had any name or rank in the state were slaughtered.
Once his grisly work was done, the treacherous brother went to the king's quarters to strike the final blow of his coup. He entered the royal chamber with a plate of betel nuts and leaves for the king to chew, but beneath these leaves he had concealed a hidden blade. Coming close to the king, the brother told him that the court was ready for him and offered him some of the betel. But perhaps the king had detected something strange in the way his brother stepped towards him. He declined, saying that he didn't feel well that day. Abdur-Razak recalls what happened next, as the treacherous brother lost his patience.
This unnatural brother, thus losing the hope of enticing the king to his house, drew his poignard and struck him therewith several violent blows, so that the prince fell at the back of his throne. The traitor, thus believing that the king was dead, left there one of his confidants to cut off the monarch's head. Then, going out of the hall, he ascended to the portico of the palace and thus addressed the people. I have slain the king, his brothers and such emirs, brahmins and viziers. Now I am king.
But he had not counted on the king's resilience. As the treacherous brother's accomplice approached King Devaraya to decapitate him, the king fought back in dramatic fashion.
Meanwhile, his emissary had approached the throne with the intention of cutting off the king's head, but that prince, seizing the seat behind which he had fallen, struck the wretch with it with so much violence on the chest that he fell upon his back. The king then, with the help of one of his guards, slew this assassin and went out of the palace by the way of the harem. His brother, still standing on the top of the steps of the Hall of Council, invited the multitude to recognize him as their king. At that moment the monarch cried out, "I am alive! I am well and safe. Seize that wretch." The whole crowd assembled together, threw themselves upon the guilty prince, and put him to death.
This dramatic episode gives us a sense of the life and death stakes that the emperors of Vijayanagara faced every day. And the kings who followed Devaraya II were not always as lucky as he was. The great king Devaraya finally died in the year 1446. His reign had been a golden age. He had left his kingdom a larger, wealthier, and more outward-looking place than he had found it. But the period that followed was one of chaos and dissolution in the empire. Devaraya's son is said, quite mysteriously, to have died of a broken heart, which is perhaps a euphemism for poison. His grandson took the throne, but would go on to be murdered by his own son. In a Shakespearean turn, this great-grandson of Devaraya was apparently horrified by what he had done and refused to take up the throne he had murdered his father for. He passed it on to one of his younger brothers, who quickly had him put to death. As blood ran in torrents from the throne, chaos began to engulf the empire, and soon the commanders of the military began to hunger for power themselves. One of these was a powerful general named Saluva Narasimha, a name that means man-lion. This general was a colourful character, a poet and a self-styled expert in lovemaking. In the year 1485, he seized the throne in a military coup and ended the Sangama dynasty that had ruled for 150 years, since the first days of Vijayanagara and the two Sangama brothers, Bukka and Harihara, who had founded it. The libidinous general Saluva Narasimha didn't seem to care much for the boring business of actually ruling his kingdom. He spent much of his time apparently writing a long book of detailed erotic instruction, but he died only a few years after taking the throne. It's during this period of chaos, and the reign of the hapless kings that followed, that in the year 1498, the first Portuguese ship, captained by the explorer Vasco da Gama, arrived in South India, having sailed all the way around the coast of Africa. He would be the first European captain to ever do so, but he would be followed by many others. The Portuguese would soon set up a trading post at Goa on India's west coast, and in the coming centuries, European powers would increase their presence and influence in India. But at the time, the appearance of these foreigners excited little attention in the court of Vijayanagara. This time of chaos and upheaval in the empire would only come to an end with the reign of a man who would come to be known as one of the greatest, and certainly the most famous, of the emperors of South India. He was a man named Krishna Devaraya, the last great king of Vijayanagara. Krishna Deva was never meant to be the king. He was a prince, but his mother was a lower-ranking woman than any of his other brothers, and so his older brothers, Emadi and Vijayanagara, each took a turn at the throne before he did. But they catastrophically mismanaged the kingdom and faced constant rebellions and uprisings. When Krishnadeva's older brother finally lay on his deathbed, he was determined that his own infant grandson should take the throne, but he knew that many of the lords backed his brother Krishnadeva. In a final dying wish, he ordered that his brother should be blinded, which under Indian law would mean he could not become king. According to legend, the king's servants had no confidence in his baby son actually taking the throne, but they were still afraid to anger the dying king. In a daring move, they brought him the eyes of a recently slaughtered goat, still dripping with blood, and told him that his wishes had been carried out. The king died, satisfied that his line was secure, and Krishnadeva effortlessly took the throne. The Portuguese traveller Domingo Paes gives the following account of the appearance of King Krishnadeva.
The king is of medium height and of fair complexion and good figure. rather fat than thin. He has on his face signs of smallpox. He is the most feared and perfect king that could possibly be. Cheerful of disposition and very merry. He is one that seeks to honor foreigners and receives them kindly, asking about all their affairs, whatever their condition may be. He is a great ruler and a man of much justice, but subject to sudden fits of rage, and this is his title. King of Kings, Lord of great lords of India, Lord of the 3 seas and of the land.
Krishna Devaraya was also what we might think of today as a fitness fanatic. Domingo Paez writes the following account of his daily routine.
The king is accustomed every day to drink a 3/4 pint of sesame oil before daylight and anoints himself all over with the same oil. He covers his loins with a small cloth and takes in his arms great weights made of earthenware, and then, taking a sword, he exercises himself with it till he has sweated out all the oil, and then he wrestles with one of his wrestlers. After this labor, he mounts a horse and gallops about the plain in one direction and another till dawn, for he does all this before daybreak.
And Krishna Deva showed a similar energetic attitude to his rule. One of his first acts was to embark on a campaign against the troublesome Lord of Elephants, the king of the Gajapatis in the east. He marched his armies into that humid forest region and seized important forts along the way. King Krishnadeva was a poet, and he wrote the following words in his epic poem Amuktamalyada about his campaign against the Gajapatis in the east.
In the blue hills of Puri, under the protective gaze of blue-robed Balram and Lord Krishna, whose eyes are like blue water lilies, I prepared for battle and struck fear into the Gajapati's heart with my powerful arms pounding the drums of war.
The Gajapati king eventually surrendered, and in a classic example of conflict resolution in this period, he offered his daughter in marriage to Krishnadeva, who returned all the coastal territory back to the now humbled Gajapatis. This victory must have boosted his reputation at home and fed what was apparently an enormous ego. Krishnadevaraya's royal inscriptions gush with self-praise.
Overcome by his glory, the sun sinks into the western ocean, as if quite unable to endure the distress of mind, as if fearing that the 7 oceans would provide a refuge to his enemies. They were dried up by the clouds of dust raised by the earth, trampled to pieces by his horsemen.
But Krishnadeva was also an eminently practical man. He published a series of political maxims that contained advice for how a kingdom should be ruled, how it should operate efficiently and secure its access to resources, as the following example written by him shows.
A king should improve the harbours of his country, and so encourage its commerce, that horses, elephants, precious gems, sandalwood, pearls, and other articles are freely imported.
Under King Krishnadeva, the Vijayanagara Empire nearly doubled in size and would soon reach its largest historical extent, and it would also achieve its greatest degree of centralization. At heart, it was still a feudal society, and its regions were ruled by lords known as Nayakas. These Nayakas paid taxes to the empire, but otherwise enjoyed a degree of independence, as the Portuguese visitor Domingo Paez recalls.
These captains who he has over these troops of his are the nobles of his kingdom. They are lords, and they hold the city and the towns and villages of the kingdom. There are captains amongst them who have a revenue of 1 million and 1.5 million in padeos. Others 100,000 padeos. Others 200, 300, or 500,000 padeos. And as each one has revenue, so the king fixes for him the number of troops he must maintain, in foot, horse, and elephants. These troops are always ready for duty, whenever they may be called out, and wherever they may have to go. Besides maintaining these troops, each captain has to make his annual payments to the king.
Krishna Devaraya was also a great builder. To mark his coming to the throne, in 1510 he ordered the construction of a grand gateway tower, known as a gopura, to adorn the temple to Virupaksha, as well as a central pillared hall covered in ornate carvings. This remarkable temple tower was designed based on mathematical principles, using a fractal design in which small parts of the tower resemble the whole. This gives the tower a mesmerizing shape and represents the infinite repetition of universes that lies at the heart of Hindu cosmology, as the scholar William J. Jackson describes.
The ideal form, gracefully artificed, suggests the infinite rising levels of existence and consciousness, expanding sizes rising towards transcendence above, and at the same time housing the sacred deep within.
For the nearby Vitala temple, Krishna Devaraya also commissioned a striking piece of art to be carved out of several blocks of granite. It was a temple chariot made of stone, complete with wheels and ornate decorations, which can still be seen in the courtyard of the Vitala temple in Hampi today. This was a true golden age in South India, a time of peace, stability and prosperity, but this period of calm would not last. In fact, Krishna Devaraya would be the last great king of Vijayanagara. In little more than 50 years, this vast city would be destroyed, its temples and palaces burned, its streets emptied of people, and its houses left to crumble into the earth. And the beginning of the downfall of Vijayanagara began with an event that to its people must have felt like a fantastic development. That's the fragmentation and collapse of their long-standing rival to the north, the Muslim Bahmani Sultanate. Like the Empire of Vijayanagara, the Bahmani Sultanate had been successful by combining disparate elements. For decades, they had been enthusiastically importing people from across the Muslim world, soldiers, architects, artists, holy men, and scholars. And these people had helped to transform it into a world center of culture and innovation. But this policy also had its costs. Soon, conflicts began to unfold between the Indian Bahmanis and the newcomers, mostly Persian-speaking Iranians, who were referred to as the Westerners. Throughout the 15th century, the Indian Muslims in the Sultanate became increasingly angry at the growing influence of these foreign arrivals, and as the 16th century neared, their anger turned mutinous. When the enraged ruler of Ahmednagar rebelled in the year 1490, the other regions of the Sultanate soon followed. By the time Krishna Devaraya came to the throne of Vijayanagara in the year 1509, the Bahmani Sultanate was already splintering. By the year 1518, it had fractured into 5 individual kingdoms, whose sultans immediately began fighting amongst themselves over small pieces of land. The power of the Bahmanis evaporated in just a matter of years, and Vijayanagara was now all but unchallenged in the south of India. For King Krishna Devaraya, still only a young man of 17 years old, and still buzzing from his victory against the Gajapatis, the chaos in these neighboring kingdoms presented an obvious opportunity. That rich triangle of land known as the Raichur Doab, with its fertile farmland and wealth of diamonds, had been in the hands of the Bahmanis for many years now, But with the collapse of the Sultanate, it was now held by just one of these 5 sultans, a man named Ismail Adil Shah, the Sultan of Bijapur. Alone, he would be no match for the might of Vijayanagara, and so in the year 1520, King Krishna Deva moved to take it from him with an army of 100,000 soldiers. The Portuguese Jewish traveller Fernão Nunes was staying in Vijayanagara at the time of this campaign, and he wrote a dramatic and colourful account of how it unfolded.
After the king had made his offerings and performed sacrifices to his idols, he left the city of Bisnagar with all his troops, and they marched in the following order. The chief of the guard led the advance with 30,000 infantry, archers, men and shields and musketeers and spearmen, and 1,000 horse and his elephants. All were equally well armed, each after his own fashion, the archers and musketeers with their quilted tunics, and the shieldmen with their swords and daggers in their girdles.
In the days that followed, King Krishna Deva marched this large army across the Tungabhadra River and laid siege to the fort of Raichur. But this would not be as easy as Krishna Deva hoped. The kings of Vijayanagara had still not taken advantage of the developing technology of the cannon, although they had employed several Portuguese musketeers as mercenaries. Raichur Fort was a powerful fortress, perched on top of a rocky hilltop, and without effective siege equipment, the Hindus resorted to old-fashioned tactics, hacking away at the fort walls with pickaxes and hammers. The defenders, meanwhile, were well stocked with cannons and rained down fire from the walls. These cannons did have one weakness. They were unable to fire directly downwards at the men with their pickaxes, hacking away at the masonry beneath. Still, they dealt a terrible toll on the besieging soldiers as they approached. The siege looked like it would last forever, but then one morning, Krishna Deva got word that the Sultan of Bijapur himself was marching south towards him at the head of an army. This army was made up of his best crack troops, equipped with nearly 1,000 of the latest powerful cannons imported from Persia. Perhaps feeling just a tremble of apprehension, Krishna Deva lifted the siege and went out to meet the Sultan in battle. Fernão Nunes, who witnessed these two armies come together, describes in visceral terms the noise they made as they prepared to fight.
Seeing that dawn was now breaking, the drums and trumpets and other music in the king's camp began to sound and the men to shout, so that it seemed as if the sky would fall to the earth. Then the neighing and excitement of the horses and the trumpeting of the elephants. It is impossible for anyone to describe how it was. It would hardly be believed the great fear and terror that struck those who heard it, so that even those very men that caused the noise were themselves frightened at it. And the enemy on their part made no less noise, so that if you asked anything, you could not hear yourself speak, and you had to ask by signs, since in no manner could you make yourself understood.
This encounter, which has come to be known as the Battle of Raichur, is the perfect embodiment of the chaos and violence of a medieval battle. Although Vijayanagara had brought the larger army, the Sultan of Bijapur was confident that his superior firepower would scatter the Hindus and bring him victory. When the battle began, he ordered his cannoneers to fire all of their guns at once in a devastating volley. Fernão Nunes recounts what happened next, as 1,000 cannonballs tore through the ranks of the Vijayanagara soldiers.
He commanded the whole of the artillery at once to open fire, which discharge, as it was very great, did much damage to the enemy, killing many of the horse and foot and many elephants. And it compelled the king, Krishna Deva's troops, to retire. As soon as the Moors saw their enemies beginning to leave the field, they charged all amongst them, slaughtering them for about half a league.
It looked like all was lost for Vijayanagara, but King Krishna Deva refused to admit defeat. He rallied his generals and elite cavalry around him and gave a stunning and quite ruthless order.
When the king saw the way in which his troops fled, he began to cry that they were traitors, and that he would see who was his side, and that since they all had to die, they should meet their fate boldly. "Who ranges himself with me?" he cried. Immediately there thronged about him all those lords and captains that were ready to side with him. Then he took a ring from his finger and gave it to one of his pages, so that he might show it to his queens in token of his death. Then he mounted a horse and moved forward with all his remaining divisions, commanding to slay without mercy every man of those who had fled.
According to this account, Krishna Deva and his generals began slaughtering their own fleeing men, until they managed to make them turn and flee in the opposite direction. The pure crushing weight of these bodies, backed by as many as 27,000 horses, seems to have turned the tide back on the Muslim soldiers. The Sultan's cannons had all fired at once, and they all had to stop to reload at the same time, meaning that they were unable to summon another volley. While pursuing the fleeing men of Vijayanagara, the Sultan's men had abandoned their ranks, and when the enemy turned and pushed back, they found themselves in disarray. The fleeing rabbit had once again turned around and bitten its pursuer. Nunes breathlessly describes what happened next.
The confusion was so great amongst the Moors, and such havoc was wrought in their ranks, that they did not even try to defend the camp they had made so strong and enclosed so well. But like lost men, they leapt into the river to save themselves. Then after them came large numbers of the king's troops and elephants, which latter worked amongst the mischief without end, for they seized men with their trunks and tore them into small pieces.
A final push by the elite troops of Vijayanagara drove the Sultan's entire army into the waters of the Krishna River, where a massacre began. The army of Bijapur was defeated, but at terrible cost. 16,000 of Krishna Deva's men had been killed in the battle, as Fernão Nunes recounts.
Here the king stayed till all the dead had been burnt, and the customary honours had been paid to them. And here he gave much alms for the souls of those who had been killed in battle on his side. Those numbered 16,000 and odd.
Krishna Deva now returned to the siege of the fort, and it's here that he seems to have employed the help of a company of Portuguese mercenaries, led by a captain named Cristóvão de Figueiredo. While Krishna Deva seems to have employed a limited number of soldiers with matchlock muskets in his army, these European mercenaries had brought with them the latest arquebuses. These long-barreled guns achieved an astonishing degree of accuracy for early firearms. Fernão Nunes writes an account of this final siege, and how this small group of Portuguese snipers tipped the balance in the battle for Raichur Fort, with either a very skillful or a very lucky shot.
Cristóvão de Figueiredo went close to the trench before the walls, keeping himself as much concealed as possible, and seeing how fearlessly the Moors exposed themselves on the wall, began, with the musketeers whom he had brought, to open fire on them in such a way that he slew many, the Moors being careless and free from fear. The captain of the city, seeing the dismay that had spread amongst his people, began to turn them back with encouraging words, and he, wishing to see for himself where the Portuguese were, reached over with his body in front of one of the embrasures and was killed with a musket shot that struck him in the middle of his forehead. As soon as the captain was thus killed, there was great lamentation in the city, and soon there was no one defending the wall.
Raichur Fort surrendered soon after. These rich lands now belonged to Vijayanagara, an accomplishment that many kings before had tried and failed to achieve. Krishna Deva was clearly overjoyed, but his victory had caused a ripple of concern among all the Muslim kingdoms of the region. Fernão Nunes recounts that the king soon received a number of diplomats, all carrying similar messages from the neighboring sultans. They all warned him that he should not attempt to overreach. He should be content with his victory and not upset the natural balance of the region. With the hindsight that history gives us, we know that Krishna Deva should have taken this warning seriously, but he did not. Krishna Deva sent out the same reply to every one of the sultans, which Fernão Nunes recorded.
I have seen your letters, and thank you much for what you have sent to say. As regards Adil Shah, what I have done to him and taken from him, he has richly deserved. As regards returning it to him, that does not seem to me reasonable, nor am I going to do it. And as for your further statement, that you will all turn against me if I do not do as you ask, I pray you do not take the trouble to come to me, for I will come to find you myself if you dare to await me in your lands. And this I send you for answer.
In fact, the young Krishna Deva was so emboldened that he decided to do what no king of Vijayanagara had dreamed of for more than 100 years. That was to march north and seize the Sultan's capital city of Bijapur itself. Bijapur was one of the great cities of South India, and the largest and wealthiest in the lands that had once been part of the Bahmani Sultanate. It was a great center of culture, trade, and commerce, and was home to a great variety of gardens and water pavilions. One North Indian visitor to the city would later describe it in the following glowing terms.
All around the gate of my residence were lofty buildings with houses, very healthy and airy. Before each shop was a beautiful green tree, and the whole bazaar was extremely clean and pure. It was filled with rare goods, such as are not seen or heard of in any other town. Perhaps no place in the wide world could present a more wonderful spectacle to the eye of the traveler.
The Portuguese observer Fernão Nunes travelled with Krishna Devaraya as he embarked on this campaign far into enemy territory. He recalls the sight of the great city of Bijapur as Krishna Deva's armies approached it, and mentions that its houses reminded him of buildings back home in Europe.
And the king journeyed so far that he even went as far as Bijapur, which is the best city in all the kingdom. It has numbers of beautiful houses built according to our own fashion, with many gardens and bowers made of grapevines and pomegranates and oranges and lemons and all other kind of garden produce.
Seeing Krishna Deva's massive army approach, the Sultan of Bijapur did the only thing he could. He fled the city and went into hiding. Krishna Deva marched into Bijapur without a fight, and decided to stay there for as long as it took for the Sultan to turn himself over. But the Sultan Adil Shah refused to come out of hiding, and so Krishna Deva and his army settled down in the city and waited. During his lengthy stay in Bijapur, Krishna Deva's army put an enormous strain on the city, and in fact, they would all but destroy it. To keep themselves warm at night, the soldiers demolished its beautiful buildings and burned them as firewood, and drank so much water that its reservoirs ran dry. The whole city of Bijapur was slowly demolished, as though eaten by termites, until only the palaces where Krishna Deva was staying were still standing, as Fernão Muniz recalls.
The city was left almost in ruins. Not that the king had commanded it to be destroyed, but that his troops, in order to make fires for cooking, had torn down so many houses that it was a great grief to see. The Sultan Adil Shah went to ask the king what wrong the houses had done that he had commanded to destroy them. For there remained no other houses standing save only the palaces, where the king, Krishna Deva, was staying. The king sent answer that it was not he who had done it, but that he could not control his people.
Eventually, drinking water in the city ran out, and Krishna Deva was finally forced to leave. He had not captured the Sultan of Bijapur, but he had certainly made his point. Vijayanagara was now without doubt the strongest power in South India. The sultans who had once loomed over it now fled at the advance of its armies, and their cities could be plucked like ripe fruit. It was a point that King Krishna Deva clearly delighted in making, but it was one that the Deccan sultans would not forget. The destruction of Bijapur left a stinging reminder that if they continued fighting amongst themselves, a greater power to the south would swallow them up, one by one. Krishna Deva's actions would remind these sultans that they would soon need to stand together, and in that way, this resounding victory would lead in the coming years to the dissolution and collapse of the entire empire of Vijayanagara. If you had the choice to travel back in time and see just 1 week in the age of Vijayanagara, a good choice would be the week of the Mahanavami festival, a lavish ceremony that ran for 10 days, usually in October. The Persian ambassador Abdur Razak witnessed this event in the year 1443 and gave the following account of its chaotic and colourful scenes.
All the readers and storytellers, musicians and jugglers were rewarded by the king with gold and garlands. For 3 continuous days, this royal fete continued with the most gorgeous display. One cannot, without entering into great detail, mention all the various kinds of pyrotechnic and fireworks and various other amusements which were exhibited.
He recounts the splendour of the elephant procession that took place during this festival.
They brought with them 1,000 elephants resembling the waves of a troubled sea, or a stormy cloud which were covered with brilliant armour, and with castles magnificently adorned in which were jugglers and artificers. On the trunks and ears of these animals had been drawn, with cinnabar and other substances, extraordinary pictures and figures of wonderful beauty.
The traveller Domingo Paez was lucky enough to see this event when he visited Vijayanagara nearly 80 years later, in the year 1520. And it's clear that by that time, the opulence of the ceremony had only increased.
As soon as the king had finished his ceremonies, he again took horse and returned to the city in the same way he had come, the troops never weary of their shouting. As soon as he passed by them, they began to march. Then, To see those who were on the hills and slopes, and the descent of them with their shouts and beating of shields, and shaking of arrows and bows that were without count. Truly, I was so carried out with myself that it seemed as if what I saw was a vision, and that I was in a dream.
As Paez saw this procession pass by, he could have had no idea that the final decades of this great society were now at hand. That in only a few decades, these streets would be empty, with grasses and vines pushing up through the stones.
The Unstoppables Unlimited Collection. Luxury laundry scent beads so you can smell unstoppable.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays, because some love a rustic cabin. Others feel differently. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Find your perfect tax expert, whatever your tax situation might be. Hand off your taxes to an expert who gets you with TurboTax Expert Full Service.
Watch the Winter Olympics, February 6th through 22nd. With NBC Universal's coverage on YouTube TV. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
The last great king of Vijayanagara, Krishna Devaraya, died on the 17th of October in the year 1529, apparently after falling ill while preparing for another campaign against his old enemy, the Sultan of Bijapur. While successful at all other aspects of being king, he'd had little luck with siring a son. Krishnadeva did have 2 sons, one of whom at 6 years old became a casualty of courtly intrigue. He was named the Crown Prince, but this was also his death sentence. Within a year, the boy was poisoned, with Krishnadeva suspecting his own Prime Minister, who he then had blinded. When the king died, his remaining son was too young to be considered, and so the crown passed to his younger brother Achyuta. This man seems to have had no talent for ruling, as Fernão Nunes recalls.
King Achyuta, after he ascended the throne, gave himself over to vice and tyranny. Here is a man of very little honesty, and on account of this, the people and the captains are much discontented with his evil life and inclinations.
In the vacuum left by the death of the great king, a number of opportunists were beginning to fancy their chances. Chief among these was a divisive and ruthless social climber, in whose hands the empire of Vijayanagara would finally collapse into ash and flame. His name was Rama Raya. Rama Raya had led a remarkably colourful life. He began his career as a courtier in the kingdom of Golconda to the north, but he had a keen sense for situations in which he could better his position. And during the golden age of Krishnadeva's reign, he made his way south to the Vijayanagara court to serve him. Rama Raya's mother had been the daughter of a chieftain in the east, and these family credentials were apparently enough for him to marry a princess. This ambitious young man was now the son-in-law to the king, and at every turn he would work to increase his power and influence in the court. When Krishnadeva's brother Achyuta died after ruling for 13 years, his young son took the throne. and the plotting at court reached fever pitch. Rama Raya joined a number of unsuccessful plots before finally raising a successful rebellion with the intention of putting a young boy named Sardasiva on the throne, who was a quite distant nephew of the dead King Krishna Devaraya. But of course, it was Rama Raya who was truly in charge. This young boy, Sardasiva, was put on the throne in the year 1542, and Rama Raya, then around the age of 57, became his regent. A regent was a person who runs the complicated affairs of state while a young boy king grows up. The idea was that at the age of 16, the boy could take up these duties himself, and the regent, his duty done, would be quietly excused. But of course, this is not quite how things played out. When the young boy king Sardasiva reached adulthood, he demanded to take over the reins of the state. Rama Raya had him imprisoned. The boy king would now appear only once a year to the crowds, while Rama Raya acted as emperor in all but name. By the year 1562, even these annual appearances were stopped. One of the great historical composers of Carnatic music was a man named Karnakadasa. He lived during the life of King Krishna Devaraya and saw his death, as well as the time of chaos that followed. During this time, he wrote a surviving piece of poetry that describes how many of the citizens of Vijayanagara must have felt as the kingdom descended over the 23 years that the usurper Rama Raya remained on the throne.
Where did truth and duty go? The noble can't survive anymore. Thieves and habitual adulterers strike it rich. The rest are poor. Family members turn hostile. Fools puffed up with pride forget God, guru and elders. Decent, holy people go unprotected. No one pays the soldiers. No helping rains shower the earth. Those with food and clothes are corrupted by bribery. Immature dogs full of trickery multiply like cruel snakes. Traitors to God win houses, gain cows and wealth and grain. Earth groans under the weight, tottering, crying. Worshippers of Shiva are clashing with the Vishnu devotees. Great offerings are made to the most horrific, violent gods. Who could list all the wrongs of the time?
While operating the empire's foreign policy, Rama Raya acted just as deviously. As the emperor of Vijayanagara, he plotted to turn the sultans of the Deccan against one another. These sultans often asked for Vijayanagara's help in their wars against one another, and so he would ally first with one, then another, with the hope of thereby weakening them all and keeping them at each other's throats. He would often promise not to destroy mosques or unnecessarily hurt Muslim civilians, but according to some sources, these promises were not often kept. Eventually, one of these sultans, a man named Hussein Nizam Shah I of the Sultanate of Ahmadnagar, would soon have had enough. It's clear that the Sultan Hussein hated Rama Raya on a personal level. Farishta recalls one meeting between these men when the king of Vijayanagara openly insulted his guest.
Hussein Nizam Shah went to meet Rama Raya. At the time of the meeting, Rama Raya showed great vanity and loftiness and remained seated, and had Hussein Nizam Shah kiss his hand in this manner. Hussein Nizam Shah was furious at the improper behavior of Rama Raya, and in order to reproach the Raya, he at once called for water and washed his hands. On seeing this, Rama Raya was enraged and said in the Kannada language, "If this man were not my guest, I would instantly cut him to bits with my sword."
These insults clearly stung Hussein, but the final straw would come when Rama Raya apparently sent a long and insulting list of demands for tribute to the Muslim Sultan. According to one obscure poet, an Indian Muslim named Shauki, this list of demands included camels from Kabul, ambergris, aloes, musk, a large silver bell, a golden flute, gold and precious goods, weapons such as maces and Bahmani daggers, jade pitchers, ruby cups, diamond cubes, and, perhaps most insultingly of all, the foot bracelets of the Sultan's wife. Finally, he demanded that Hussein stop eating beef, turn away from Mecca, and convert to worshipping Shiva. If Hussein refused, the poet relates the following threat allegedly delivered by Rama Raya.
"I'll spare neither Turk nor Turkish beau. I'll spare neither rich nor poor. I will not spare the brides of India, nor will I spare the brides of Sind. I won't spare a single scholar or holy man, neither aged nor youth, neither young man or old."
Whether this episode is true, or just one of the many poetic flourishes invented by the poet Shauki, what is certain is that for this Sultan Hussein, the king of Vijayanagara had finally gone too far. He was determined to put aside his differences with the other sultans of South India and together join in partnership against King Rama Raya. The Portuguese chronicler Diego de Couto recounts the decision they made next.
After Rama Raya entered their kingdoms and destroyed and devastated them, and carried great riches away from them, King Hussein was so afflicted that he invited the other Moorish kings of the Deccan, so that they could all set out together against Rama Raya, and destroy him, and divide his kingdoms amongst them.
By this time, after years of war, there was a deep bitterness between these sultans. But faced with the growing insults from the south, they were prepared to set this aside. The sultans of the Deccan sealed their tentative alliance with marriages, even exchanging forts as part of their daughters' dowries, in order to settle the territorial disputes that had divided them. Through King Rama Raya's arrogance, Vijayanagara had united its enemies against it, and they were now all marching south, hungry for revenge. The year was 1565. By this time, the treacherous usurper Rama Raya was an old man, now well into his 80s. But when he heard of the combined forces of the sultans marching south, he was determined to ride out with his great army and lead it to victory. And he had good reason to be confident. Despite banding together, the sultans of the Deccan were still no match for Vijayanagara in sheer numbers. According to records, Rama Raya marched out with 70,000 cavalry and more than 700,000 foot soldiers. More conservative estimates put the number at around 150,000. This would have been the entirety of the army of Vijayanagara, with every soldier withdrawn from every far-flung post and distant border fort, and brought to bear for a final, decisive battle for the future of South India. The stakes for both sides couldn't have been higher. After a number of skirmishes, the two vast armies finally met on the plains that stretch out on the banks of the river Krishna, between the villages of Rakasa and Tamgadi. But today, this confrontation is remembered by the name of a fortified town about 25 kilometers to the north, a place called Talikota. For the sultans of the Deccan, the odds at the Battle of Talikota didn't look good. The forces of Vijayanagara outnumbered them significantly, and the advantage in firepower that the Sultan's ancestors had enjoyed at the Battle of Raichur had also been wiped out. In the more than 40 years since the armies of Krishna Deva had scraped a victory on the banks of the river Krishna, they had learned to respect the power of cannon fire, and Vijayanagara had truly joined the gunpowder age. Sources claim that Rama Raya marched to meet the Sultans with 1,000 cannons. He clearly believed that with superior numbers, and now with superior firepower too, the result of the battle would not be in question. The scholar Farishta recalls the daunting sight that awaited the Sultans.
It was at length fully ascertained that the only safe passage for the army was directly in the enemy's front, which was in his possession, and who had constructed field fortifications strengthened by cannon and fireworks on the opposite bank. 2,000 war elephants and 1,000 pieces of cannon were placed at different intervals of his line.
But the armies of the Sultans had also learned lessons from their defeat 40 years earlier, and they now marched to battle with decades of experience in using cannon. This time, instead of arranging their cannons in a single line that fired all at once, they were placed in 3 lines, which could stagger their fire. Now, one line could fire while the others reloaded, creating an almost continuous blanket of fire. The effect was truly devastating. When the battle began, the forces of Vijayanagara unleashed one big, terrifying barrage, as Farishta recounts.
Both armies being in motion soon came to battle, and the infidels began the attack by vast flights of rockets and rapid discharges of artillery.
Rama Raya, now an old man, declined to travel on horseback, and instead was carried around the battlefield in a litter or palanquin. At one point, he's apparently said to have surrounded himself with piles of jewels and coins, and handed these out to anyone who would charge into the heat of the battle.
The infidels, inspired by the generosity of their prince, charged the right and left of the allies with such vigor that they were thrown into temporary disorder, and even to prepare for retreat. Hussein, however, remained firm in the center and pushed on so ardently that the division of Ram Raj was thrown into confusion.
It seemed that the overwhelming numbers of Vijayanagara would win the day, but then something happened that would turn the tide completely. That is, Rama Raya, the regent, the usurper of the throne, was killed. Accounts of exactly how this happened differ. One unlikely sounding source describes how the Sultans packed their cannons with copper coins, blasting them into the enemy ranks in what would be one of the first uses of a weapon that would come to be known as grape shot. These superheated coins would have torn like bullets into the Vijayanagara soldiers, killing their horses and maiming hundreds. One source recounts that one of these coins flew through the sky of the battlefield, punched through the side of the palanquin that was carrying the treacherous King Rama Raya, and killed him. Other sources claim that a stampeding elephant caused Rama Raya's bodyguard to flee in terror, leaving him to be captured by an enemy vanguard. These sources describe him being taken back to the Sultan Hussein, who immediately ordered him to be beheaded. Some sources describe Rama Raya's severed head being stuffed with straw and sent north to be paraded around the subcontinent. But however it happened, the result was clear. Rama Raya was killed, and his army fell into disarray. Farishta recounts what happened next.
The Hindus, according to custom, when they saw their chief destroyed, fled in the utmost disorder from the field, and were pursued by the allies with such success that the river was dyed red with their blood. It is computed by the best authorities that above 100,000 infidels were slain during the action and in the pursuit.
Those who were able, with horses and elephants, fled the battlefield, while a huge number of foot soldiers were left behind to be massacred. The historian Mirza Ibrahim al-Zubayri, in his work Basatin al-Salatin, recalls how the sultans now prepared to march on the defenseless capital city.
During the course of 20 days that they remained at the seat of war, the sultans took their ease and nursed the wounded and sick. Then they turned toward Vijayanagara.
We can imagine the scenes as the frightened people of Vijayanagara watched the dribs and drabs of their defeated Grand Army returning home. Columns of the wounded and dirty winding down the road without leaders, telling stories of the battle and the death of the king. Some of Rama Raya's brothers did manage to escape from the Battle of Talikota and fled back to the capital. They were now the assumed rulers of the empire, and the frightened people of the city must have looked to them for hope. And they had good reason to be hopeful. Capital cities were rarely sacked in medieval India, where ideas of honor were held in high regard. It was common to demolish mosques and Hindu temples in conquered territories, but unrestrained violence against civilian populations was relatively rare. More often, the victorious side would simply demand an enormous payment to cover the costs of their campaign and then some, and then they would return to their lands triumphant and a good deal richer. But when Rama Raya's brothers fled back to the city, it soon became clear that they had no intention of paying anything. In the next days, they gathered up all the treasure they could, piled it onto ox carts, and fled, leaving the city to its fate. The city of Vijayanagara was now without an army, without leaders, and, crucially, without any money to pay off its enemies. From this point on, the consequences would have been clear.
Makes match more happy with game.
DSW. Let us surprise you.
The complete loss of the city's leadership and the collapse of its military meant that law and order in the city broke down almost immediately. Sources recount that hordes of the empire's own citizens rioted in panic and anger. Bands of its own soldiers who had fled the battle suddenly found themselves unemployed, and they turned to rampaging through the streets, stealing whatever Rama Raya's brothers had left behind, stripping the city of its wealth before the Sultan's armies had even come into sight. We can imagine the pure panic on the streets during these final days. The Portuguese writer Diego de Couto writes that the armies of the sultans took only 3 days to reach Vijayanagara, while the chronicler Ferishta says it took 10. During this time, the mood in the city must have been one of abject terror. When the sultans reached the city, they found that Rama Raya's brothers had fled, and its treasuries had been emptied. With no tribute to be paid, they were determined to get their money's worth, and began a campaign of looting. Over the next days and weeks, they would strip Vijayanagara of any wealth it had left and destroy the symbols of its leaders, burning its temples and palaces to the ground. The poet Shauki describes this event in triumphant terms.
The Shah ordered the plunder of the city. The order was given to both noble and commoner. They then rendered the city desolate. They harassed and killed. Both open and hidden wealth were revealed. Treasure was brought up from beneath the ground. People came to acquire riches and wealth, full of merriment, happiness, and delight. Boxes of jewels in the thousands, gold and silver beyond count.
The historian Mirza Ibrahim al-Zubayri gives a devastating account of the destruction of the city.
They razed the lofty building and temples to the ground. The work of destruction was carried out with a vengeance. Vijayanagara was an extensive city, flourishing and well populated. It had never experienced any foreign invasion for ages. The nobility, the wealthy, the soldiery, the peasants, and the artisans all drove a roaring trade. During the confusion and disorder following the Muslim invasion, the citizens, out of fear, lurked in their houses, cellars, wells, and reservoirs. Those that were well-to-do betook themselves to the neighboring mountains and caverns with their family and chattels. The Muslim army remained at Vijayanagara for about 6 months. To a distance of 20 leagues around the city, everything was burnt, reduced to ashes.
The historian Robert Sewell describes the destruction in mournful terms.
With fire and sword, with crowbars and axes, they carried on day after day their work of destruction. Never, perhaps, in the history of the world has such havoc been wrought, and wrought suddenly, on so splendid a city, teeming with a wealthy and industrious population in the full plenitude of prosperity one day, and on the next, seized, pillaged, and reduced to ruins.
Finally, the armies of the sultans left with what loot they could find, and left the city in ruins. The Persian historian Berishtar recounts the devastated condition of Vijayanagara and the fragmenting empire it had once been the heart of.
The kingdom of Vijayanagara, since this battle, has never recovered its ancient splendor. The city itself was so destroyed that it is now totally in ruins and uninhabited. While the country has been seized on by the tributary chiefs, each of whom hath assumed an independent power in his own district.
But archaeological evidence of the destruction of the city is not as damning. In the royal centre there is a great deal of fire damage to be found on the stones of the temples. Here the superstructures of wood and other flammable material were set fire and burned, collapsing in and causing the stones that supported them to crack. Buildings such as the main royal complex and the audience hall, with 100 stone columns supporting its roof, were all burned, as well as others that represented the royal authority of the state. But in the residential parts of the city, the houses and markets, the destruction was much less, and there's no evidence of a wholesale burning of the city or of an enormous massacre. The Italian Cesare Federici, writing 2 years after the empire's defeat, reports the following.
When news came to the cities of the overthrow in the battle, the wives and children of the tyrant fled away, and the 4 kings of the Moors entered the city of Vijayanagara with great triumph. And they remained there 6 months, searching under houses and in all places for money and other things that were hidden. And then they departed to their own kingdoms, because they were not able to maintain such a kingdom as that was, so far distant from their own country. The city of Vijayanagara is not altogether destroyed. The houses still stand, but empty, and there is dwelling in them nothing but tigers and other wild beasts.
When the armies of the sultans left, the population of Vijayanagara would emerge from the caves. With its leaders gone, its administration collapsed, and the entire empire fragmenting into smaller kingdoms, it seems that the people of the city could no longer maintain the large and complex metropolis they had once called home. They would soon be forced to loot what remained of the city in order to survive. Bit by bit, the stone buildings that had withstood the invading army would be dismantled, or simply left to the vines and the wild dogs. The great city of Victory was now a ghost town. The farmers who continued their lives in this area would sow rice in the once lavish gardens of the kings. They would take stones from the palaces to build their houses, and women would wash their clothes in the once opulent bathhouses, hanging them to dry on the fallen pillars. Now only troops of monkeys would make their homes among the rocks and the skeletal remains of ancient halls. With its status reduced, the city of Vijayanagara no longer seemed to suit its grand name. Instead, it became known by the name of one of its smaller districts, which remained inhabited among the ruins, now a small village named Hampi. This was the ruined place that the Scottish captain Colin Mackenzie would wander through nearly 150 years later. Birds would soon make their homes in the temple roofs. Indian robins, large grey babblers, blue rock thrushes, quails, and the rare yellow-throated bulbul. And plant life would have gradually crept in to reclaim the empty streets. Soon after its abandonment, the stones of Vijayanagara would have sprouted with grasses. Banana and coconut palms would have begun to spring up in the streets and yards. The wiry branches of the frangipani tree would burst up through the temple courtyards, lifting the flagstones with their roots, while perennial weeds like the lion's ear and prickly pears would have sprouted between the cobblestones. The kings of Vijayanagara, who fled the destruction of the city, did continue to rule in a much diminished form for several more decades, and shifted their courts to their remaining territories in southern Andhra. In their grandeur and ceremony, their processions and festivals, they attempted to recreate the splendor of their past. But in reality, they would never again wield power in the same way. The glorious days of the great capital were now a distant memory. Like their great rivals, the Delhi Sultanate and Bahmani Sultanate before them, they now ruled over a tiny portion of what they once had. By the dawn of the 17th century, that power too evaporated, and the last of Vijayanagara's Nayaka lords went their separate ways. With the economic heart ripped out of the empire, without the booming economy of the temples and the markets of the great metropolis, the surrounding towns and villages also went into decline. Port towns far away on the western coast like Batkal and on the eastern coast like Pulicat also shrunk around this time. The dance of Shiva went on, and another great empire had passed into ruins. The historian Manu Pillai describes this time.
The lessons for the sultans in the northern Deccan from this episode should have been clear. It was the inability of the Deccan's ancient rulers, the Kakatiyas, Hoysalas, and Yadavas, to join together against their common enemy that led to the fall of their order at the hands of the Khiljis and Tughlaqs. When the Bahmani Sultanate emerged, its leaders too ultimately failed to rein in dissension, and in only a few generations the kingdom was on its way to decline and disintegration. The rebel sultans who seceded from the Bahmanis continued this tradition by constantly feuding with one another. But Rama Raya's ambition reminded them at last that in the game they were playing, they were all destined to suffer as losers. Together then, they rose against Rama Raya and demolished Vijayanagara for once and forever, achieving in a stroke something that even they, perhaps, could not have believed was entirely possible.
In the following years, in the north of India, a new power would rise in Delhi, founded by a warrior chieftain from Uzbekistan. He was Turco-Mongolian in ethnicity, and today we know the dynasty he founded by a name derived from the Persian word for Mongol. The age of the Mughals had dawned, and a new, glorious stage of Indian history would now begin. But the center of Indian power would now forever be in the north. Around the same time, another, much more underwhelming event would take place, far from the resplendent finery of the Mughal court, that would have perhaps an even greater impact on the history of this land. In the year 1626, little more than 60 years after the Battle of Talikota, the British East India Company built its first fortified port near the coastal town of Tughlaq. This town was once the gateway by sea to the Vijayanagara Empire, and through here the empire had traded with Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar and China. But in the decades since, the port town had fallen on hard times. The fort the British built was shoddy and indefensible, and the trading company abandoned it after only 6 years. But 2 years later, the British tried again, a little further to the south, at a small fishing village called Madras Patnam. It's said that the site was chosen because the head of the company factory, a man named Francis Day, had fallen in love with a Tamil girl who lived nearby. At this time, the land was ruled by one of the lords left over from the fragmented and scattered Vijayanagara Empire. He was more than happy to grant a lease to that small bit of humble land to this foreign company, in exchange for a share of their takings. This was the first true foothold of the British East India Company in India, a foothold that would grow into colonial domination of the entire landmass. And it came out of the weakness and dissolution of the empire of Vijayanagara. I want to end this episode with an extract from the epic poem Amuktamaliyada, a masterpiece composed by the last great king of Vijayanagara, Krishna Devaraya, in the early 16th century, in the final decades of his empire. It tells the story of a wedding between the god Vishnu and one of his wives, the saint Andal. In this extract, a king overhears a Brahmin priest preaching and is suddenly struck with a sense of the temporary, fleeting nature of life and the passing glory of great empires. I think in this moment, you get a sense for its author, Krishna Devaraya, struggling with his own impermanence, a keen awareness of his own mortality, and the fleeting nature of his empire. As you listen, imagine what it would feel like to wander the streets of the great stone capital of Vijayanagara, now emptied of all life. Imagine watching the vines and creepers push their way between its stones, the monkeys clambering over the staircases of broken brick, reaching up to the sky. Imagine watching the once great reservoirs and bathhouses fill up with weeds and water lilies, the great towers of the temples now home to bats and wild dogs, Imagine watching the sun set over this great empire as the dance of Shiva, the dance of creation and destruction, goes on and on into eternity.
On his way, he overheard the visiting Brahmin recite another wise saying. He said, "Just as you should gather provisions for the rainy season in the 8 months before the monsoon, you should prepare for night during the day, for old age when still young, and for the next life, right now, in this life. While you still can, you should try your very best to lead a righteous life." These words about life's inevitable future pierced the king's soul. The king listened to the proverb, reflected on it in his heart, understood its meaning, and stopped. He was stunned, overwhelmed and petrified. He froze and stood in the middle of the road in utter distress. He thought to himself, "Oh, what is this glorious empire? What are these pleasures? Why these emotions? This body is nothing but a bubble about to burst. Even Manu, the primal man, who was born at the dawn of time, was ultimately destroyed, trampled by the great god of death. The joys of an empire are as fleeting as lightning. Just as travelers ferried to the far shore without even noticing the movements of the boat, so too does time pass, quickly, without our realizing it. And in this trance, life passes us by."
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Peter Walters, Chris Harvey, Michael Hadjiantonis, Kim Heron, Nick Denton, and Paul Cassell. Readings in Sanskrit were performed by Pranav Iyengar. Acting as a special consultant on this episode was Manu Pillai, author of the book Rebel Sultans, The Deccan from Khilji to Shivaji. Manu's new book, False Allies, about India's Maharajas, is available to buy now. I'd like to thank my researchers on this episode, Kieran Falvey and Brian Stolk, and I'd also like to thank my archival researcher, Joe MacDonald, for rooting through the archives in the British Library for Colin Mackenzie's unpublished account of his visit to Hampi. Krishna Devaraya's Amukta Malyada was translated by Srinivas Reddy. Joining us on this episode was the virtuoso of Carnatic music, Aruna Sairam, who recorded 7 incredible tracks of traditional Carnatic classical music, including her own compositions, based on the poetry written by King Krishna Devaraya. If you enjoyed these tracks, they will be available to download for all Patreon subscribers. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep the podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading onto patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
Power crunch. Light cookie crunch. Enriched with protein. This is protein worth craving. Power crunch. Protein worth craving.
The Aegean Sea in the 3rd millennium BC witnessed the emergence of Europe's first advanced civilizations, marking a dramatic departure from the simple farming communities that had characterized the Neolithic period. On the island of Crete, a sophisticated maritime culture began developing around 2700 BC that would eventually dominate trade routes across the eastern Mediterranean. This civilization, which archaeologists call Minoan after the legendary king Minos, established the foundation for what would later become recognizably Greek culture. The earliest Minoan settlements appeared during the early Bronze Age, concentrated in fertile valleys and coastal plains across Crete. These communities initially resembled other contemporary Bronze Age societies, with small villages centered around agriculture and basic crafts. However, by 2000 BC, a remarkable transformation had occurred. Massive palace complexes began rising at sites like Knossos, Phaistos, Melia, and Zakros, each serving as the administrative, religious, and economic center for its surrounding territory. The palace at Knossos, eventually covering over 20,000 square meters, exemplified Minoan architectural sophistication. Its multi-story buildings contained hundreds of rooms, connected by corridors, staircases, and light wells that brought natural illumination deep into the structure. Storage magazines lined with enormous pithoi, ceramic jars taller than a person, held olive oil, wine, grain, and other commodities. The famous throne room, with its griffin frescoes and gypsum throne, demonstrated the ceremonial importance of these complexes. Advanced engineering included sophisticated drainage systems, with clay pipes carrying water and waste throughout the buildings. Minoan society developed a complex administrative system to manage their expanding territories and trade networks. Clay tablets inscribed with Linear script, discovered in palace archives across Crete, record what appear to be inventories, land tenure records, and religious offerings. Despite numerous attempts at decipherment, Linear A remains undeciphered, though scholars recognize it as recording a non-Indo-European language distinct from later Greek. The tablets reveal a highly organized bureaucracy tracking everything from livestock counts to textile production quotas. The Minoans developed remarkable artistic traditions that reflected their maritime culture and religious beliefs. Frescoes adorning palace walls depicted dolphins leaping through azure waters, elegant court ladies with elaborate hairstyles and flounced skirts, and athletic young people vaulting over charging bulls. These bull-leaping scenes, found throughout Minoan sites, likely inspired later Greek legends of the Minotaur, the half-man, half-bull creature said to dwell in a labyrinth beneath Knossos. The complexity of the palace layouts themselves may have contributed to these maze-like mythological associations. Religious practices centered around female deities, often depicted holding snakes or flanked by lions, suggesting connections to fertility and nature worship. Mountain peak sanctuaries scattered across Crete's highlands contained votive offerings, including bronze figurines, double axes, and ceramic vessels. The famous snake goddess figurines, with their exposed breasts and serpentine companions, embodied the powerful feminine divine principle that permeated Minoan spirituality. Minoan influence extended far beyond Crete through extensive trade networks. Their distinctive pottery appears in archaeological contexts from Egypt's Nile Delta to Sicily's eastern shores. At Tel El Dabar in Egypt, Minoan-style frescoes decorated palace walls, while Minoan-influenced artifacts reached inland sites across Anatolia and the Levant. This commercial reach brought exotic materials back to Crete. Egyptian gold, Anatolian silver, Baltic amber, and lapis lazuli from Afghanistan all flowed through Minoan ports. The civilization's maritime expertise enabled this far-flung commerce. Minoan ships, depicted in frescoes and on seals, featured distinctive curved prows and multiple oars, capable of traversing the often treacherous Mediterranean waters. Harbour installations at sites like Komos on Crete's southern coast revealed sophisticated port facilities designed to accommodate large merchant vessels. Around 1700 BC, a catastrophic event, likely a massive earthquake, destroyed the first palaces across Crete. However, the Minoans rebuilt on an even grander scale, entering what archaeologists term the late Minoan period. The reconstructed palaces displayed even greater architectural sophistication and artistic refinement, suggesting the civilization had reached its cultural zenith. While Minoan civilization flourished on Crete, a different culture was emerging on the Greek mainland. Around 2000 BC, Indo-European speaking peoples began settling in the southern Balkans, bringing with them new technologies, social structures, and languages that would eventually evolve into ancient Greek. These newcomers, whom we call Mycenaeans after their principal site at Mycenae, initially lived in small agricultural communities scattered across the Peloponnese and central Greece. The Mycenaeans developed a markedly different society from their Minoan contemporaries. Where Minoan culture emphasized trade, artistic refinement, and apparent peaceful coexistence, Mycenaean society centered around warrior elites who ruled from heaven. By 1600 BC, wealthy burial goods and shaft graves at Mycenae revealed a stratified society with a powerful aristocratic class. Gold death masks, bronze weapons decorated with intricate inlays, and jewelry of extraordinary craftsmanship